Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Triple Quirk User? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There is a system of classification for quirks, utilized by experts in the science of quirks and superfans alike. Most quirks fall under the normal category, such as fire manipulation or invisibility. However, there are two special classes of quirks that are extremely rare. The first is the double quirk. Individuals with two quirks represent a next level of evolution, and it is believed that the rest of humanity will catch up to them in 1,000 years. These individuals may appear to inherit qualities from their parents' quirks, but their abilities are more complex. They typically possess one quirk similar to a parent's and another that is entirely different. The second rare class is known as a super quirk, a type of quirk that seems to possess extraordinary power in some way. This class is so uncommon that only one person, All Might, is publicly known to have possessed such a quirk. One day, a young child was born who fell into both of these rare categories. That boy was Izuku Midoriya, destined to become a legend that would surpass All Might in ways previously unimaginable. His two quirks were space. This quirk allowed Izuku to teleport infinite distances, switch places with anything in his line of sight, and create portals. He could even teleport a part of any non-organic object to a different dimension, making it seem as though he had erased it from existence, with no drawbacks. God's eyes. This quirk granted him the ability to see extremely far, see through objects, detect heat signatures, perceive thoughts, gather information about individuals, assess strength and energy levels, and copy anything he observed, akin to photographic memory. Most importantly, it provided him with telekinesis. His eyes turned red when he used this quirk, and overuse could lead to bleeding. This is the story of his journey to the top. The teacher entered the classroom with a serious expression, ready to discuss the students' future aspirations. He knew they all wanted to be heroes and smiled broadly as the class cheered, showcasing their quirks, except for two students. He reminded them to settle down, emphasizing that using quirks in school was prohibited. As the excitement faded, he glanced at a stack of papers he had brought with him. He exclaimed in surprise upon discovering that Bakugo had applied to UA. Bakugo confirmed this with enthusiasm, noting that Izuku had also applied. The teacher found Izuku's application and announced that the two top students from their school were aiming for UA, prompting the class to cheer for them as they smiled in acknowledgement. Later, after school, Bakugo and Izuku were on their way to Bakugo's home to play video games and train to become heroes when they encountered a slime villain. The villain attacked them, laughing menacingly about having two powerful meat shields. Izuku glared at the villain, his eyes flashing red as he quickly assessed the situation, understanding the villain's strengths and weaknesses. With a flick of his hand, part of the slime villain vanished, creating the illusion of a hole through him. Bakugo smirked, declaring that the villain had messed with the wrong meat shields before launching an explosive attack that incapacitated the villain. After venting his frustration, Izuku used his telekinesis to trap the villain in a bottle he had found nearby. Just as he was about to seal it, he sensed something approaching. All Might suddenly appeared, landing beside the two boys and exclaiming that he would save them, only to realize they had already defeated the villain. Izuku was in awe, as All Might had been his role model since childhood. Bakugo, while pretending to be indifferent, was internally excited. Izuku eagerly requested an autograph from All Might, who graciously obliged and also offered one to Bakugo, who accepted with plans to frame it later. As All Might signed their autographs, he inquired about their high school plans, guessing they were middle school students. They enthusiastically replied that they were aiming for UA, which particularly excited Bakugo. All Might expressed interest, revealing that he would be teaching there starting the following year. Izuku nearly fainted at the thought of being taught by his idol, but he remembered a question he had long wanted to ask. Curious, he asked All Might about his quirk. All Might hesitated, surprised by the question, and was about to deflect when a loud explosion interrupted them. All Might rushed toward the source of the sound, running at normal speed as his time was limited. He was surprised to see Izuku and Bakugo following him. However, as steam began to emit from his body and he coughed up a bit of blood, he sought refuge in a secluded area, hoping to avoid their gaze. While Bakugo was focused on the explosions, Izuku noticed All Might slip away and followed him into an alleyway. There, he saw All Might with his back turned, muttering about how close the situation had been. To Izuku's shock, All Might began to shrink, transforming into a frail version of himself. When All Might turned around, Izuku's jaw dropped in disbelief. He stammered, asking if All Might was truly the hero he admired. All Might stuttered, attempting to explain, but the sound of explosions interrupted them. Izuku insisted that they needed to return, worried about Bakugo being left alone and the potential for others to be in danger. As he dashed back toward the chaos, All Might reflected on Izuku's selflessness, recognizing the young boy's deep admiration and concern for others. As All Might and Izuku rushed back to the site of the explosions, Bakugo observed Empty Lady, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms battling a group of villains wearing bird masks who had attempted to rob a bank. The heroes were struggling, clearly outmatched by the villains. When the three heroes were overwhelmed, the villains attempted to flee before more heroes could arrive. They pushed through the crowd of spectators and collided with Bakugo. One of the villains shouted at Bakugo to move aside. However, Bakugo stood his ground and began to confront the villains alone. As the villains surrounded him, Bakugo found himself losing the fight. Despite this, he continued to resist until it seemed he might collapse from exhaustion. One of the villains expressed disbelief at Bakugo's determination. The crowd, initially cheering for Bakugo, grew concerned as they noticed him starting to falter from overexertion. Just before he fell, a voice called out to him. Izuku quickly teleported into the fray, taking Bakugo's place among the villains. He assessed the situation, identifying the weaknesses of his opponents in an instant. As the villains charged, he calculated their movements, preparing to defend against the incoming attacks. Izuku skillfully dodged each assault and countered effectively, bringing the villains to the ground in defeat. The civilians watched in awe before erupting into cheers for both Izuku and Bakugo. All Might, who had been observing Bakugo while reflecting on his own doubts, was taken aback by Izuku's performance. He wondered how Izuku managed to achieve such feats without even using his quirk. Transforming into his muscular form, All Might leaped into the circle of cheering civilians and addressed Izuku. He asked for the young hero's name. Izuku, feigning a stutter to distance himself from All Might, introduced himself. All Might praised Izuku for his bravery in saving the civilians while he had been occupied. Izuku humbly downplayed his actions, expressing that he believed the pro-heroes and Bakugo deserved the credit for wearing down the villains before him. The reporters, civilians, and especially All Might were impressed by his modesty. All Might contemplated whether this boy could truly be his successor, realizing he needed to observe him a bit longer to be certain. After Izuku managed to escape from the crowd filled with questions, he went straight to Bakugo to check on him, only to find him being interviewed as well. He smiled to himself, relieved that Bakugo was receiving attention, which he had feared might not happen. Bakugo seemed to be taking a long time, so Izuku decided to head home first during a break in the interviews. There were numerous interviews because various news stations had arrived for a full description, and the police were also there to investigate, something Izuku preferred to avoid. As he walked away from the crowd, he noticed more people arriving to see what had happened, and he sighed, thinking about how difficult it would be for Bakugo. Suddenly, he remembered something important he needed to do. He looked at his watch and saw that it was 6:30 p.m. Without hesitation, he ran in the opposite direction, unaware that All Might, in his skeletal form, was following him. When he finally stopped running, he found himself at the hospital. Taking a deep breath, he walked inside. All Might, noticing Izuku's unusual behavior, followed him to a room at the far edge of the hospital, where the beds were located. All Might had to remain outside, knowing he would be caught if he entered the secluded room. Inside, Izuku spoke softly, addressing his mother. He knew she couldn't hear him, but he wanted her to know he was doing well. It was challenging without her, but Bakugo and Aunt Mitsuki had been taking good care of him since the accident. From this, All Might deduced that Izuku's mother had been in an accident, and he was being cared for by Bakugo's family. Concern for Izuku's well-being grew within him. Suddenly, he heard Izuku's voice break as he continued speaking to his mother, revealing his search for the man who had hurt her while she was trying to protect him. He had learned that All Might had defeated the man, despite suffering a terrible injury during the battle, but he discovered that the villain had survived. All Might was taken aback, realizing that Izuku was referring to his battle with All For One 5 years ago. He recalled the chaos of that day, when All For One had exploited All Might's duty as a hero to save people. Their fight had taken them to a less populated suburb, where All Might had been focused on protecting citizens while battling his formidable foe. During the fight, All Might had kicked All For One into a nearby soccer field, but the villain retaliated with a powerful wind attack that sent All Might flying. When he returned, he saw All For One speaking to a woman with green hair. Before he could comprehend the situation, the woman slapped All For One and attempted to flee with a young child. All Might had rushed to intervene, sensing the impending danger, but it was too late. All For One struck the woman, causing her harm as the child cried out. All Might was close enough to hear the villain's chilling words to the boy, assuring him that everything would be fine, even as he expressed sorrow. What shocked All Might the most was when All For One pressed his forehead against the boy's and shed tears. Determined to stop All For One, All Might continued their battle, ultimately winning but sustaining a devastating injury. As he collapsed, he heard All For One's rasping voice, making a desperate request for him to protect the boy. All Might, taken aback, agreed to the request, promising to ensure the boy's safety and well-being. Later, he made sure the mother received the best medical attention possible and that the young boy found a home. He checked on him secretly over the years, feeling a connection to the boy, perhaps due to the sincerity in All For One's voice or the sense that the boy would become something special in the future. Now, All Might realized that Izuku was that very boy, and the revelation nearly overwhelmed him. He listened intently as Izuku continued to share his thoughts with his mother, expressing his determination to learn the villain's story and vowing to become the greatest hero, even surpassing All Might himself. He promised to ensure that no one would endure the same fate as the villain that had caused so much pain. All Might felt his heart race, realizing he had found the perfect successor for One For All, someone who understood the perspective of villains and aimed not only to save people from them but also to save villains from themselves. As he listened further, Izuku continued to recount his thoughts and aspirations. Today, Izuku met All Might and saw his true form. All Might felt a twinge of sadness, fearing that Izuku would see him as a disappointment due to his weakness. However, Izuku expressed admiration, stating that he thought All Might's real form was even cooler than his muscular appearance. He admired All Might's ability to remain selfless, even in a weakened state, and declared that he wanted to be that kind of hero when he grew up. All Might was taken aback. He had never encountered someone with such a pure heart, and he realized he had found the future 9th user of One For All. As Izuku left his home, he gathered his thoughts and noticed a strange absence of presence behind him, likely just a random fan. While walking home at 9 p.m., he noticed a troubling scene unfolding. A young boy, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, was cornered by 5 middle-aged men in an alleyway. Izuku listened in on their conversation. The men were threatening the boy, demanding money. Izuku was appalled that they would target a child. The boy, trembling, declared that he was a Yoroyozu and warned the men that his father would punish them if they harmed him. Izuku was shocked to hear the boy's last name, realizing the implications of being from such a wealthy family. He wondered why the boy was out alone at this hour, seemingly inviting trouble. At that moment, Izuku decided to intervene. He took a deep breath and approached the confrontation, pretending to stagger as if he were intoxicated. The men exchanged confused glances, questioning his state. Izuku played along, slurring his speech and pretending to be disoriented. Taking advantage of their surprise, he swiftly knocked out one of the men with a single punch. The remaining 4 were caught off guard, allowing him to incapacitate 2 more before confronting the last 2. He glared at them menacingly, warning them to leave or face the same fate. The 2 men charged at him recklessly, and he easily dodged their attacks, taking them down with precision. After ensuring that the men were incapacitated but not severely injured, Izuku turned to the frightened boy, who was still watching in fear. The boy pleaded for him to stay away, believing Izuku to be a threat. Realizing the misunderstanding, Izuku smiled and raised his hands to show he meant no harm. The boy backed away until he hit a wall, eyes wide with fear. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out a spare water bottle, opening it and offering it to the boy. He assured him that he was not a villain and only wanted to help. The boy hesitated, questioning whether the water was safe, but Izuku laughed and reassured him. Relieved, the boy accepted the water, and after drinking, Izuku helped him to his feet and led him out of the alleyway and onto the main street, where people were still walking around. As they walked, Izuku asked why the boy had been out alone. The boy initially denied running away but eventually admitted that he felt unloved by his parents, believing it was because he was quirkless. Izuku was surprised and unintentionally raised his voice, expressing disbelief that the boy was quirkless. The boy, feeling vulnerable, asked Izuku not to laugh at him. Izuku promised he wouldn't, revealing that he had also been quirkless once. The boy was astonished, questioning how Izuku could teleport if he had been quirkless. Izuku explained that his quirks had manifested when he was 8 years old, just around the boy's age. The boy's eyes lit up with hope, asking if it was possible for him to be a late bloomer too. Izuku assured him that it was indeed possible and offered to check for him. How was he able to do that? It was part of one of his quirks. He hesitated, asking if I could check for him. I agreed, but warned him that I would see all his memories too. He seemed okay with it, expressing his trust in me. I took a deep breath and delved into his mind, witnessing his life flash before my eyes. I saw a beautiful woman and a strong businessman throughout his memories. They must have been his parents. Just as I was about to move on, I noticed another figure, a girl who looked about my age. She was stunning, and I felt a blush creeping onto my face, not being the best with girls. I decided to respect his privacy and focused on the love his family had for him. Then I discovered his quirk. He bounced with excitement, eager to know what it was. I explained that he had a new quirk called Transform, allowing him to change any non-organic object into another, as long as the volume was similar. His eyes sparkled with joy as he thanked me. I reminded him that it was dangerous out at night and suggested we head home. He agreed, skipping happily beside me. As we walked, I taught him more about his quirk. By the time we reached his home, he had successfully transformed a small pebble into iron. We arrived at a grand mansion surrounded by high metal gates. He led me to the front gate, holding my hand tightly, clearly still a bit scared of the dark. He rang the doorbell, and a bored voice came through the speaker, asking who it was. Chisai responded, and the voice welcomed him back, revealing his identity as the young master. Suddenly, the front door burst open, and 3 figures rushed out, followed by more people behind them. I recognized Chisai's parents and his sister, who was even more beautiful in person. The gate slid open, and his family enveloped him in hugs. The others stood back, observing me with curiosity while trying to appear nonchalant. His mother exclaimed how worried they had been and urged him never to run away again. His father, tears streaming down his face, expressed how they feared they had lost him forever. Chisai's sister playfully slapped him on the head before hugging him tightly, warning him not to do it again. Chisai suddenly broke into tears, surprising his family. His sister, concerned, asked if she had hit him too hard. He explained that he had thought they didn't love him, but now he realized how wrong he was. He apologized for feeling like a bad son, admitting that he had been so focused on being quirkless that he forgot their love. His family exchanged knowing glances, then looked at him with smiles and tears. His mother reassured him that they had always loved him, quirk or not, and they were proud of his growth. Chisai straightened up, declaring that he wasn't quirkless after all. He had discovered his quirk. His family looked surprised, filled with a mix of happiness and doubt. They asked him to demonstrate, and he picked up a small pebble, concentrating before transforming it into iron. His family gasped in shock, while Chisai beamed with pride. His sister asked how this was even possible, and Chisai proudly declared himself a late bloomer. His mother still had a hint of skepticism, asking how he had found out about his quirk. Chisai pointed to me, explaining that I had helped him when he was cornered. Until that moment, I had been standing awkwardly at the edge, happy for Chisai and his family, who hadn't noticed me. I was taken aback when he brought me into the spotlight. Chisai's parents approached cautiously, as if unsure of my intentions, and asked who I was. I explained how I had been walking back from the hospital when I noticed Chisai in trouble, recounting the events of the day. Chisai chimed in with dramatic embellishments, claiming I had knocked out the attackers with one punch. His parents seemed to accept me after a while, thanking me profusely for protecting their son. I reassured them it was no trouble, but I noticed Chisai's sister blushing at me, a small perk of helping others. After a lengthy conversation, it was time for Chisai to go to bed. I felt a bit tired myself after the earlier encounter, and when I yawned, they insisted I stay the night as a way to repay me. I politely declined, assuring them I could make it home. I said my goodbyes, exchanging numbers just in case, and teleported back to my house, only to be met with a punch from Bakugo and his mother. His mother expressed her worry, while Bakugo was upset about missing training together. I apologized repeatedly before heading to my room to rest. The next morning, I had no time to dwell on Chisai or his family. The UA entrance exams were only 10 months away. The following day, Bakugo and I began our serious training, knowing the entrance exams were approaching. We found a secluded forest for our practice, engaging in small one-on-one battles. We were evenly matched as we both knew each other's moves well. Every day, they hit the gym to build their strength, focusing primarily on fighting techniques. 1 month into their training, Kaken received a letter from America. It informed him that a hero recruitment agency had recognized his potential and was offering him a 9-month training workshop in California. Initially, Kaken hesitated to accept, as it meant the two of them would be separated for the longest time since he had moved in with me. Although I knew I would miss him dearly, I managed to convince him, with Mitsuki's support, that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he would regret passing up. Eventually, Bakugo accepted the offer and left Japan the following week. I understood that I needed to intensify my training to keep pace with him, as those who trained in America were known to be exceptionally strong. While taking a break at a nearby cafe, I pondered how I could become stronger and not fall behind Kaken. There were countless methods to enhance my abilities, but I needed to find the most efficient and safe approach. That was when I heard a familiar voice. All Might, in his skeletal form, called out to me from the street next to the cafe. I rushed over to him, feeling a mix of excitement and confusion at the rare encounter with the #1 hero. He suggested we move to a more secluded area to talk, and I eagerly agreed. We walked to a beach littered with trash, where All Might began the conversation. He complimented my recent actions and inquired about my use of the term sensei. I explained that it was the first thing that came to mind to avoid drawing attention to him, apologizing if I had offended him in any way. He reassured me that he was not offended and revealed that he wanted to discuss something important. As he shared the backstory of his quirk, One for All, I listened intently, realizing I might be one of the few who knew the truth about it. When he revealed that he was weakening and wanted to pass on his quirk to me, I gasped in astonishment. It dawned on me that All Might had searched the country for a worthy successor, and I had been chosen. Curiosity struck me, and I asked how One for All was created. All Might hesitated but eventually explained that it originated from a powerful villain who could steal others' quirks. This villain, known as All for One, had created One for All during his rise to power. I connected the dots and asked if the villain he fought 5 years ago was All for One. All Might confirmed my suspicion, and I could see the weight of the past in his expression. He then expressed his regret about not being able to prevent my mother's injury during that battle, admitting that he had frozen in the moment. I felt a mix of emotions as I processed his words. Instead of anger, I admired his honesty and the fact that he had saved many others despite the tragedy. I reassured him that I had never blamed him for my mother's injury and appreciated his efforts to protect others. All Might was taken aback by my response, expecting anger but finding forgiveness instead. He realized he had found the perfect successor for One for All. When I declared my acceptance of the quirk, vowing to use it to combat villainy, his joy was palpable. He transformed into his muscular form and instructed me to eat a strand of his hair, explaining that it would grant me one for all. Although I was hesitant, I accepted it and swallowed it, feeling a mix of doubt and determination. When All Might asked if I felt the power coursing through me, I admitted that I did not. He noted that my body was not yet prepared to HRSS one for all, prompting me to express my confusion about my daily training. He realized that my training focused solely on battle techniques and advised me to incorporate strength training with a clear goal in mind, something that would push me beyond my limits. I resolved to clean the beach, determined to pile up the trash until the coastline was pristine before the UA entrance exams. All Might was shocked by my ambition, doubting I could accomplish such a feat without using my quirk. However, I was confident in my determination. He decided to support me, knowing that even if I didn't succeed, my strength would still increase. As time passed, I dedicated myself to cleaning the coastline, working tirelessly for 3 months since All Might had entrusted me with one for all. By now, half of the work was complete, much to All Might's surprise. One day, All Might was unavailable to watch the training, leaving the protagonist to train alone. The heat became intense, prompting him to remove his shirt and examine the changes in his physique. Before starting this workout under All Might, he had been fit and reasonably muscular. Now, the results of his efforts to clean the coastline were becoming evident. He had developed toned abs, and his muscles were more defined and solid. Although it was slightly embarrassing when people stared at him in tight or muscle shirts, he tried not to dwell on it. While lifting a fridge onto his back, he noticed someone watching from a distance. It appeared to be a girl, but he chose to ignore her and focus on his training. After finishing for the day, feeling very hungry, he grabbed his shirt and water bottle and walked back to the sidewalk. It was lively, with a couple and their young child laughing and talking. He smiled to himself, planning the rest of his day. He intended to jog to a fast food place for dinner and then work on enhancing his quirk strength, which allowed him to levitate but not for long due to the strain it put on his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed the girl who had been watching him jogging from another direction. She seemed unaware of his presence and stopped at the railing overlooking the beach. She expressed her disappointment at missing the chance to talk to him and her curiosity about why he was cleaning the beach, along with a desire to see him again. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as Momo Yaoyorozu, Chizai's sister. He shook his head, trying to dismiss thoughts of her beauty. As he continued down the sidewalk, he caught sight of her crossing the street. To his horror, a car sped toward her, clearly on a collision course. The vehicle was traveling dangerously fast, pursued by police cars with sirens blaring. In a moment of instinct, his body reacted before his mind could process the situation. Momo was crossing the street when she noticed the car racing toward her. A couple with their child yelled at her to watch out, but it was too late. With no time to dodge, she screamed and closed her eyes, bracing for impact. Suddenly, she felt a rush of vertigo and opened her eyes to find herself on the sidewalk, while a boy stood where she had just been. The car had crashed into him, but he appeared unharmed. The car, however, was badly damaged, smoke billowing from the engine. The occupants inside stared in shock at the boy, and Momo looked closely to understand why. It was Izuku. He was shirtless and sweating, his hand inches from the car's crumpled bumper, yet he bore no injuries. When she saw his eyes, she understood the fear reflected in the faces of the people in the car. His eyes were a dark, blood red, filled with an unsettling intensity. She called out to him, realizing he was not moving. He turned to her, and as he acknowledged her presence, his eyes shifted back to their usual green, though blood trickled from the corners as if he were crying blood. He greeted her casually, as if the situation were normal. Despite the unsettling sight, his voice brought her a strange sense of comfort. He smiled at her before turning back to the people in the car, his eyes flashing red again before returning to green. Suddenly, police cars surrounded the scene, and officers emerged with their weapons drawn. They ordered him to raise his hands, and he complied, turning to face them. While one officer kept his gun trained on Izuku, the others approached the car, forcing the masked occupants out. The police began questioning Izuku about how he had stopped the car when a hissing sound emanated from it. Momo noticed and instinctively hid behind a fence, but the officers seemed oblivious. She shouted a warning, pointing at the car as Izuku turned to see it was on fire. The officers' faces paled, and they began to retreat from the flaming vehicle. Just as she felt relief, she saw Izuku running toward the car. Confusion filled her mind as she realized a small child, who had been nearby during the near accident, was now close to the burning car. The child's parents were frantically calling for him to return, but they were too far away to reach him in time. The fire had already reached the engine, and an explosion seemed imminent. Momo turned away, her ears ringing from the blast. When she looked back, the car was in ruins, but Izuku and the boy were nowhere to be seen. She saw the parents weeping as the police, who had taken cover, cautiously peeked out from behind their cars. Desperately, she searched for Izuku, but he had vanished. I then noticed the shirt that he had been wearing during training, now in tatters on the ground, and I panicked, thinking that was all that remained of him. But wait, he hadn't been wearing his shirt earlier. What had happened? I questioned myself, but suddenly I heard someone behind me. I turned and saw Izuku standing there with the small boy, right where his shirt had been. He was panting and was directly behind me. He set down the small boy, who ran to his parents, who were crying in relief. Izuku stared at the torn shirt near the car, murmuring to himself about how it had been his favorite workout shirt. I stood up to face him, but I miscalculated our distance. When I stood, our noses were almost touching, and I was close enough to count his freckles and admire his beautiful green eyes. A blush crept onto my cheeks as I noticed him turning red as well. He stuttered adorably, acknowledging my presence. At that moment, the shock of what had just happened, combined with our proximity and his shirtless state, made my knees buckle. The last thing I remembered was him catching me and looking at me with concern. He checked my forehead with the back of his hand, remarking on my flushed face. As I fainted, I collapsed into his arms. When I fainted, Izuku instinctively caught me. While I rested in his arms, he studied my face, noting how peaceful I looked in my sleep. Realizing he was invading my privacy, he looked away and tried to wake me. He called my name, urging me to wake up and return home, but there was no response. Panic set in as he thought about what to do. He couldn't just leave me there, that wouldn't be right. He considered taking me to my house, but worried about how my parents might react. Finally, he decided to take me to his home until I woke up, knowing that Bakugo's parents were away for 3 weeks. After putting on a spare shirt, he picked me up and started heading home when he was interrupted by a couple expressing their gratitude. They thanked him for saving their child, saying they didn't know what they would do without little Akagi and that they were forever in his debt. Izuku smiled and assured them it was no problem. He then noticed the little boy he had saved earlier, who was crying. Concerned, he asked why the boy was upset. The little boy explained that he felt responsible for what had happened, apologizing for his curiosity. The couple looked nervous, fearing Izuku would blame their son. For a moment, his expression was unreadable, but then he bent down to the boy's level, patting his head gently. He reassured him that it was okay to be curious and encouraged him to always keep his head up and face his troubles with a smile. The boy's frown began to lift, and Izuku added a light-hearted reminder to stay away from flaming cars in the future. The little boy nodded and hugged Izuku, thanking him with a bright smile. Izuku watched them leave with a smile of his own, then turned to see that I had woken up and was watching him comfort the young boy. I smiled at him, but when our eyes met, I quickly looked away, blushing. Izuku greeted me with a smile, and I responded, thinking to myself about how infectious and heartwarming his smile was. He expressed concern, asking if I had a cold or something. I lied, saying I didn't know what had happened, just that I had passed out. As he continued to look at me with concern, we were interrupted by a news team approaching him. They recognized him as the hero who had caught the criminals and saved 2 people. They requested an interview, and Izuku agreed. As the news team prepared their cameras, the reporter recognized him from a previous incident and commented on his tendency to save people. Izuku nervously smiled and nodded in agreement. I watched from a distance, feeling admiration for him. He truly was a hero. During the interview, he answered many questions, including one that everyone wanted to know: why he chose to save people. He paused for a moment, then faced the camera with a heartwarming smile. He expressed that every life he saved was more valuable than money or fame. He couldn't bear the thought of not saving someone when he had the power to do so, equating inaction to the loss of a precious life. He vowed to use all his strength to save as many lives as possible, even at the cost of his own. The reporter and the crowd that had gathered were stunned by his words, and it was clear that everyone had heard his heartfelt declaration. Around Japan, millions of citizens and heroes heard his words on television and were stunned, inspired. After the crowd quieted down, the reporter asked his final question about his goal as a hero. Izuku thought for a moment before responding, expressing his desire to end the cycle of violence that plagued the world. He explained that the ongoing battle between heroes and villains was not as straightforward as it seemed. Stopping villains only led to their return and more crimes, leaving innocents caught in the crossfire. Instead, he believed the focus should be on preventing crimes before they happened, giving villains a chance to live normal lives. This was his vision as a hero. If everyone across Japan had been stunned before, they were now in shock. The resolve in Izuku's voice inspired millions, and his honest, inclusive view of heroism resonated deeply. Many hero schools began to use him as an example of the ideal hero mindset, and his innovative approach to saving even villains became the subject of extensive study. That day, Izuku Midoriya gained fame and recognition, heralded as the next great hero whose ideals could transform the country into one of peace. The following morning, the clip of the interview was released by the news and spread rapidly. The world beyond Japan learned of Izuku's words, making the clip a trending topic internationally. A separate clip of him comforting a little boy also went viral, further elevating his reputation. 3 months later, Izuku had completed cleaning the beach. When All Might saw the extent of his work, he was astonished. He expressed his disbelief at Izuku's dedication, and Izuku felt a blush of pride at the compliment. All Might encouraged him to try using One for All, guiding him through the process. Izuku attempted to follow the instructions, and with a powerful punch, he created a strong gust of wind that parted the ocean. However, the force of the punch caused his arm to break, revealing that he still needed to build strength. All Might praised his effort but insisted they find help for his arm. After a quick journey to UA, an elderly woman treated Izuku's injury with a gentle kiss, healing him completely. All Might then suggested he take a break from training for the day, leaving Izuku to ponder his next steps. Unsure of what to do, he decided to head home. On his way, he spotted Momo on the sidewalk. Over time, they had grown closer, sharing meals and conversations. He decided to surprise her by sneaking up from behind, but overheard her talking to herself about her feelings for someone. Confused, he approached her and startled her with a playful, "Go." Momo reacted with surprise, and after realizing it was him, she laughed, promising to get him back. Curious about her earlier thoughts, Izuku asked who she had been talking about. Momo appeared flustered and denied it was anyone important. To ease the tension, he invited her to grab a bite to eat, and she agreed. After enjoying a meal together, they discussed their interests, including heroes. As their conversation continued, Izuku lost track of time and realized it was already 7 p.m. He hurriedly announced that he had to leave, and Momo echoed his sentiment before they parted ways. After she left, he sighed, reflecting on the day. Momo couldn't shake the thoughts of Izuku from her mind. She liked him, but it seemed he only viewed her as a friend. The fear of risking their friendship held her back, even as her heart raced whenever he was near. With the UA entrance exams approaching in 2 months, she knew she needed to focus on her training. Although she was already accepted through recommendations, she was determined to prepare herself for the upcoming school year. Upon arriving home, she resolved to train hard and avoid visiting Izuku's training sessions, as they were too distracting. She needed clarity of mind. Izuku, on the other hand, tried to push thoughts of Momo aside as he focused on his own training. He visited his mother at the hospital, where he contemplated the best way to utilize One for All. After several hours of reflection, he concluded that using his legs would be more effective than his arms, given their strength. He also realized he could distribute the power of One for All throughout his entire body rather than concentrating it in one area. When he called All Might to share his insights, his mentor expressed surprise at his rapid progress, noting that he could safely use up to 58% of One for All without worrying about repercussions. Izuku felt a surge of happiness at his swift advancement. Returning home, he prepared for a rigorous training regimen over the next 2 months leading up to the exams. Following All Might's recommendations, he increased his power to 20% within a month and 3 weeks. Although he hadn't seen much of Momo during this time, his focus on becoming stronger kept him from noticing her absence. With just 2 days left until the exam, Izuku went to sleep, knowing he would need the rest. The next day marked Kaken's return from America, and he eagerly anticipated testing his newfound strength against his friends. At the airport near Hosu, Izuku, Aunt Mitsuki, and Uncle Masaru waited for Bakugo. With the UA entrance exams looming, he brought along small dumbbells to work out his arms while they waited. Suddenly, he heard a young voice calling out to him from behind. Turning around, he spotted Chisai running toward him, waving excitedly, with Momo and her parents following closely behind. Chisai leaped into a hug, and Izuku felt a mix of confusion and joy. Chisai explained that he and his family were waiting for his uncle. As Momo and her parents caught up, Momo's mother greeted Izuku warmly, while her father exclaimed about Izuku's newfound fame after the incident with the car. Izuku felt the eyes of onlookers on him, a reminder of his recent notoriety. After greeting Momo's father, he turned to Momo, feeling a hint of awkwardness as they hadn't seen each other in person for 2 months due to his training. Momo seemed flustered, and Izuku wondered if she was feeling unwell. Kaken's parents observed the interaction with astonishment, having learned of Izuku's fame while in America. They were surprised but supportive, reminding him to stay humble. Momo's father introduced himself and Momo's mother to Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Mayuri, who were still processing the situation. Aunt Mitsuki whispered to Izuku, expressing surprise that he was on speaking terms with the Yaoyorozu family. Izuku sheepishly admitted it had slipped his mind. As they returned to the Yaoyorosis, Ukitaka attempted to make conversation, but Aunt Mitsuki clarified that they were only caring for Izuku while his mother was in the hospital. Kirina, curious, inquired about his mother's condition, prompting Izuku to share the story of his past without mentioning All Might or All for One. The Yaoyorosis expressed their sympathy, but Izuku reassured them that he was okay. It hadn't been traumatic for him. While the adults conversed, Izuku engaged with Chisai and Momo, who were curious about his heroic deeds. Just as he was about to answer one of Chisai's questions, the doors opened, signaling the arrival of the flight from America. Anticipation filled the air as he turned his attention to the entrance, ignoring the curious looks from Chisai and Momo. After several passengers disembarked, Izuku spotted the familiar sandy hair he had missed. He called out to Kaken, who grinned widely and rushed toward him. As they approached each other, they both instinctively pulled back their fists to playfully punch one another, resulting in a light-hearted moment of laughter. They then returned to Momo and Chisai, who watched in confusion. Izuku proudly introduced Kaken as his brother, excited to share this moment with his friends. After introductions, Aunt Mitsuki approached and playfully tapped the tops of our heads, chiding us for making a scene as onlookers turned their attention to her. Once Momo's uncle arrived, we decided to head to a fancy restaurant together. As we settled into the car, Kaken glanced at me and chuckled, prompting my nervousness. I wondered what was coming next. He teased about my relationship status, asking when I had gotten a girlfriend. My face flushed as I quickly denied it, feeling embarrassed. Kaken insisted it was obvious that Momo and I liked each other. I attempted to redirect the conversation, asking about his training in America, to which he replied that he focused on strength and battle training. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Ukitaka mentioned that he had reserved seats for us, which made me think about how wealthy he must be. While we enjoyed our meal, Aunt Mitsuki inquired about how Karina had met me. Karina explained that I had saved her son's life and later helped her daughter. Meanwhile, Kaken had turned his attention to Chisai, leaving Momo and me to chat quietly. Kaken smirked and told us to talk among ourselves, and I realized his intention, feeling frustrated. Momo asked what was happening, and I explained that Kaken thought we were dating and was trying to push us together. Her cheeks turned bright red, and she reacted with surprise. I reassured her that Kakin was just joking, even as I felt my own face heat up. After finishing our meal, we parted ways, and I quickly fell asleep when I got home, distracted by thoughts of Kakin and Momo, forgetting that the UA entrance exams were the next day. The following day, I stood in front of the impressive UA school, filled with excitement. As we entered, I noticed people staring at Kakin and me. Kakin, annoyed by the attention, shouted at the onlookers, while I sighed, wishing I hadn't made that speech on camera that had drawn so much attention. After completing the written exams, Kakin and I sat next to each other in a large auditorium. Present Mike, the teacher and hero, addressed the crowd, explaining the format for the practical exams, which involved 4 types of robots: 1-pointer, 2-pointer, and 3-pointer. Suddenly, a student raised a hand, questioning the number of robot types. Present Mike clarified that the 4th type was the 0-pointer, which had no points but was still part of the exam. Once we received our assignments, I was sent to City A, while Kakin went to City B. He reminded me not to mess up as he left. Upon entering the simulated city, a buzzer sounded, signaling the start of the exam. I quickly teleported to the area and targeted a group of 3-pointers, using my space quirk to disable them. As I accumulated points, I reached 100 and decided to take a break, realizing it wouldn't be fair to defeat all the robots myself. Soon, the exam concluded as the remaining robots were defeated, but then the ground shook. We all turned to see a dozen gigantic 0-pointers approaching, causing panic among the students. I activated my eye quirk to assess the situation and noticed 10 people who couldn't escape. 9 were being helped, but 1 girl was dangerously close to a robot. I dashed towards her, teleporting just in time to save her from being crushed. With her safely in my arms, I teleported back to the others and set her down. I checked again for any remaining injured, but there were none. Present Mick's voice echoed, revealing a twist. The exam wasn't over until all the 0-pointers were defeated. Everyone rushed to engage the robots, eager to impress the teachers, but I chose to help the injured instead, prioritizing their safety over the competition. Izuku placed the robots next to each other and crouched down to take a small breather. He retrieved eye drops from his pocket and applied them to his eyes to relieve the dryness. As he watched, everyone teamed up against 1 robot and managed to defeat it. However, they seemed too exhausted to continue fighting and collapsed from fatigue. Izuku thought to himself that the situation felt anticlimactic. He wondered if they were really that weak or if he had simply grown accustomed to stronger individuals. He expressed his desire to go home, standing up and stretching. With a flick of his hand, he teleported into the air in front of all the remaining robots and erased half of their heads, causing them to crash. Recognizing this as good training for One for All, he decided to destroy the rest of the robots using 30% of One for All in his legs. After defeating them, he teleported back to where everyone was, but suddenly collapsed. Realizing he had overexerted himself, he regained some energy with the help of others. He glanced at the camera, knowing Present Mike and the teachers were watching. He mentioned feeling sleepy and asked if he could go home. Present Mick's voice responded from a nearby loudspeaker, granting him permission. As he started to walk away, a guy with glasses who had interrupted Present Mike spoke up, asking for his name. Izuku introduced himself, stifling a yawn. He heard gasps from the crowd as they recognized him from television, and he smiled to himself, realizing that being famous had its advantages. The next day, Izuku and Kakin received a letter from UA after dinner. When they opened it, a hologram of All Might appeared. He congratulated them, revealing that they had both passed their tests with flying colors. Kakin had set a record for villain points, earning 300, but there was a twist. Hero points were awarded based on how much they saved others. Kakin received none, which made him smile, while Izuku had set a record for hero points, earning combined with his villain points. He achieved the highest overall score of 310, while Kakin secured second place. Izuku and Kakin exchanged laughter, so much so that Aunt Mitsuki had to yell at them to quiet down. Kakin gave Izuku a fist bump, and the reality of being accepted into his dream school finally sank in. When they shared the news with Aunt Mitsuki, she expressed her happiness and pride, hugging them tightly before changing her tone and commanding them to do the dishes. They quickly scrambled to complete the task, not wanting to upset her. The following day, Izuku and Kaken walked to school together, managing to reach UA without interruptions regarding Izuku's earlier comments. However, upon arriving at the entrance, All Might appeared out of nowhere and called out to Izuku, asking if they could talk for a moment. Izuku glanced at Kaken, who nodded for him to go ahead. All Might congratulated Izuku on his impressive performance against the robots, expressing pride in his calm problem-solving skills. As fans began to approach All Might for autographs, Izuku made his way to his class. He got lost multiple times and accidentally walked into a classroom labeled Class 3A, where older students turned to stare at him. A blonde-haired student with a cartoonish face asked if he was lost. Izuku admitted he was. The student introduced himself as Mirio Togata and asked which class he was trying to find. Izuku replied that he was looking for Class 1. Mirio smiled and attempted to give directions but ultimately admitted he didn't know the way. Another student with dark purple hair, resting his head on his desk, groaned at the thought of talking to strangers. Just then, a girl with long sky blue hair excitedly raised her hand, eager to help. Mirio encouraged her to share the directions, and she began explaining enthusiastically. Mirio suggested she show Izuku instead, which he appreciated since he had trouble following her directions. The girl happily agreed and led him downstairs and through hallways until they arrived at Class 1A. She proudly announced their arrival, and Izuku thanked her, surprised by her enthusiasm as she turned to head back to her class. He was left pondering how she knew his name, realizing he hadn't introduced himself. Perhaps it was part of her quirk, he mused. Izuku took a deep breath and began to open the door when he heard someone behind him. A girl's voice called out, "Izuku?" He turned around, expecting to see Kaken playing a prank, but the person he saw was not who he anticipated at all. Meanwhile, in Class 3, Mirio asked Nijire how her encounter with Izuku went. Nijire responded that he was polite but seemed nervous. Mirio pressed further, wondering if she thought he was as strong as Sir had suggested. Nijire confidently affirmed that Izuku had a powerful presence and might indeed live up to the hype surrounding him. Mirio expressed his interest in watching Izuku's progress, feeling he would become a great hero, especially since Sir had asked him to keep an eye on him. Amajiki, who had been listening, added that he felt something special radiating from Izuku. Nijire was impressed that even Amajiki felt this way, and she quickly shifted the topic to the exciting news that All Might would be teaching at their school. Back with Izuku, he was surprised to see Momo. She expressed her surprise at seeing him at UA, noting that he hadn't mentioned it. Izuku admitted that it must have slipped his mind, and they both realized they were in the same class. Momo explained she had gotten in through recommendations, which impressed Izuku. He asked how she had done on the exams, and when she learned he had placed first, she praised him. Izuku wished he could have received a recommendation as well. Just then, the bell rang, signaling that students needed to be in class. Izuku and Momo entered the classroom and immediately attracted a lot of attention. Izuku wondered why everyone was staring when he noticed Kaken arguing with a boy wearing glasses. The glasses boy was trying to maintain order, while Kaken threatened him in his usual fiery manner. Sensing the tension, Izuku stepped in to defuse the situation, asking what was going on. The glasses boy introduced himself as Tenya Ida and enthusiastically shook Izuku's hand. Izuku introduced himself in return, surprised by Ida's energy. He then approached Kaken, reminding him that putting his feet on the desk was disrespectful. Kaken reluctantly complied, and Izuku felt relieved. However, the class erupted with questions about his speech and his abilities, overwhelming him. Just then a figure appeared at the doorway, drawing everyone's attention. It was a man emerging from a yellow sleeping bag, introducing himself as Aizawa, their teacher. He instructed them to change into gym clothes and meet him outside. Once outside, Aizawa turned to Kaken and asked about his middle school softball throw. Kaken confidently stated it was 67 meters. Aizawa instructed him to throw the ball again, this time using his quirk for added power. Kaken unleashed an explosive throw, sending the ball soaring into the sky, shouting a battle cry as he did so. The class was stunned when Aizawa revealed the distance, 2 kilometers. Everyone was shocked, realizing Kakin had become significantly stronger. Aizawa informed them that they could use their quirks for the fitness test, but warned that the student with the lowest overall marks would be expelled. The tests began with the long jump, where Izuku excelled thanks to One for All, followed closely by Kakin. In the grip strength test, Izuku placed second to Shoji, who had an impressive score. The 50-meter dash followed, and Izuku again took first place, using his quirk to teleport ahead, with Ida coming in right after him. It was shaping up to be a challenging day ahead. During the sideways jump, Izuku continuously teleported and achieved the top score. Finally, they reached the final test, the pitch. Katsuki managed an impressive score of 2,200 meters, likely due to his sweaty hands from all the exercises. When it was Izuku's turn, he decided to try something different. Instead of using One for All, he created a portal that led to the other side of the planet. He simply dropped the ball through the portal, earning the second highest score of 40,000 kilometers. The top score was claimed by a brown-haired girl with a gravity quirk named Ochiko, who achieved infinity. Aizawa seemed to approve of Izuku's method, and Izuku could have sworn he saw a smile on his teacher's face. After the pitching test concluded, Aizawa handed out the scoring sheet. The top 5 scores were as follows: Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Todoroki Shudo, Momo Yaoyuruzu, Tenya Ida. The list continued until the last name, which was Mineta Minoru. Upon realizing he would be expelled, Mineta began to cry, prompting Izuku to approach him and offer comfort. He encouraged Mineta to use this setback as motivation to grow stronger. He reminded Mineta that whenever he felt like giving up, he should raise his head and smile, assuring him that this was not the end and that he believed in him. Mineta stopped crying and looked at Izuku with newfound determination. He declared that he would hold his head high and push through the pain, expressing his resolve with a small smile. Izuku felt a sense of pride as he heard applause from behind him. Turning around, he saw Aizawa genuinely smiling. Aizawa remarked that part of being a hero was learning to cope with failure. He informed Mineta that, because he had shown resilience, he would not be expelled. Initially stunned, Mineta soon began jumping with joy, causing laughter among his classmates. Aizawa added that being a hero was not just about fighting and rescuing but also about comforting those they saved, as that could be what truly helps them in the end. After this, Aizawa gave Izuku a small nod of approval, which surprised him, as he had thought Aizawa never approved of anything. However, Aizawa quickly reverted to his usual demeanor, instructing everyone to get to class in 5 minutes, reminding them that heroes had no time to waste and that the last one back would have to clean the classroom during lunch. Izuku sighed as he teleported to class, realizing that the hero course was indeed more challenging than he had anticipated. From Momo's perspective, hearing Izuku's comforting words to Mineta sparked a sense of déjà vu. She recalled the last time he had said something similar to the boy involved in the car incident. Old feelings began to resurface, causing her heart to flutter. As she looked around the classroom, she noticed many classmates admired Izuku, but some of the girls had looks of affection on their faces. A pang of jealousy struck her as she thought about how they viewed her Izuku. She shook her head in frustration, questioning when she had become so protective and how he had come to be her Izuku. Later, during lunch, the students from Class 1A gathered in the cafeteria, except for Izuku, Mineta, and Bakugo. Mineta had come in last during the race back to class, so he was tasked with cleaning. Izuku stayed behind to help him, feeling sympathetic, while Bakugo claimed he wasn't hungry and went off alone. The group began discussing their quirks when Izuku and Mineta ran toward them. Izuku greeted everyone with a smile that melted the hearts of the girls watching. They had finished cleaning early since it was only the first day, so they joined the others for lunch. Many girls tried to make space for him, but he chose an empty spot between Momo and Kaminari. Due to the tight seating, his arm brushed against hers, and their shoulders touched. As they explained their quirks, Momo found herself distracted, noticing how well-defined Izuku's physique was. Suddenly, someone asked him about his quirk, and everyone leaned in closer, eager to hear more. Momo realized she had never asked him about his quirks in detail before. Izuku explained that he technically had 3 quirks. Momo looked at him, surprised, as she had thought he only had 2. he gave her an expression that indicated he would explain later. He described his first quirk, called Space, which allowed him to create portals and teleport. He also discovered he could switch places with objects and rearrange non-organic items. Initially, he thought it wasn't an attack-type quirk, but he realized he could send inanimate objects to another dimension. While this made sense to Momo, she noticed some classmates seemed confused. Izuku noticed this too and simplified his explanation, stating he could essentially erase things that weren't alive. Still, many remained puzzled, so he turned to Momo and asked her to create a piece of wood. She happily obliged, crafting a block of wood the size of a binder and handing it to him. With a smile, he demonstrated his quirk by pointing at the block of wood and flicking upwards. Instantly, the middle section vanished, leaving clean cuts on either side. The classmates finally understood, expressing their amazement at his abilities. After they quieted down, Izuku smiled and mentioned that his second quirk was even cooler, piquing everyone's interest. Momo noticed Bakugo entering from a hallway, taking a seat between Mineta and Uraraka. Izuku continued, explaining that his second quirk was in his eyes, called God's Eyes, which allowed him to see anything. Izuku possessed an extraordinary ability that allowed him to see through walls, detect heat signatures, and perceive his surroundings in a full 360 degrees. He could observe from great distances, identify strengths and weaknesses, and even anticipate thoughts and actions before they occurred. When he activated this quirk, his eyes turned red, but overusing it caused discomfort and even bleeding. There was one aspect of his quirk he had yet to master: telekinesis through his eyes. However, using it for more than 3 seconds would lead to pain and dryness, eventually resulting in bleeding. The class fell silent, taken aback by his revelation. Some expressed their amazement at his abilities, while others were curious about the origins of his 2 quirks. Izuku smiled, acknowledging their excitement, but when asked about a third quirk, he hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Just then, the bell rang, prompting him to cheerfully announce that there was no time to discuss further before he hurried off. His classmates exchanged glances, puzzled by his abruptness, while Izuku's close friend, Bakugo, approached him with concern. Bakugo, sensing something was amiss, inquired if Izuku had shared everything. He expressed his unease, noting that Izuku had never kept secrets from him before, suggesting that whatever was hidden was significant. Izuku silently agreed but resolved to respect his friend's privacy, believing that whatever Izuku was concealing was important to him. As the week progressed, Izuku felt Bakugo's persistent curiosity about his secret. Despite the pressure, he remained committed to his promise to All Might, managing to keep his secret safe. Most of the public had forgotten about his recent news appearance, which he appreciated. He also enjoyed strong friendships with his classmates, particularly with Bakugo, Uraraka, Ida, and Momo. One morning, while conversing with Momo in class, Aizawa entered and instructed them to change into their hero costumes and meet him at the front of the school by 8. When asked why, he simply stated they would be participating in a hero training simulation. Excitement filled the room as Kaminari eagerly questioned what was happening. Ida, ever the leader, urged everyone to hurry. After changing, Momo and Izuku walked ahead of the others, discussing their weekend plans. Momo proposed attending a local festival, and Izuku, blushing, eagerly accepted the invitation. Momo found his reaction endearing, while Izuku wondered if it could be considered a date, quickly dismissing the thought. When the rest of the class arrived at the front of the school, they found Aizawa waiting with a bus. He informed them they were heading to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ, and hinted at some special guests joining them. As they traveled, Tsuyu, sitting in front of Izuku, asked about his third quirk, which had been left unexplained during their previous discussion. Caught off guard, Izuku stammered that it was a body enhancement quirk, assuring them it was entirely natural and not inherited. His classmates stared in confusion, except for Momo and Bakugo, who understood him better. Uraraka requested clarification, and Izuku reiterated that it was simply a body enhancement quirk. Tsuyu questioned why he hadn't mentioned it before, and Izuku explained he was surprised by the sudden inquiry. The class accepted his explanation and resumed their chatter, allowing Izuku to breathe a sigh of relief at having avoided revealing All Might's secret, at least for the moment. Momo, curious about his earlier comment, pressed him about the third quirk. Just as Izuku began to respond, Aizawa interrupted, announcing their arrival. The class disembarked from the bus, taking in the sight of a massive domed arena-like building before them. The building appeared to have advanced, modern technology, but it was difficult to discern from the outside. Ida expressed his awe to Aizawa, inquiring if this was all part of the school grounds. Aizawa confirmed it with a simple nod. Upon reaching the entrance, the class noticed 4 individuals waiting. One wore a hero costume resembling an astronaut, another donned a white costume reminiscent of All Might, complete with slicked-back blonde hair and a cartoonish face. The third had long blue hair cascading to her waist, styled into 2 spirals where her horns would be if she had any. Her skin-tight costume featured white, blue, and hints of green. The last individual was mostly concealed by a white and purple costume, with a hood covering his head and a purple mask around his eyes. As the class approached, Aizawa halted them to introduce the 4 individuals. He gestured toward them, stating that they would be supervising the exercise. He began with 13, the astronaut-like figure, who was a teacher at UA and also a pro hero. 13 waved at the students, and since he was relatively famous, Aizawa chose not to elaborate further. Next, Aizawa introduced the Big 3, the top 3 students at UA, whose skills surpassed most pro heroes. He emphasized the importance of respecting them, as they were there to help supervise the exercise. He introduced Amajiki, whose quirk was Manifest, allowing him to manifest his limbs into any part of whatever he had eaten, as long as it remained in his digestive system. Amajiki waved half-heartedly but faltered and bowed his head shyly. Aizawa noted his extreme shyness, advising the class to choose their words wisely around him. Then, Aizawa introduced Nijire, who possessed the quirk Surge, enabling her to convert her vitality into energy for attacks, defense, and even flight. He warned the class that she was quite talkative and would likely ask many questions. True to form, Nijire began darting around the students, firing off questions like a rapid-fire barrage. She asked Shoji about his mask, Todoroki about his burns, and continued with a flurry of inquiries about their appearances and abilities, her curiosity bubbling over. Aizawa sighed, urging her to hold off for the moment, but Nijire pouted, pleading for just one more question. Aizawa relented, and she approached Izuku, staring intently into his eyes, causing him to blush. She asked about his quirk and whether he was All Might's secret love child, leaving Izuku stunned and speechless. Nijire laughed, revealing it was a joke and that they had done their research on him, much to the surprise of the class. Meanwhile, Izuku struggled to recall that he had met the Big 3 on his first day of school. Suddenly, the arrival of a bus interrupted their conversation as Class 1B emerged with their teacher, Vlad King. They were another first-year hero class, relatively evenly matched with Class 1A. After some socializing and introductions, Vlad King commanded their attention, explaining that the 2 classes would be working together in the future to build relationships rather than prejudices. Aizawa informed the students that All Might was delayed and that 13 would take over from there. As 13 opened the door, both classes entered the USJ, gasping at the sight before them. It resembled a collection of the world's disasters, featuring areas for floods, landslides, fires, mountains, storms, and even the ruins of a city, all connected by a central plaza. While 13 explained the simulation, a black portal began to open in the central plaza. Kirishima, feeling anxious, questioned what was happening. The students stared in shock as villain-like figures emerged from the portal. Kirishima excitedly remarked on the presence of fake villains, looking to the pro heroes and the Big 3 for guidance. Izuku, bewildered, asked Aizawa what was going on. Aizawa, Vlad King, and the Big 3 stepped forward, preparing for action. Aizawa donned yellow goggles, Amajiki pulled up his hood, and Vlad King cracked his knuckles. Aizawa instructed 13 to protect the students while Mirio and Nijire assisted him. He and Amajiki, alongside Vlad King, charged toward the villains, ready to distract them. Amidst the chaos, Mineta voiced his panic, questioning what was happening. Are those real villains? 13 tried to calm the class down, but their reactions mirrored Mineta's complete shock. 13 urged the children to listen, emphasizing that there was no point in just talking about it. Their teachers and Amajiki could handle the situation. Aizawa had left him, Mirio, and Nijire behind because saving the students was a priority. He implored them not to let their teacher's efforts be in vain and encouraged them to follow him toward the door. As they moved, the portal reappeared, taking on a misty form with glowing eyes. "I'm afraid I can't let you leave right now," the portal figure said, expanding until it enveloped them. Bakugo and Kirishima rushed toward the source of the mist, but their attacks had no effect. "My job is to scatter you and torment you until All Might arrives," the portal figure declared. In an instant, everyone was teleported to different areas of the building, leaving only 13 Ida, Uraraka, Mina, Shoji, and some Class 1B students behind. Looks like some of you slipped through my grasp. Whatever, I can deal with you personally," the portal figure muttered to himself. 13, with a hint of panic, asked what the figure was trying to do. The portal figure smirked at the hero. "Well, to eliminate the symbol of peace, All Might. The kids are just an added bonus," he replied, his voice laced with malice. Izuku's perspective shifted as he reflected on the chaos. They had been preparing for the USJ when the villains attacked, and everything had happened so quickly that he struggled to process it. The professionals and the Big Three had responded immediately, showcasing the power of experience. Now, he found himself surrounded by villains in a mountainous area with Tsuyu and Jiraiya. He reminded himself to stay calm and analyze the situation. The villains had entered through the warp gate, which meant the sensors hadn't detected them indoors. They must have someone jamming their communication, as his phone was useless. This indicated they feared something. He recalled the portal figure mentioning a goal to eliminate All Might, who was not present. The villains' actions suggested two possibilities. Either they were reckless or they had someone capable of defeating All Might. Normally, he would assume they were crazy, but their organization hinted at a more serious threat, especially since they had managed to jam communications. Izuku observed Aizawa, Vlad King, and Amajiki battling the main group of villains. Watching the fight confirmed his theory about the villains' weaknesses, but he noticed a few who concerned him. Tsuyu caught his attention, asking if he was okay. He realized he had been mumbling his thoughts aloud, and the villains were now looking at him with confusion. One villain accused him of calling them weak, while another threatened to teach him a lesson. Despite his attempt to negotiate, the villains ignored him and charged. 5 minutes later, he wiped sweat from his forehead, relieved that the fight in the central plaza was going well. Mirio and Nijire had joined the fray, easily overpowering the villains. He shared their goal of reaching the main entrance with Tsuyu and Jiraiya, and they agreed to move quickly. They navigated through the ruins of the city to avoid the central plaza. As they approached the entrance, Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. Turning back, he saw the fight in the central plaza, and what he witnessed made his heart race. Aizawa, Vlad King, and the Big Three were down, suffering from severe injuries. Aizawa lay in a pool of blood, Vlad King had a broken arm, and Mirio clutched his stomach in pain. Amajiki was unconscious in a small crater, and Nijire was in the grip of a massive villain with a beak and exposed brain. Izuku's friends gasped in horror as they realized the gravity of the situation. The villain was poised to strike Nijire, and Izuku felt paralyzed by fear. He knew he should help, but his body wouldn't move. He needed to warn the teachers, but the urgency of the moment weighed heavily on him. Just as the villain prepared to deliver a devastating blow, a sword pierced its chest, halting the attack. Kirishima shouted in surprise, and Izuku activated his quirk, spotting Momo behind the monster, sword in hand. "Momo! What's going on?" he exclaimed, astonished. Kaken shouted in frustration, demanding answers, but Kirishima cheered, believing the villain was defeated. However, Izuku sensed that the villain was still a threat. I whispered quietly, wondering if Momo was regenerating. I watched in horror as she let go of her sword and tried to escape. The villain was about to strike her when something inside me snapped. The image of Momo defeated by the villain filled my mind, blood flowing from her head, Her skull caved in. Those thoughts replayed as time seemed to slow down. I couldn't let her die. I had to do something, but how? I wasn't strong enough to fight that villain. Then it struck me. Momo knew she was likely to die, yet she still intervened. I recalled my words to the world. If I have the power to save someone and I don't, how will I live with myself? I would use all the strength I had to save as many people as possible, even if it cost me my life. A slight smile crossed my face at the irony as I teleported in front of the monster, just in time. Before the massive villain could punch Momo, I scooped her up and dodged the blow, utilizing one for all. I had learned to harness 35% of my power, even if it caused me some pain for short bursts. It was just enough to evade the villain's punch, though I felt the rush of wind from it. I set Momo down and smiled reassuringly, asking if she was okay. She blushed and replied that she was fine, thanks to me, but admitted she had been scared for a moment. I laughed and patted her head, surprising both of us. Momo's face turned bright red, and I felt my own cheeks heat up as I realized what I had done. I had been thinking about what All Might would do, and here I was, patting her head. I quickly apologized, feeling flustered. She assured me it was okay, but then suddenly shouted for me to watch out. I realized I had forgotten about the villains. Without looking back, I grabbed Momo again and ran into the forest, out of sight. I created a portal and turned to her, explaining that it led to the main entrance. I instructed her to meet up with Kakin and the others for safety. Momo hesitated, asking if I would come too. I cursed inwardly, knowing she was too clever to be easily misled. I told her I needed to save Aizawa and the others first, urging her to go for her safety. I heard the stomping of the monster approaching, and panic set in. There wasn't enough time, so I shouted for her to hurry into the portal. Suddenly, the monster appeared out of nowhere and struck me. I raised my right arm to defend myself, but the force sent me flying back to the central plaza, shattering my arm in the process. Struggling to my feet, I assumed a defensive stance, ready to face the monster. This was bad. I couldn't fight the villain while also saving the people here. I knew Ida had gone to get help, but it would take time. I would have to hold off the villains until the teachers arrived. Then I sensed someone stepping through my portal. I turned, hoping it was Momo, but instead saw Kakin, Kirishima, and Todoroki emerging. I cursed again, but then realized this could work to my advantage. Instead of trying to save everyone at once, I could distract the villains while they helped the injured. I couldn't handle all the villains alone, but I trusted they could manage the rest. I focused on the monster, which was torn between chasing me or the newcomers. I had to act quickly, so I ran at the monster, screaming to draw its attention. Izuku slammed the monster into the ground, but it quickly recovered and nearly slammed him back down. He teleported behind it just in time. With its hands stuck in the ground, he seized the opportunity to kick its head down, momentarily stunning it. He checked on Bakugo, Momo, Kirishima, and Todoroki, who had gathered the injured and were trying to escape. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by the remaining villains, unable to fight without endangering the big three and the teachers. Seeing the situation, Izuku teleported next to Momo, creating a portal for them to escape through. He let them jump through first, then turned to face the villains. With one last punch powered by One for All, he sent a shockwave that blasted away most of the villains, leaving only the Hand Man, the Warp Gate, and the Nomu. He learned the monster's name when the Hand Man commanded it to kill him. Jumping through the portal, he was met by the entire class at the entrance. Most were uninjured, except for the big three and the teachers, who were beginning to regain consciousness. Looking back at the central plaza, he saw the Nomu charging at them while the Warp Gate vanished. Instinctively, he knew the Warp Gate would attempt the same tactic as before, so he acted quickly. As it appeared to his right, Izuku teleported behind it, reaching into its misty form to grab its body and throw it to Bakugo, who was ready to prevent its escape. Turning back to the approaching Nomu, he used his quirk to anticipate its next moves. He noted its right hook, left hook, and a series of attacks, easily evading them while targeting its weak spots with 30% of One for All. He only used 30% of his power because he knew it would ultimately be an endurance battle until the teachers arrived. To his surprise, The Nomu continued its relentless attacks without any variation in its punches. Even though he could evade damage and push it back slightly, he realized that he wasn't inflicting any harm due to its shock absorption and rapid regeneration. Understanding that he would tire eventually, he seized the Nomu's arm during its next strike and hurled it into the central plaza, allowing himself a moment to catch his breath. He paused, dropping to one knee on the ground, trying to regain his composure. Izuku noticed Momo looking at him with concern. He turned to see his classmates, all staring at him in awe, including Bakugo. To Class 1A and 1B, it appeared as though he was more than a match for the Nomu, as he reacted to its punches using his quirk and battle instincts. He stood up straight and smiled at the two classes, mimicking All Might's signature grin. He reassured them, trying to mask his exhaustion, claiming he could handle the situation. While most of the class seemed convinced, Bakugo and Momo's expressions revealed they could see through his facade. Turning back to the battle, Izuku calculated that he had about 5 more minutes to hold off the Nomu before he would risk injuring himself by using One for All. He estimated the teachers would arrive in about 15 to 20 minutes, so he knew he had to act quickly. Taking a deep breath, he shouted with all his might, declaring that the intruder had chosen the wrong school and that he wouldn't let it pass. The Nomu, now recovered, launched itself at him. Suddenly an idea struck him. Instead of relying solely on One for All, he could utilize his other quirks to conserve his strength for when it was truly needed. As the Nomu charged dangerously close, he created a portal that sent it tumbling back to the central plaza. When it attempted to attack again, he repeated the maneuver. A glimmer of hope sparked within him. If this continued, he might be able to hold out long enough. But then he noticed he had lost sight of the Handman. Realizing the danger, he activated his eye quirk to locate the threat, but it was almost too late. The Handman's target was Bakugo, who had been holding down the warp gate. Instinctively, Izuku ignored the Nomu and pushed his childhood friend out of harm's way. The Handman laughed as the warp gate opened. "Thank you, Shigaraki Tamura," the warp gate said. "No problem, Kurogyri," Shigaraki replied as they both stepped through the portal, reappearing next to the Nomu. Shigaraki laughed, taunting Izuku about his failed tactic. Izuku chose to ignore him. By now, the top half of his costume was in tatters from the Nomu's attacks, so he tore off the remaining fabric, revealing his toned upper body, causing a few of the girls to blush despite the dire situation. He knew the tattered costume would only serve as a distraction, and he needed to focus on fighting 3 villains at once. Before teleporting back to the plaza for a final confrontation, he heard Momo's voice behind him, pleading for him to stay safe. He assured her that he wouldn't let anything happen, reminding her that they still needed to attend the festival together. He then teleported to the central plaza, taking a defensive stance as he awaited their attack. A moment of silence passed before the Nomu charged at him. He stood his ground until the last second, creating a portal that redirected the monster into Shigaraki and Kurogyri. They were prepared, and Kurogyri quickly opened a portal that sent the Nomu back on its path toward Izuku. "Do you really think that same move will work on us again?" Shigaraki shouted with a menacing laugh. But the portal had merely been a distraction. When they looked to where Izuku had been a moment ago, he was gone. Instead, he had teleported behind Shigaraki and Kurogyri. He attempted to kick Kurogyri, but the villain dodged just in time. As he jumped back to recover, he realized he had lost sight of the Nomu. Panic surged through him as he thought, "Where is it?" Suddenly, he felt a presence behind him and had no time to react. The Nomu struck him directly in the ribs, sending him crashing into a wall. Though he felt intense pain, he pushed through it, refusing to succumb to the agony. Slowly, he rose to his feet and assumed a defensive stance. He recognized that his opponents were too strong, and if he wanted to win, he would have to push all his quirks beyond their limits. Activating his eye quirk, he felt a sharp pain in both eyes, but he ignored it and kept the quirk active. As he strategized, he recalled words from a hero book he had read: "Learn from everything, including your enemies, and use them against themselves." For the first time, the advice resonated with him. He could learn from Kurogyri, as their quirks were similar. When the Nomu charged again, he didn't attempt to dodge. Instead, he waited until the punch was almost upon him, knowing the Nomu couldn't retract its attack. Given up already, hero? I admit, I was a little scared for a moment, but I should have known better. How could a kid like you defeat a monster designed to take down All Might? Shigaraki mocked. In that instant, Izuku created a portal in front of the Nomu's fist, redirecting its own power back into its stomach. The Nomu punched itself, crashing into a wall on the other side of the plaza. Designed to defeat All Might? Don't make me laugh, Izuku thought, ready to continue the fight. Izuku focused intently on Shigaraki, attempting to project an intimidating presence. He made a fierce expression, his red eyes adding to the effect, making him appear more villainous than heroic. This unnerved everyone watching, including his classmates, who felt the weight of his gaze even though it wasn't directed at them. Many stumbled back in fear, and a few were visibly shaken. Shigaraki responded with a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with malice. He questioned Izuku's heroism, suggesting that there was little difference between them. He declared that while Izuku would be celebrated for his actions, he would be hunted down, claiming that society was unjust and that he intended to change it. Izuku, irritated by Shigaraki's words, decided to take action. He created a series of portals around Shigaraki and jumped through one nearby. Kirishima, confused, wondered where Izuku had gone. Momo, recognizing his strategy, encouraged everyone to watch closely. Shigaraki, equally perplexed, scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, Izuku emerged from one portal and struck Shigaraki in the face, avoiding the use of One for All. Before Shigaraki could react, Izuku vanished into another portal, continuing his rapid assault until the Nomu returned, much to Shigaraki's frustration. Upon seeing the Nomu, Izuku teleported away, closing the portals he had used to harass Shigaraki. He had managed to land a solid 30 punches due to his incredible speed. As the Nomu attempted to attack, Izuku stood firm, using portals to redirect its strikes. However, this time the Nomu was firmly planted, allowing it to unleash a flurry of punches at incredible speed. Thanks to Izuku's eye quirk, he could predict the incoming attacks and create portals to counter them. The pressure from the Nomu's strikes forced Shigaraki and Kurogiri to watch in disbelief as a student matched the monstrous creature designed to defeat All Might. The two classes observed in awe as Izuku continued to employ this tactic against the Nomu. Tetsu from Class 1B expressed his disbelief at Izuku's capabilities, while Juzo speculated that Izuku must possess multiple quirks. Even Class 1A was astonished by Izuku's strength. Tokoyami questioned Bakugo if Izuku had always been this powerful, to which Bakugo replied that if he had kept it well hidden. Suddenly, Izuku teleported away, clutching his eyes in pain. Mineta shouted in surprise, wondering if Izuku had made a mistake. Momo recalled Izuku's warning about his eye quirk, realizing he must have reached his limit. She quietly informed the others about the consequences of overusing it. Bakugo, unexpectedly vocal, expressed his frustration, warning that if Izuku pushed beyond his limits, he could temporarily lose his sight. He recounted a past training incident where Izuku had gone blind for an hour after overexerting himself. The realization settled heavily on the group as they understood the severity of Izuku's situation. Kirishima asked what they could do to help. Just then, they heard a shout of pain and saw Izuku on one knee, still trying to defend himself against the relentless attacks of the Nomu. He was struggling to maintain his portals, and without his vision, he was bound to make mistakes. Determined to fight through the pain, Izuku wrestled with his instincts, knowing he had likely miscalculated one of his portals. Just then, a familiar voice broke through the chaos. Bakugo charged in, unleashing a powerful explosion that sent the Nomu staggering back. Izuku, surprised, recognized Bakugo's voice and felt a surge of relief. Bakugo scolded him for stealing the spotlight and urged him to regain his composure, reminding him that the fight was far from over. As Izuku slowly rose, he noticed that the blood from his eyes had stopped, and his vision had returned to normal. Confused, he wondered why his eye quirk seemed to have vanished. He scanned the area for an explanation and found Aizawa watching him intently from the entrance, a serious expression on his face. Aizawa cautioned him about the importance of being a hero, emphasizing that it wasn't just about using all of one's power without considering the future. Aizawa collapsed, leaving Izuku with a sense of confusion and newfound clarity regarding his eye quirk. It felt as if he had never used it at all, and he realized he had time before the familiar pain returned. This revelation puzzled him further. He pondered the implications, questioning whether Aizawa had somehow healed him or erased the aftereffects of his quirk. However, he knew he couldn't dwell on it. There was still a battle to fight. Turning to Bakugo, Izuku grinned and remarked on Bakugo's decision to join him. Bakugo retorted that he had only left Izuku alone because he thought he could handle it. With a determined smile, Izuku faced the villains and asked if they could take them on. Bakugo, with his characteristic enthusiasm for battle, assured him they could. The two of them cracked their knuckles and charged at the villains. To their classmates watching from behind, they appeared as heroes, inspiring everyone with their bravery as they faced danger together. The Nomu stepped in between them and Shigaraki, but they pressed on. Bakugo leaped over the creature using his explosions, wrapping his arms around its neck and creating blasts, while Izuku dove beneath it, delivering a powerful punch to its leg joint, forcing it to one knee. They continued to attack the Nomu while evading its strikes. Suddenly, the Nomu seized Bakugo's leg and hurled him against a wall with incredible speed. Izuku fought valiantly against the Nomu but found it increasingly difficult without Bakugo by his side. Just when he began to lose ground, Bakugo reappeared, exploding the Nomu's arm. Although the arm quickly regenerated, the delay gave Izuku a moment to catch his breath. They resumed their fierce battle until the Nomu gained the upper hand, throwing Izuku into a wall and grabbing Bakugo by the arm. Bakugo shouted defiantly, demanding to be released. The Nomu responded by snapping Bakugo's arm with a sickening crack and slamming him into the ground repeatedly. Each impact sent shockwaves of fear through their classmates, who feared for Bakugo's life. Yet, despite the pain, Bakugo continued to curse at the Nomu, refusing to back down. Shigaraki, growing bored, commanded the Nomu to finish Bakugo off. The creature lifted Bakugo, gripping his head tightly, and everyone realized what was about to happen. Izuku, still dazed from his earlier impact, saw a horrifying vision flash before his eyes. Kaken dead, his lifeless body discarded, and Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Mayuri grieving. In that moment, something within Izuku snapped, reminiscent of when Momo was in danger. He teleported above Bakugo and unleashed a powerful punch on the Nomu with all his strength, breaking its arm. The creature dropped Bakugo in shock, and Izuku continued to strike, delivering blow after blow while shouting, "Smash!" with each hit. He called out to Bakugo, demanding the Nomu to stay away from him, and with a final surge of energy, he delivered an uppercut so powerful that it sent the Nomu flying through the ceiling and out of sight. Silence enveloped the area as everyone processed what had just happened, particularly Shigaraki, who was filled with disbelief and rage. He charged at Izuku, who was completely drained of energy and on the verge of collapsing. Just then, the doors to the USJ burst open, and the teachers, including All Might in his skeletal form, rushed in. One of the teachers fired a few shots at Shigaraki, causing him to howl in pain. Kurogyri quickly created a portal, and he and Shigaraki vanished from the scene, leaving the fight behind. As the teachers took control of the situation, getting Vlad King, Aizawa, and the big three into ambulances, All Might, Cementos, Momo, Uraraka, Ida, and Kirishima hurried to check on Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku swayed, on the brink of collapsing, when All Might caught him. Concerned, All Might asked if Izuku was all right. Izuku managed a small smile, despite his fading consciousness, and replied that at least the teachers had arrived. All Might expressed regret for not getting there sooner. Izuku, half-conscious, whispered that it was good they made it in time before slipping into unconsciousness. He was quickly taken to an ambulance. All Might watched the ambulance speed away, murmuring that Izuku was a true hero. Izuku awoke in a hospital bed, feeling a dull ache in his ribs. Confused, he wondered where he was. As the pain subsided, he took in his surroundings a typical hospital room with familiar elements. His gaze fell on a girl sitting in a chair, and he froze, questioning what had happened. He recalled going to the USJ with his class and the training that had begun. He thought back to the events at the USJ with a sense of dread. Looking down, he noticed the girl resting her head on his lap and recognized her. Momo was there. He was surprised and wondered what time it was. As he glanced at the clock on his bedside, it read 8:25 a.m. Had she been there all night? What day was it? Suddenly, he felt her stir. In a panic, he pretended to be asleep, letting his head droop to one side. Momo lifted her head and yawned, her eyes puffy as if she had been crying. She noted the time and stood up, looking down at Izuku. The bed sheets were disheveled at his chest, and she carefully fixed them, causing Izuku to blush in silence. Momo didn't notice his embarrassment and stared at his closed eyes, sighing softly as she sat. Back down. Izuku could hear her whispering to herself, expressing how much everyone had missed him over the past 3 days. Taking this moment, he decided to wake up, opening his eyes to see her head down again. He called out to her, and Momo jumped from her chair in surprise, nearly hitting her head on the ceiling before landing on her feet. She exclaimed in alarm, relieved that he was awake, and rushed to hug him tightly for a solid 10 seconds. Realizing her actions, she quickly stepped back, her face flushed. Apologizing while looking away, Izuku reassured her that it was fine. An awkward silence followed until Momo suddenly playfully slapped his face, though not too hard. Izuku was taken aback, questioning her action. He noticed tears in her eyes as she expressed her frustration and worry over him. She revealed how much everyone had been concerned, waiting for him to wake up, and how difficult those 3 days had been for them. In response, Izuku got up from his hospital bed and wrapped her in a comforting hug, holding her tightly as if afraid to lose her. He quietly apologized, acknowledging that he hadn't considered her feelings or anyone else's when he rushed into battle. He promised to be more mindful in the future. Momo cried into his shoulder, and he held her close. Eventually, she pulled away, smiling at him and suggesting they let the rest of the class know he was awake. She quickly texted everyone, and soon the entire class, along with some students from Class B, arrived at the hospital, breathless from running. They expressed their relief and excitement at seeing Izuku awake. Ida shouted his usual greeting, while Bakugo, with a relieved smile, remarked on how he had been wondering when Izuku would wake up. Kirishima, with manly tears in his eyes, praised Izuku's bravery during the fight, and Tetsu echoed his sentiments. As Izuku was bombarded with congratulations and questions, he noticed some of his classmates seemed closer than before, but he dismissed it as friendship. Suddenly, he spotted Aizawa, bandaged but smiling, along with All Might in his skeletal form at the doorway. Aizawa informed him that there was someone he would like him to meet. Intrigued, Izuku looked to All Might, who was also smiling at him. As All Might moved into the room, he revealed a beautiful woman with hair the same color as Izuku's, sharing his warm smile and eyes. Tears streamed down Izuku's cheeks as he walked through the crowd of students toward her, who was also crying. He managed to ask how she was there before breaking down in her embrace. They shared a heartfelt moment, crying into each other's shoulders as the students quietly left the room to give them space. An hour later, Izuku, his mother, and Bakugo's family gathered for a dinner party to celebrate Inko's release from the hospital. Izuku was the happiest Bakugo had seen him since his mother had been hospitalized, and he felt joy for his friend. They talked for hours, with Inko catching up on everything that had happened. Izuku remained mostly quiet, still overwhelmed with happiness at seeing his mother again. Inko shed tears of joy as she learned how much her son had grown, especially proud to hear he was at the top of his class and had been voted class president. However, she also felt sadness and regret for not being there for him during much of his life, even if it was beyond her control. Despite this, laughter filled the room as they reminisced about old memories and created new ones together. Finally, as night fell, it was almost time for everyone to sleep. Before she lost the chance, Inko turned to Mitsuki and Mayuri and bowed to them, feeling embarrassed about her situation. Mitsuki reassured her, saying that it was what friends were for and insisted that they would all be living together for a while until Inko got back on her feet. And just like that, the Midoriya family was almost back together, but that was a matter for another day. The next day, Izuku woke up at 8:20 to find the house empty except for him and Bakugo, who was still sleeping. He noticed a note on the fridge from Mitsuki stating that the adults had gone out for the day, leaving him and Bakugo free to do whatever they wanted. Panic set in as he rushed to get ready for school, running past Bakugo's room and realizing his friend still hadn't woken up. He knocked on the door, urging Bakugo to wake up, but Bakugo shouted back, annoyed that it was Saturday and he wanted to sleep. Izuku remembered that he had been in a 3-day coma and calmed down. Deciding he couldn't fall back asleep, he made himself breakfast and ate alone, reflecting on Momo's words to him during their time in the hospital. Suddenly, a crash came from Bakugo's room, and Bakugo emerged with his hair even messier than usual. Izuku greeted him lightly, but Bakugo grumbled about being woken up and grabbed a piece of Izuku's bread. As they ate, Bakugo asked where everyone had gone, and Izuku explained that the adults were out for the day. Both boys' phones vibrated simultaneously, and they checked the class group chat. Pikachu proposed a gathering at his house at 10 o'clock, and soon everyone except Todoroki, Bakugo, and Izuku agreed to join. Bakugo looked at Izuku in confusion when he learned that Izuku had plans to go to the festival with Momo. A smirk crossed Bakugo's face as he noted this development. Then, all the girls except for Momo also expressed their intent to join the gathering. Izuku called Momo to confirm their meeting time for the festival. She suggested 10 o'clock, and he happily agreed. As he hung up, he noticed Bakugo smirking at him, causing him to blush. An hour and 10 minutes later, Izuku was dressed for his outing with Momo, wearing a green sweater and blue jeans, while Bakugo sported his favorite skull t-shirt. They created a portal to Kaminari's house to say hello to their classmates. Upon arriving, Kirishima welcomed them, but then asked Izuku why he was there since he had plans. Izuku explained that he just dropped off Bakugo and wanted to say hi before leaving. After Izuku left, the class stared at Bakugo in confusion. He shouted at them to stop staring, but Uraraka smiled and mentioned how surprised they were that Izuku had given him a ride. Kaminari asked if they lived near each other, and Bakugo snapped back, revealing that they lived in the same house. The class was taken aback by Bakugo's calm demeanor as he explained that his family had taken Izuku in after an accident involving his mother. Uraraka then took Bakugo's arm and led him toward Kaminari's house, suggesting they plan their day. The class followed, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Izuku arrived at Momo's house and knocked on the gate. A small child rushed out, excited to see him and mentioning how much Momo had been talking about him. Momo called out from the doorway, letting him know she would be there soon. Once inside, Izuku spoke with Momo's parents, who expressed their gratitude for his bravery during the USJ incident. Izuku felt nervous as they bowed to him, not expecting such respect from one of Japan's most influential families. Just then, Momo appeared, greeting him shyly, and Izuku was eager to escape the formalities with her parents. He turned to her and his jaw dropped. She wore a light blue dress adorned with white cloud patterns. The skirt stopped at the middle of her thighs, and a light blue ribbon held her ponytail together. She carried a white handbag, and the dress was sleeveless. Momo's parents exchanged grins and quickly ushered the two out of the house and through the gates, leaving them alone outside. Momo blushed and timidly asked if her outfit was suitable for the festival. Izuku was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. She was too beautiful for him, and he was astonished that someone like her considered him a friend. After a brief silence, he finally replied, saying they should be asking if the festival was worthy of her beauty. Momo blushed furiously and looked down, unable to meet Izuku's gaze. Sensing he might have said something wrong, he attempted to clarify his compliment, saying she was always beautiful but even more so now. Momo smiled and acknowledged his intent with a simple thank you. Just then, a voice called out from the gates, urging them to hurry along, which made both Momo and Izuku blush even more as they set off for the festival. Meanwhile, Kaminari asked where everyone wanted to go. They brainstormed various options, but Bakugo had already made up his mind. He suggested they head to the festival, a plan that coincidentally aligned with Momo and Izuku's outing. The class began walking to the festival, chatting and laughing. Upon arrival, they split up to enjoy the festivities to the fullest. The group divided as follows: Ida and Shoji, Aoyama, Mineta, and Siro, Kota and Sato, Kaminari and Jiro, Kirishima and Mina, Ojiro and Hagakure, Tokoyami and Tsuyu, and Bakugo and Uraraka. As they separated, Uraraka took Bakugo's hand, leading him through the festival, raising suspicions among their friends that they were dating. Meanwhile, Momo and Izuku arrived at the festival and played a game where they shot rubber ducks for prizes, sharing laughter and jokes. They continued exploring the festival and playing games until they reached a roller coaster. Without reading the sign, they hopped on, only to realize it was called the Love Train, intended for couples. Once on the ride, they found only one seat large enough for two, requiring them to hug to stay secure. As they boarded the coaster, they noticed the couples around them and both wished they could back out, but it was too late. The ride wasn't too fast, but it was enough to make Momo cling to Izuku tightly, fearing she might fall off. Meanwhile, Aoyama, Shiro, and Mineta watched the couples on the love train, initially there to spy on girls. When they recognized one of the couples, they gasped in shock. Aoyama exclaimed in surprise at seeing Momo and Izuku together, while Mineta expressed a mix of pride and jealousy over Izuku's success. Curious, Shiro wondered how Izuku managed to be with the prettiest girl in class, noting their shyness around each other. Just then, Bakugo and Uraraka approached, intrigued by the trio's reaction. They shared what they had seen, pointing out Momo and Izuku on the ride. Bakugo smirked, realizing the two had unknowingly chosen a couple's ride. Uraraka then turned to Bakugo with suspicion, questioning if he had suggested the festival knowing they would be there. Bakugo nodded, not wanting to face her wrath. Uraraka chastised him for invading their privacy, and Bakugo quietly apologized, leaving Aoyama, Mineta, and Shiro shocked at his unexpected humility. Uraraka smiled, saying it was acceptable as long as it wasn't their first date, but she insisted on a punishment for Bakugo. The boys shivered in fear, and Aoyama, Mineta, and Shiro quickly excused themselves, leaving Bakugo to face Uraraka alone. She bluntly asked him to join her on the ride, and he was taken aback, surprised she wanted him to go on a couple's ride with her. After a moment, he reluctantly agreed, trying to appear indifferent. Uraraka jumped for joy, but quickly blushed at Bakugo's confused expression, pretending to maintain her anger. As they waited in line, they spotted Kirishima and Mina, along with Ojiro and Hagakure. Bakugo ducked down, hoping to avoid contact with the couples. Uraraka felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and instinctively ducked down. Meanwhile, Momo and Izuku had just stepped off the ride, still a bit shaken from the constant hugging. An awkward silence hung between them until Izuku finally broke it by suggesting they get something to eat. Momo, relieved he didn't mention the ride again, agreed. They made their way to a nearby restaurant for lunch, discussing classwork and heroes. However, their conversation was interrupted when the entire class walked in, taking a seat at a long table nearby. Momo noticed them first and fell silent. Concerned, Izuku asked what was wrong, and she silently pointed at their classmates, who were oblivious to their presence. If anyone turned their attention, they would easily spot Izuku's green hair and Momo, who was facing them. Izuku glanced over and felt his cheeks heat up at the sight of their classmates. They quickly decided to eat as fast as possible, finishing their meals in record time while trying to avoid drawing attention. After paying, they hurried out of the restaurant, earning some puzzled looks from passers-by. Once they were safely away, they burst into laughter at how close they had come to being discovered. They spent another hour playing games before it was time to head home. Izuku asked Momo where she was going next. Just as she was about to respond, her phone rang. He gave her some privacy during the call, but when she hung up, a look of worry crossed her face. Izuku inquired about what was wrong, and she explained that her parents had gone to Tokyo for a business meeting and had taken her younger brother, Chisai, with them since he was home alone. Izuku, confused, asked about the butler and the maids. Momo informed him that it was a holiday for them, so they wouldn't return until the next day. Concerned, Izuku asked if she had the keys to her house, but Momo sadly admitted she must have left them behind. He offered her a place to stay at his house until she sorted things out, his cheeks flushing as he avoided her gaze. Momo's eyes widened at the idea of going to his home, and she hesitated before agreeing, provided it wouldn't be a burden. Izuku reassured her that it was perfectly fine, and they set off toward his house. Upon arriving, Izuku quickly tidied up the couch for Momo to sit on and invited her to explore while he washed some dishes. She wandered into his room, where she was greeted by an array of All Might figurines and numerous photographs. One picture caught her attention: a young Izuku beside a woman she recognized as his mother. Another photo showed him as a child next to a young Bakugo, and Momo smiled at their cuteness. As she continued to look through the pictures, she stumbled upon one that made her pause. It was a photo of Izuku with a frail man with blonde hair, which she recalled seeing around UA. He was the one Izuku referred to as his teacher. Next to it was another picture, this time featuring All Might instead of the frail man. Momo's mind raced with questions. Could it be that Izuku had both All Might and the frail man as teachers? Just then, she heard Izuku approaching and felt compelled to confront him about the picture. She showed him the image of the frail man and asked if it was All Might. Izuku's reaction was immediate. He tried to deny it, but Momo could see through his attempt at deception. Sighing, he requested a moment to make a call and stepped out of the room, leaving Momo in a state of confusion. When he returned, he sat on his bed and explained that he had permission to share the truth with her, but she had to promise not to tell anyone. Momo agreed, curious about the secrecy surrounding everything. Izuku began his story, revealing that he had been quirkless for much of his childhood. He explained how he had been bullied until his friend Kakin stood up for him. After a traumatic incident involving his mother, his quirks manifested, and he moved in with Kakin's family. He shared how he had become one of the strongest students at his school and no longer faced bullying. Momo listened intently, nodding as he continued. He recounted his meeting with All Might and the revelation of his secret. All Might had suffered an injury that was weakening him, and he was searching for a successor. His quirk, One for All, allowed him to stockpile power and pass on quirks, making it essentially two quirks in one. He had been chosen as a successor, which was why he was training on the beach when they met for the second time. Momo listened intently, her eyes wide as she absorbed the reality that All Might was weakening and that Izuku now possessed his power. Izuku explained that at his current level, he could only manage about 45% of the power without risking injury. However, the more pressing issue was that All Might would soon lose his abilities, leaving a void where the symbol of peace once stood. Typically, someone learning the truth about All Might would be shocked, but Momo had suspected something like this before, even if she was still taken aback. Izuku asked her to promise not to tell anyone, and she nodded in agreement. With a sense of relief, he suggested they watch some TV and order dinner, mentioning that his mom would be back on Monday and Aunt Mitsuki had advised them to get food. Momo smiled and agreed, and they settled on the small couch, which forced them to sit close together. The closeness made Momo blush, but she soon became comfortable enough to rest her head on Izuku's shoulder without realizing it. Izuku noticed and blushed as well but remained silent. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Bakugo and Uraraka stood behind them, eyes wide, with Bakugo wearing a smirk. Izuku stammered, lowering the TV volume, and asked when they had arrived. Bakugo explained that they had returned from the festival, and Uraraka had forgotten her keys, prompting him to invite her over. They had heard the TV from outside and decided to sneak in, unaware that Izuku and Momo were sharing a moment. After Izuku recounted the events, they ordered dinner and waited while watching TV. Bakugo still wore a smirk when the food arrived. As they began to eat in silence, Uraraka broke the quiet with a playful comment about it being like a double date. Everyone choked on their food, blushing at the implication. Realizing what she had said, Uraraka also turned red. She pressed on, asking how their date had been. Momo and Izuku both choked again, eager to dispel any misunderstandings. Momo exclaimed in surprise that it wasn't a date, and Izuku quickly added that they were just hanging out as friends. Uraraka frowned, noting that the class had a different impression. Izuku and Momo were taken aback when they learned that their classmates had seen them on the couple's roller coaster and assumed they were dating. They both shouted in disbelief, asking how everyone knew. Uraraka explained that a few classmates had seen them and shared the news. Izuku, feeling flustered, begged Uraraka to clarify that they were just friends, but she pointed out that their chemistry was too obvious to ignore. Bakugo laughed, teasing them about being oblivious, claiming even he had figured it out despite his lack of knowledge about romance. Determined to turn the tables, Izuku smirked and pointed out that Bakugo and Uraraka seemed quite close themselves. Bakugo's laughter ceased, and he blushed, while Uraraka joined in the embarrassment. Momo added that one might think they were dating, causing Izuku to burst into laughter at their expressions. The group continued to tease each other until night fell. Momo left a message for her father, stating she was staying at a friend's house, and Uraraka did the same for her parents. When it was time to sleep, Izuku offered Momo his bed, insisting he could sleep on the floor. Bakugo had done the same for Uraraka and had already fallen asleep on the couch, leaving Izuku on the floor. He settled down near Momo and drifted off to sleep, lulled by her gentle snores. Izuku awoke in a large bed in an unfamiliar room. He was on one side, and when he looked over, he saw Momo still asleep beside him. Panic surged through him, and he jumped out of bed, waking Momo in the process. As she sat up, he noticed she appeared older, perhaps in her late 20s or early 30s. She asked him what was wrong, but before he could respond, the door swung open, and 3 small children rushed in, 2 boys and a girl. The boys, around 8 years old, were twins. One had completely green hair, while the other had all black hair, though both shared green eyes with Izuku. The little girl resembled Momo but was younger. One of the boys asked if he was their dad. Unsure how to reply, Izuku stammered a response. The other boy then innocently inquired about how babies were made. Izuku jolted awake, sweating and panting, realizing it had all been a dream. He found it strange that he wished it hadn't ended. After shaking off the remnants of sleep, he stretched and checked his All Might alarm clock. Noticing Momo was already awake, he heard laughter coming from outside the room. He left to investigate and found Momo, Uraraka, and Bakugo at the table, all laughing at something on Bakugo's phone. As he approached, Bakugo noticed him and quickly attempted to hide the phone, but it was too late. Izuku snatched the phone and discovered a picture of himself sleeping. He was in an awkward pose, his face scrunched up as if he had just eaten a sour lemon. Confused, he asked when they had done this. Bakugo, still laughing, replied that it was while he was sleeping. With a mischievous grin, he suggested showing them some interesting pictures of Bakugo, which immediately made Bakugo pale and plead with Izuku not to share them, while the girls eagerly encouraged him to do so. Bakugo shouted in frustration that if Izuku went through with it, he would make him pay, which only fueled the girls' curiosity further. Izuku decided to show them one of the pictures before rushing to the bathroom to shower, fearing Bakugo's wrath. When he emerged from the shower, the girls were still laughing uncontrollably, while Bakugo's face was flushed with embarrassment. A couple of hours later, the girls had to leave for home, and Izuku and Bakugo headed out to train. During their training session, Izuku received a call from All Might. He answered the phone, and All Might's voice boomed through the receiver, urgently requesting Izuku to come to the beach where he had trained him, emphasizing that it was an emergency. The intensity of All Might's voice left Izuku feeling as if Present Mike had shouted directly into his ear. Apologizing to Bakugo, he explained that he had to leave, as his mentor had called him about something important. Bakugo encouraged him to go, not wanting him to keep All Might waiting. Izuku wondered what could be so urgent that All Might needed to tell him in person, suspecting it had something to do with One for All. Izuku teleported to the beach and searched for All Might, finding him in his skeletal form near the shore, gazing at the sunset. As he approached, he called out to All Might, who turned to him and stated that he had something very important to discuss. Izuku's curiosity grew as he asked why he had to come all the way there. All Might explained that it was about the villains and that he needed to tell Izuku in person because it was a lot to take in. He revealed that he had already spoken to Izuku's mother, who had approved of him sharing the truth. Izuku was taken aback, questioning how his mother was involved. All Might's response revealed that it was about Izuku's father and his true identity. Izuku was left speechless. He had always been told that his father was a regular businessman who had died in an accident, and now All Might was here to discuss him personally. His curiosity reached new heights as All Might offered to either get straight to the facts or provide more details. After a moment of consideration, Izuku opted for the facts. All Might bluntly stated that Izuku's father was all for one. The revelation shocked Izuku, who had not suspected this at all. He asked All Might to elaborate, still trying to process the information. All Might explained that All for One had a family that no one, including himself, knew about. He had learned this when he met Izuku's mother in Tokyo, where she had shared the truth with him. She had wanted to tell Izuku herself but had struggled to do so. All Might continued, explaining that All for One had not always been evil and had a charming side that attracted Izuku's mother, who had been unaware of his villainous nature. They married and had a child 3 years after meeting. However, All for One believed that they would be in danger because of him and created a false story to protect them, leading Izuku to believe his father had died in a tragic accident. All Might revealed that Izuku's father was still alive and had likely been searching for him ever since he gained notoriety from a recent incident. Understanding the weight of this revelation, All Might offered Izuku time to process everything, acknowledging that he had no idea how Izuku felt about his father. Izuku realized he should feel something about the news, having been lied to his entire life, but surprisingly he felt no negative emotions. He asked if it was true that his father was still alive. All Might confirmed this, and Izuku processed the fact that his father was the #1 villain. He concluded that this revelation changed nothing for him. His father was dead to him due to the pain he had caused. He expressed his commitment to saving others but stated that his father was beyond redemption, thanking All Might for sharing the truth. All Might then mentioned that he was legally obligated to report Izuku's lineage to All for One but was willing to keep it confidential if Izuku preferred. After considering it, Izuku decided that only the police should know, not wanting the information to become public just yet. All Might appreciated his understanding and shifted the conversation to a less urgent matter, informing Izuku that the school planned to put all students in dorms and asking if their parents would agree to it. Izuku readily confirmed that his mother and Bakugo's parents would have no problem with it. All Might then inquired if Izuku had shared everything with Yaoyorozu. Izuku admitted he had, believing she could be trusted not to tell anyone. All Might agreed but urged Izuku to confide in one more person he trusted completely. Izuku was taken aback by this request. Wasn't this supposed to be a secret? All Might explained that all previous One for All holders had shared the secret with someone they trusted completely. He believed it was time for Izuku to do the same and asked if he had someone in. After a moment of thought, Izuku concluded that Kaken was the most trustworthy person he had. All Might encouraged him to share the secret as soon as possible. He also mentioned that he and Aizawa would be visiting to discuss the dorms after school the next day, and he advised Izuku to be prepared. Izuku acknowledged this information. Then, with a playful smirk, All Might inquired about Izuku's relationship with Yorozu, teasingly suggesting that they might be dating. Izuku, caught off guard, blushed and denied it, feeling flustered. All Might laughed heartily, suggesting that if they weren't dating, they should start, as even the teachers seemed to support the idea. Izuku's face turned even redder as he protested, wondering if such things were allowed. All Might continued to chuckle but then suddenly began to cough, prompting him to excuse himself, leaving Izuku in a daze. Izuku pondered his feelings, questioning whether he might be in love with Yorozu. He considered their friendship and the potential risks of asking her out, especially after hearing that even the teachers thought they were a couple. Just then, he was approached by an elderly man in a yellow and white hero costume, who commented on the nature of teenage love. The old man introduced himself as Gran Torino and explained that he was looking for Izuku regarding something important. Izuku, still curious about the old man, shook his hand and asked why he was searching for him. Gran Torino revealed that he was there to help Izuku become a better hero, as there was much to learn about his quirk. Izuku introduced himself, apologizing for not stating his name sooner. Gran Torino, now more serious, expressed that he had been looking for Izuku because Yagi had informed him of his whereabouts. He criticized Izuku's use of his multiple quirks and asserted that he needed a real teacher to assist him. Surprised by Gran Torino's knowledge of his quirks, Izuku asked how he knew so much. Gran Torino explained that he was All Might's mentor, which clarified his understanding. He then requested Izuku to demonstrate his quirks. Izuku complied, teleporting to the sidewalk and back, which intrigued Gran Torino. He asked Izuku to show his ability to create portals as well. Izuku created a portal, demonstrating how his hand could disappear and reappear next to Gran Torino. Gran Torino expressed interest in the specifics of Izuku's warp quirk, emphasizing that each warp quirk has unique characteristics. He explained that it was crucial for someone with a warp quirk to understand its full capabilities. Izuku shared that he could create portals if he could visualize the destination clearly, but struggled with places he had never been to. Gran Torino listened intently, confirming Izuku's observations about the necessity of visualization and calmness for his quirk to function effectively. He declared that they had work to do, rubbing his hands together with determination. Gran Torino had Izuku attempt to create a portal to a random address, confirming the importance of visualization. They then explored the impact of Izuku's heart rate on his ability to create portals, discovering that if his heart rate exceeded a certain threshold, he could not successfully open a portal, even if he could visualize the location. The last aspect of the portals they examined was the distance they could reach when the target was not visible. It turned out to be 300 meters. Gran Torino expressed his enthusiasm, eager to learn more about Izuku's teleportation abilities, noting that he had never encountered a warp quirk capable of teleportation. Izuku explained that he could teleport to any location he had previously visited, but he could not take anyone with him or teleport someone else. Gran Torino found this intriguing, noting that it seemed like two distinct quirks. Izuku theorized that his quirk was not merely about portals or teleportation, but rather about manipulating space itself. He described the portals as rips in space that he could create at will, while teleportation was simply a facet of that space. Gran Torino then inquired about Izuku's ability to switch the placement of two objects. Izuku demonstrated by swapping a rock with his phone and then reversing it, but he clarified that he could only do this with inanimate objects. Gran Torino was satisfied and asked if Izuku could switch places with anything he could see. Izuku complied by switching places with a rock and then returning to his original position. Curious, Gran Torino asked if Izuku could switch with living things. Izuku attempted it but was unable to do so, expressing his confusion over this limitation. Gran Torino explained that this was likely due to the effects of receiving One for All, which had caused Izuku to lose the ability to switch places with living beings, a common occurrence among previous users of the quirk. Izuku then mentioned another aspect of his quirk, the ability to make things disappear, akin to erasing them. Gran Torino's eyes widened in surprise, recognizing the potential strength of this ability and urging Izuku to demonstrate it. Izuku flicked his hand, causing a rock to vanish in the middle, leaving two halves that fell apart moments later. Gran Torino was impressed, realizing that this quirk could potentially defeat anyone, regardless of their defenses. Suddenly, Gran Torino pondered whether Izuku could use this ability on living things, suggesting it might be ineffective against them. Izuku tested it on a small tree but found nothing happened. However, when he tried it on a dead tree, it split down the middle, confirming his ability to erase inanimate objects. Gran Torino decided it was time to move on from discussing this quirk, sensing that it might be getting tedious. He shifted the conversation to Izuku's eye quirk, which allowed him to see anything, including thoughts. He also brought up Izuku's telekinesis. Izuku explained that overusing his eye quirk could lead to temporary blindness, with his eyes bleeding after about 20 minutes of use. He added that the duration varied based on the weight of the object he was trying to lift, with heavier objects causing immediate strain. Gran Torino listened carefully, asking if there was anything else noteworthy about Izuku's abilities. Izuku recounted an incident at the USJ where he had pushed past his limits, but when Aizawa temporarily erased his quirk, it seemed to reset his eyes, suggesting that the limit was tied to the quirk itself rather than his physical condition. Gran Torino decided it was time for Izuku to head home, as he had investigations to attend to regarding the villains they had faced. He encouraged Izuku to reflect on what he had learned that day as he departed for the police headquarters. Meanwhile, Shigaraki slammed his hand on the bar table in frustration, demanding to know how the Nomu had been defeated by two young heroes. Kurogiri urged him to calm down and explain the situation. Shigaraki described one of the heroes as having ash blonde hair and an explosion quirk, while the other had green hair and seemed to possess multiple quirks. He expressed his disbelief at the strength of the young heroes, particularly the one who could create portals and teleport, noting how he had evaded Shigaraki's attempts to hide and had even anticipated the Nomu's movements. The man on the screen urged Shigaraki to stop being childish and to provide a clearer explanation of the hero's abilities. Shigaraki, still seething with anger, detailed how the green-haired hero had displayed incredible speed and power, ultimately defeating the Nomu with a series of swift kicks. His frustration was palpable as he struggled to comprehend how such young individuals could pose such a significant threat. At times like this, one must calmly analyze the problem and find a solution, the man on the screen stated. He observed the green-haired boy and pondered to himself, wondering about the unlikely encounter. If it were true, then there was work to be done. Shigaraki, filled with curiosity, asked what his master meant by work. The man explained that he would assemble an elite team of villains to assist Shigaraki, acknowledging that they had been undermanned. He reminded Shigaraki that their previous actions were merely a test, and while the media buzzed about UA's security, the death of All Might was an unexpected bonus. For now, they needed to rest, but once the team was ready, they could attack again at will. Their first objective had been achieved, and the second was clear. They needed to kidnap the green-haired boy. The man encouraged Shigaraki to use his intelligence to plan ahead, proclaiming that he would become the greatest villain to ever live. The next day, Izuku woke up at 6 a.m. and went out for an early morning jog. Upon returning at 7:30, he quickly showered and had breakfast. By then, Bakugo was already prepared for the school day. Izuku finished his meal and created a portal to UA, stepping through with Bakugo. As they arrived, they found Aizawa glaring at them. Quirk use is forbidden unless one has a hero license, Aizawa stated in his usual monotone voice. He noted that they should be in trouble for ignoring the rule, but he would overlook it this time. Next time, however, the police would be involved. He instructed them to get to class, mentioning a special announcement they wouldn't want to miss. As they entered the classroom, they were immediately surrounded by their classmates. Izuku was taken aback by the sudden attention. The students excitedly informed them that the news had released an article featuring them, complete with footage of their battle against the villains. They were now considered famous. Uraraka exclaimed that the footage showcased their heroics, and reporters praised their bravery in risking their lives to save others. The video ended with enthusiastic commentary about their potential as top heroes from UA. Kirishima cheered, excited about their newfound recognition. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside as Todoroki entered the classroom, looking disheveled. He informed Izuku and Bakugo that they had visitors. Curious, they stepped outside to find a large crowd of students eager to see if they were the real deal. Bakugo, uninterested, returned to his desk, while Izuku noticed the crowd murmuring about him. He quickly defended Bakugo, explaining that he was a considerate person despite his rough demeanor. As he bowed to the crowd, their perception of Bakugo began to shift. The girls in the crowd started to discuss Izuku's looks and personality, leading to playful arguments about his dating status. Momo entered the classroom, inquiring about the crowd. After Uraraka explained, she advised them not to let the attention go to their heads. Bakugo grunted in response, while Izuku nodded in agreement. He then asked Momo about her younger brother, recalling his last visit. The crowd eventually dispersed, leaving the class in awe of the attention Izuku and Bakugo had received. Kirishima remarked on their luck, while Kaminari expressed a desire to seize the opportunity for romance. Suddenly, Mineta jumped at Izuku, demanding to know his secret for attracting attention. Just then, Aizawa entered the room, commanding silence. The class quickly settled down, eager to hear the announcement he had to make. The school wanted to move its students into dorms, Aizawa stated in a bored tone. The entire class, except for Bakugo, Izuku, and Todoroki, reacted with surprise. Uraraka questioned the reasoning behind the decision. Aizawa, slightly annoyed, mentioned that he would explain but needed silence, threatening to make the class run laps if they continued to interrupt. The class quieted down. He explained that the school had decided on this change due to the USJ incident. Although there might be other reasons in the principal's mind, they were not privy to them. For now, he and another teacher would be visiting their homes to discuss this with their parents. They were already informed, but he wanted to give the students a heads up. He then instructed them to prepare for English class with present mic. The class sighed in unison, knowing that another dull day awaited them, especially with English as the first PRD. After school, Izuku and Bakugo returned home to find it spotless. Bakugo noticed the cleanliness and asked his mother why the house was so tidy. Mitsuki explained that their teachers were coming over, so everything needed to be in order. She then ordered both boys to clean their rooms. Once they finished tidying up, Izuku and Bakugo settled down to look at memes while waiting for All Might and Aizawa. After 30 minutes, the doorbell rang. Mitsuki called for Bakugo to answer it. He grumbled about the memes but opened the door to let All Might and Aizawa in. Inside, Bakugo's parents and Izuku's mother were seated at the table, smiling at the two teachers. All Might greeted Izuku warmly, who rushed over to him with a bright smile. Aizawa nodded at the parents as he took a seat at the table, and All Might joined him to begin their discussion. All Might explained that UA wanted to implement a dorm system for the students to ensure their safety. He emphasized that they would only proceed with the plan if they had full permission from the parents, asking them to consider the request. Mitsuki immediately expressed her agreement, surprising All Might, who had anticipated a more challenging conversation due to Izuku and Bakugo's injuries during the USJ incident. Inko confirmed that they had discussed it beforehand and fully supported the idea. All Might expressed his gratitude for their cooperation, bowing to the parents. Inko then asked him to promise to keep Izuku safe, explaining her feelings of inadequacy as a mother and her desire for her son's safety. All Might assured her that he would do everything in his power to protect Izuku. The next day, the entire class gathered in front of their new dorms, which were impressively large, and they had the entire building to themselves. Uraraka marveled at the speed of the construction, and Aizawa explained that with skilled individuals like Cementos, such tasks could be completed quickly. He laid out the rules, including a curfew at 11 p.m., and emphasized that their classmates would now be like family, insisting there would be no fighting. The class responded affirmatively, and Aizawa allowed them the rest of the day to unpack and settle in, reminding them that classes would resume the following day. Kirishima expressed his excitement about the new family dynamic. They explored the building, claimed their rooms, and decorated them as they wished. After 4 hours of hard work, Izuku and Momo were the first to finish. They sat together in the main lounge area, chatting. Izuku asked Momo if she was free on Saturday, proposing a trip to the movies followed by dinner, clarifying it would be just as friends. Momo happily agreed, and they decided to meet at 2 p.m. As the rest of the class arrived, they engaged in casual conversation until Mina suggested a contest for the best room. Everyone enthusiastically agreed, starting with Izuku's room, which was adorned with All Might memorabilia. They skipped Minetta's room and eventually determined that Momo's room, filled with expensive items, was the winner. As night fell, the girls gathered on one side of the main hall, discussing the boys. Meanwhile, the boys, excluding Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki, debated who was more attractive, MP Lady or Midnight. Bakugo and Todoroki, however, were already asleep, worn out from the day's events. Izuku, on the other hand, was training to improve the speed of his portal creation while also honing his one-for-all abilities. During the girls' conversation, the topic of crushes arose. Mina teased Uraraka about her closeness to Bakugo, prompting Uraraka to deny any romantic feelings, insisting they were just friends. Mina, in turn, was caught off guard when Uraraka questioned her about Kirishima, causing her to blush. As the girls playfully debated who liked whom, Momo contemplated her own feelings. The first person that came to Momo's mind was Izuku, but she tried to push that thought away, believing there was no way he could feel the same way. Jiro asked Momo who she liked, pulling her back into the conversation. Mina, filled with excitement, declared that it was obvious Momo liked Izuku. Momo was taken aback, questioning why Mina thought that. By then, the other girls had already started to pair them up, leaving Momo feeling exposed. Uraraka, with a knowing smile, urged Momo to admit her feelings. Momo sighed and confessed that she thought she did have feelings for Izuku. The girls cheered in response, but Momo quickly dampened the mood by expressing her doubts about Izuku's feelings for her. Hagakure, confused, asked why Momo thought he wouldn't like her back. Momo explained that Izuku was now famous, and girls from all grades were flocking to him, leaving her feeling inadequate. Uraraka took Momo by the shoulders, insisting that Izuku's nervousness around her was a good sign. She reminded Momo of the special moments they had shared, encouraging her to believe in herself. Momo reflected on all the times Izuku had saved her and their hug in the hospital after the USJ incident. She hesitated, unsure of what to do next. Uraraka encouraged her to follow her heart, assuring her that everything would work out in the end. As the girls continued their conversation, Momo gazed out the window and spotted Izuku training outside. Watching him from afar brought her joy, but it also stirred a feeling in her heart. She wondered about her feelings for him and if he felt the same way. At the end of the next day, Aizawa addressed the class, announcing a significant event that would determine their futures as heroes. The class felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, questioning what it could be. Aizawa revealed that it was the UA Sports Festival, a prestigious event that had gained immense popularity in Japan. He reassured them that security would be tight, and they should focus on preparing for the festival, as it would be crucial for their futures. After Aizawa dismissed the class, they buzzed with excitement about the upcoming festival. Uraraka expressed her enthusiasm, while Bakugo confidently declared he would outperform everyone, even Izuku. As they tried to leave, they encountered a large crowd waiting outside. Mineta complained about the attention Izuku attracted, but Izuku dismissed it, suggesting they were there to scout the famous Class 1A. Bakugo, frustrated, shouted at the crowd, and a random boy challenged them, claiming he could take them all on. Izuku sighed, trying to reason with the boy that making enemies wasn't wise, especially since they would all still be in school together after the festival. The boy took offense, interpreting Izuku's words as a threat. Izuku clarified that he was simply offering good advice. The boy, feeling provoked, threatened to teach Izuku a lesson. Izuku, uninterested in conflict, turned to grab his bag, prompting the boy to charge at him. Just before the boy could land a hit, Izuku dodged, causing the boy to stumble and fall. Izuku suggested that if the boy wanted to fight, they could do so at the sports festival, where he would have plenty of opportunities. The boy, still determined, agreed, vowing to humiliate Izuku in front of everyone. Izuku simply nodded, then asked his classmates if anyone was heading back to the dorms. Izuku offered to give his classmates a ride, and they all nodded in agreement. He opened a portal to their dorms, allowing everyone to walk through. First, he lingered for a moment, curious about one of the students. He asked with a tone reminiscent of Aizawa's boredom, "What's your name? You seem pretty interesting," before stepping through the portal without waiting for a response. The crowd laughed at the kid left behind, and he shouted in frustration, vowing to get back at them. In the main hall, the entire class was in fits of laughter. Kirishima exclaimed how he wished he could have recorded the moment the kid fell, tears of laughter streaming down his face. Kaminari chimed in, proudly showing off the footage he had captured. Once the laughter subsided, the classmates dispersed to train, chat, or find their own ways to entertain themselves. Izuku headed to the school gym to work on his fitness. He contemplated the upcoming sports festival, predicting there would be races and obstacles, and possibly even teamwork challenges. He realized he had been neglecting his workouts and needed to get back on track. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. It was Mirio and Nijire from the Big Three, their expressions curious. Amajiki stood off to the side, avoiding eye contact as usual. Surprised, Izuku asked what they were doing there. Mirio explained that the gym was open to the public and they were training for the sports festival. However, he added that there was something more important they needed to discuss. Nijire excitedly announced that they had heard Izuku had a girlfriend and bombarded him with questions about her. As she rattled off inquiries, Izuku found himself zoning out, confused about what she was talking about. Mirio noticed and urged Nijire to calm down so Izuku could respond. Nijire insisted on knowing the girl's name, but Izuku clarified that he didn't have a girlfriend and thought they must be mistaken. Nijire insisted she had heard from Uraraka about a girl with black hair tied in a spiky ponytail and onyx eyes, who was tall and developed. She asked if he knew who that could be. Mirio teased Nijire about her memory, and she recalled the girl's name might be something like Nono or Dodo, mentioning she came from a wealthy family. Mirio asked Izuku if he knew this girl. Izuku's face turned red as he realized they were talking about Momo. He quickly clarified that they were just friends, but his embarrassment only deepened when Nijire smirked and suggested he might want more than friendship. Izuku sighed and admitted he had a crush on her but felt unworthy of her affection due to her background and beauty. Nijire encouraged him, reminding him that he was the hero of USJ and not to underestimate himself. Izuku smiled weakly, puzzled by their sudden interest in him. Mirio explained that they had noticed him since the first day of school when they helped him find his class. They had been curious about him and even requested footage of his training to learn more. They were impressed by his actions during the USJ incident. Nijire shifted the conversation back to Momo, asking if he truly loved her. Izuku hesitated but admitted he felt nervous and happy around her and wanted a future together. Nijire confidently declared that meant he loved her. Just then, Izuku's phone buzzed with a text from Bakugo, prompting him to apologize and rush off. He thanked the big three for their help and left the gym. As he read the message more clearly, it instructed him to come to the dorms for an important discussion with the boys. Curious and slightly anxious, Izuku teleported to the dorms, finding the boys gathered on the couches, deep in conversation. He sat down and asked what was wrong, and Kaminari informed him they needed to have an all-boys talk. The group was discussing their crushes, and Kirishima, with a playful smile, asked Izuku if he liked Momo. Izuku's shocked reaction only confirmed their suspicions, prompting Bakugo to smirk with satisfaction. Shiro, amused, handed Bakugo $20, teasing Izuku about his feelings. Izuku protested, claiming he didn't like anyone, but his friends weren't convinced. Kirishima reassured him that it was normal to have secrets, and just as they were trying to navigate the conversation, Momo, Uraraka, and Tsuyu appeared, looking confused. The boys exchanged panicked glances, realizing Izuku might be exposed. Kirishima quickly fabricated a story about Mineta's hair growth, trying to divert attention. The girls grimaced at the mention and decided to leave, allowing the boys to breathe a sigh of relief and congratulate Kirishima for his quick thinking. Mineta, however, was upset and confronted Kirishima, lamenting that he would now be seen as a weirdo. Kirishima calmly pointed out that Mineta already had that reputation, which made Mineta relent. He accepted the situation, realizing it made sense after all. Meanwhile, Bakugo inquired about Izuku's feelings for Momo. Izuku admitted he thought he might be in love, which surprised him. Shiro explained that they were trying to pair everyone in class, and Izuku was a popular choice among the girls. Feeling anxious to train, Izuku asked if he could leave, and Bakugo agreed. Once in his room, Izuku activated his quirk and began watching martial arts videos on YouTube, eager to learn new techniques. After an hour, his eyes grew tired, prompting him to deactivate his quirk. He decided it was time to test his newfound knowledge and teleported to one of UA's training grounds. He reflected on his fighting style, realizing he relied heavily on his quirk to read opponents. Now, he wanted to combine martial arts with his one-for-all quirk to enhance his combat skills. As he practiced, he executed a series of moves flawlessly, feeling excitement build within him. He realized that by integrating martial arts with one-for-all, he could maximize his attack precision without needing to use his full power. After 3 hours of intense training, Izuku collapsed in exhaustion. He took a moment to recover before teleporting back to his room, noticing it was 7:30 p.m. He flopped onto his bed and watched All Might's rescue videos for inspiration. After finishing the clips, he showered and headed to the main hall, where chaos erupted as students engaged in a pillow fight. Izuku was immediately hit in the face with a pillow and fell to the ground. He quickly got up, brushed himself off and grinned, ready to retaliate. He grabbed a pillow and charged at Kirishima and Kaminari, joining the lively battle. The entire class was involved, except for a few who watched from the sidelines. Mineta was trying to sneak glances at the girls until Momo knocked him away with her pillow. Bakugo was enjoying the fray, taking on anyone who challenged him, including Izuku, who was using his quirk to dodge and strike. Suddenly, the main door swung open and Aizawa entered, causing everyone to freeze. He scolded the group for their lack of focus, reminding them about the upcoming sports festival. He assigned cleanup duties to those he deemed responsible for the mess, including Bakugo, Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, Mineta, Izuku, and Momo. The rest of the class left, feeling the weight of Aizawa's disappointment. The chosen group began cleaning up the chaos, and once they finished, they too returned to their rooms, the excitement of the day fading into the night. Izuku decided to step outside the building for some fresh air and to gaze at the stars. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and let the gentle wind tousle his hair. He heard someone call his name from behind. Turning around, he saw Momo standing there with a concerned expression. She approached him, and he greeted her with a smile, asking what was wrong. Momo hesitated before speaking. She mentioned that while she was fine, she had noticed he seemed a bit down lately. She apologized for being nosy and asked if there was something he wanted to discuss. Izuku contemplated lying but opted for honesty. He reminded her of their previous conversation about One for All and the villain who had nearly defeated All Might. Momo recalled the name, All for One, and listened intently as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. He eventually revealed that All for One was his father. Momo gasped in surprise, quickly realizing her reaction might have been inappropriate. She expressed her concern, asking if this revelation would change his aspirations of becoming a hero. Izuku reassured her that his dream remained unchanged, but he felt conflicted. He had always wanted to save everyone, even those deemed irredeemable, but now faced a personal dilemma. He shared his uncertainty about how to navigate this new reality. After a moment of silence, Momo encouraged him to follow his heart. She believed in his goodness and felt he would find a way through this challenge. Her supportive smile brought him clarity. Feeling grateful, Izuku thanked her and wondered how he could repay her kindness. Momo blushed, insisting that he didn't need to repay her, as he had already saved her in many ways. She shivered slightly and warmed her hands with her breath. Izuku, wanting to help, took her hands in his to warm them. Both of them blushed at the unexpected contact, each feeling a mix of warmth and embarrassment. He suggested they return to the dorms since it was getting cold and they risked getting in trouble with Aizawa if they were caught outside after curfew. As they walked back, he held onto her hand, feeling its delicate yet firm grip. Momo thought about how comforting his hand felt, her cheeks warming as they made their way inside. A few days later, excitement filled the air as everyone prepared for the sports festival. Each student had trained hard, and Izuku had made significant progress, with his One for All max now at 35%. Kirishima expressed his enthusiasm, while Kaminari boasted about his training. Bakugo, not to be outdone, declared his intent to defeat everyone. Amidst the chatter, Todoroki approached Izuku, drawing everyone's attention. Though they weren't friends, Todoroki declared his intention to beat Izuku, stating it was nothing personal but a means to prove himself. The class reacted in shock, with many exclaiming at the unexpected challenge. Izuku, confused, asked why he had been chosen as Todoroki's target when there were many strong competitors. Todoroki explained that defeating the most famous hero of UA would bring him recognition. Accepting the challenge with a smile, Izuku promised to give it his all, encouraging Todoroki to do the same. Todoroki's expression hardened as he agreed, his determination palpable. The atmosphere grew tense, and the class sensed the intensity between the two. Bakugo, frustrated at being overlooked, shouted for attention, insisting he would defeat them all. Just then, an announcement interrupted the standoff, declaring that the sports festival would begin in 5 minutes. Participants were instructed to head to the arena. As the class entered the arena, they were met with a roaring crowd, cheers echoing around them. Present Mike introduced Class 1A, highlighting their survival during a recent villain attack and their potential as future heroes. Siro remarked on how they might come off as arrogant after such an introduction, while Kirishima sighed, acknowledging the mixed feelings from the audience. Once all classes were assembled, Midnight took the stage, excited to referee the event. She announced that Izuku would speak as the chosen representative for the first years, leaving him momentarily stunned. Gathering his courage, he prepared to address the crowd, reminding himself that handling the media was part of being a hero. She handed him the microphone, and he took a deep breath before speaking. He expressed his gratitude for being able to participate in such a prestigious event alongside the best competitors. Winning wasn't his main focus. He preferred to build better relationships with everyone involved. He encouraged everyone to have a fun time, flashing his signature heartwarming smile before stepping off the podium and returning the microphone to Midnight. The crowd was taken aback by his modesty. Many recognized him due to his rapid rise in popularity but had expected him to be somewhat arrogant given all the attention he had received. They cheered, and more importantly, the pro heroes took note of his admirable personality. After those heartwarming words, Midnight excitedly announced the start of the first event, an obstacle race. She explained that it would take place around the entire arena, with cameras filming everything for the audience to enjoy. Only the top 42 competitors would advance to the next round, and she emphasized that there would be no foul play. Checkpoints would be set at each obstacle, and failing to pass them would prevent advancement. Ida raised his hand to ask if all quirks were allowed, to which Midnight confirmed that any use of quirks was permitted as long as no one was seriously harmed. 5 minutes later, everyone gathered at the start of the tunnel, eager to prove themselves, except for Izuku. Kirishima asked if he was going to try to get to the front, but Izuku replied that it wasn't worth the hassle and that he didn't need to. Kirishima then remembered that Izuku could teleport to the front when the race began. Izuku explained that the checkpoints made things more complicated, so he planned to teleport to the front of the pack until he passed all the checkpoints. With Midnight's shout of, "Ready, set, go," everyone took off running. Todoroki quickly took the lead, using his ice to block those behind him. However, the ice soon broke, allowing most of Class 1A to surge forward. Todoroki realized he hadn't stopped as many competitors as he had hoped and focused on the race ahead. Suddenly he saw Izuku far ahead, waving back at him, which left him momentarily stunned. Bakugo shouted in frustration, urging Izuku not to leave him behind, and then blasted past Todoroki with his explosions. Shaking off his surprise, Todoroki chased after them, annoyed at himself for freezing. Meanwhile, Izuku was utilizing One for All at 10% to gain speed. Unsure of the checkpoint locations, he chose not to teleport again until the end. He relied on One for All for a significant speed boost. Despite this, Bakugo and Todoroki caught up, forming a tight race with Izuku in the lead, Bakugo second, and Todoroki third. Izuku was cautious about using a higher percentage of One for All, knowing he needed to conserve energy for later. After a short run, the first obstacle appeared, a large group of zero-pointers from the exam. Izuku exclaimed in disbelief at the sheer number of them. Todoroki calmly assessed the situation and created a massive glacier of ice to immobilize the robots in his path. Meanwhile, Izuku flicked his hand, causing one of the robots to topple, nearly crushing those behind him. He playfully taunted the others, clearing more robots from his path and creating a makeshift obstacle course that hindered his competitors, allowing him to extend his lead. Present Mike announced Izuku's impressive maneuver, highlighting how he easily passed the first obstacle. Bakugo, determined not to be outdone, shouted as he exploded over the fallen robots, while Todoroki created another glacier to navigate over them. Izuku soon reached the second obstacle, a series of canyons connected by ropes. He wasted no time, teleporting swiftly from island to island, quickly overcoming the challenge and maintaining his lead. Present Mike excitedly commented on the student's incredible performance, while Aizawa, who was announcing alongside him, downplayed his role in their success and requested that Mike tone down the volume. As the race progressed, the rest of the competitors accepted that they couldn't catch up to Izuku and shifted their focus to securing second place. Bakugo yelled at Todoroki, who simply told him to stop shouting. At last, Izuku crossed the finish line to thunderous applause from the crowd. He had not just won, he had decisively outperformed everyone, gaining many more fans in the process. 5 minutes later, Midnight announced the results, declaring Izuku as the first-place winner, followed by Shudo Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo in the top 3. With the next event announced as a Cavalry Battle, Midnight explained that teams would be formed, and points would be assigned based on their performance in the first event, with first place worth a staggering 10 million points. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine as he realized he would likely be targeted, making it difficult for him to find a partner. Midnight gave them 5 minutes to pair up before the cavalry battle began. Izuku scanned the crowd for someone to team with but found everyone avoiding him. Desperation set in as he feared disqualification for lacking a team. Just then he felt a tap on his shoulder. Ida, Uraraka, and Momo stood behind him, asking if they could team up. Izuku hesitated, worried that their partnership would make them targets due to the high point value associated with him, but they reassured him that their quirks would make it a game of keep away, and they would manage just fine. Ida's legs would be invaluable for a quick escape, and Uraraka could make everyone, except for their clothes, weightless, ensuring that their weight wouldn't hinder them. Momo could create multiple weapons and shields tailored to their needs, and if things got too dangerous, she could teleport them to a safer area before rejoining the group. Momo shared her plan with enthusiasm, but Izuku interrupted her with a relieved smile, expressing his acceptance of the idea. 5 minutes later, all the groups were prepared to begin. Todoroki was with Tokoyami, Mina, and Kaminari, while Bakugo teamed up with Kirishima, Siro, and Oyama. As the countdown commenced, Izuku's group felt the weight of everyone's gaze, which added to their pressure. When Midnight shouted for the battle to begin, all the teams charged toward Izuku's group, including Todoroki's and Bakugo's. Izuku waited until the last moment before creating a large portal to the least populated part of the arena, allowing them to escape safely. Izuku's excitement was palpable as he praised Momo for her brilliant ideas, causing her to blush. She modestly brushed off the compliment, while Uraraka nudged her playfully, but Izuku remained focused on the other groups. He noted that the other teams were now distracted, fighting amongst themselves, and concluded that they just needed to fend off anyone who approached them. Interestingly, only 2 groups targeted them, and they were the top contenders. Todoroki and Bakugo were determined to claim the 10 million points until a random participant snatched all of Bakugo's headbands, prompting him to chase after the thief instead. For 10 minutes, Todoroki's group relentlessly pursued Izuku's group, but they managed to evade every attempt. Suddenly, Bakugo rejoined the fray, aiming for the 10 million points from behind. Just as he was about to grab the headband, a whistle blew, signaling the end of the battle. Midnight announced that the cavalry battle had concluded and instructed everyone to wait while the results were tallied. 5 minutes later, Present Mic revealed the results. Izuku's group claimed first place, followed by Bakugo's group in second, and Todoroki's group in third. The final place went to another group, and Present Mic informed everyone that there would be an hour break before the next event. As the class made their way to the waiting room, Todoroki approached Izuku with a serious expression, asking if they could talk in the hallway. Izuku, feeling nervous, agreed and followed him. When they were alone, Todoroki asked if Izuku was related to All Might in any way. Izuku was taken aback by the question, expressing his surprise and clarifying that he was not related to All Might. Todoroki pointed out that Izuku seemed unusually close to All Might, noting that they often spent time together. Izuku stammered, insisting that it was merely coincidence and that he wasn't a special student. Todoroki, however, coldly stated that All Might had taken a liking to Izuku, which fueled his desire to surpass him. Confused, Izuku inquired about Todoroki's grudge against All Might. Todoroki remained vague, stating that Izuku didn't need to know. Izuku encouraged Todoroki to share his problems instead of keeping them bottled up, sensing that Todoroki was struggling. Todoroki then asked if Izuku knew about quirk marriages, explaining that it was when someone was forced into a marriage for the sake of their quirks. Izuku acknowledged that it was frowned upon but was curious why Todoroki brought it up. Todoroki revealed that he was the product of a quirk marriage, forced by his father, Endeavor, who sought to create a perfect weapon. As Todoroki continued, he shared the painful truth about his upbringing, describing how Endeavor abused him and his siblings in pursuit of his goals. Izuku was horrified and asked why Endeavor needed a powerful child. Todoroki explained that his father could not surpass All Might on his own, so he attempted to create someone who could. Izuku began to understand Todoroki's motivations, realizing that his rivalry with Izuku was tied to his desire to prove himself. He expressed his support, stating that he was there for Todoroki and that their class was too. However, Todoroki remained resolute, insisting he didn't need help and was sufficient on his own. Izuku sighed, wishing for friendship rather than rivalry, but he emphasized that Todoroki's power belonged to him, not his father's. As they parted ways, Izuku reflected on their conversation, determined to be there for Todoroki despite his resistance. After completing some exercises, Izuku received the announcement that the festival was resuming. He teleported back to the arena, waiting as the audience filled in and the other participants arrived. Midnight excitedly announced the start of the final event of the sports festival, but then Ojiro and another boy approached her, stating their intention to withdraw from the competition. Ojiro expressed his concern about the previous event, emphasizing that it felt dishonorable to the hard-working participants who had no recollection of what transpired. The other boy nodded in agreement. Midnight then announced that Tetsu and Ibra from Class 1B would replace the withdrawn participants. She declared the first match, Izuku Midoriya, who had excelled in all previous events, against Shinso Hitoshi. Midnight reminded everyone that microphones were set up around the arena, meaning their words would be broadcast live. As the other participants cleared the arena, Izuku stood on one side while Shinso remained on the opposite end. Midnight dropped a yellow flag, signaling the start of the match. Izuku quickly activated his quirk, analyzing his opponent, who remained still. He recognized Shinso's mind control quirk and thought about how he had always wanted to meet someone with such abilities. Izuku decided that his strategy would be to remain silent and use his strength to push Shinso out of bounds. Shinso broke the silence, taunting Izuku about his quirk and implying that he was lucky to have such abilities. This remark caused Izuku to halt mid-dash. In the stands, Momo felt a chill run down her spine, realizing Shinso had crossed a line. Tsuyu, curious, asked Momo if there was something about Izuku's father. Momo, flustered, attempted to explain that Izuku's father had left when he was young, but her classmates were eager for more details. Uraraka interjected, suggesting that many people had similar experiences and that Izuku would not be affected by such comments. Momo, however, knew that Izuku's situation was more complicated, especially given recent events. Kirishima, concerned, asked if something had happened. Just then, Bakugo chimed in, mentioning that Izuku's mother had recently been released from the hospital, implying that Izuku might be feeling emotional about his father. Momo felt relieved by Bakugo's intervention and returned her focus to the match. Shinso continued to provoke Izuku, mocking him about his family issues. All Might, watching from the stands, felt a sense of worry for Izuku and urged him to choose his actions wisely. Izuku, instead of responding to the taunts, smiled and teleported behind Shinso, attempting to throw him out of bounds. The two engaged in a struggle, each trying to gain the upper hand. Eventually, Shinso stumbled, and Izuku seized the opportunity to push him out of bounds. Midnight announced Izuku as the winner, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Instead of celebrating his victory, Izuku approached Shinso and offered him a hand up. Shinso accepted the gesture, expressing regret for his earlier comments. He explained that he had wanted to win to prove his worth, as many believed his quirk was more suited for villainy. Izuku reassured him that he didn't need to defeat him to gain recognition and pointed to the cheering crowd, which was now acknowledging Shinso as well. Tears welled in Shinso's eyes as he realized he had supporters too. Izuku encouraged him to embrace his potential and prove the doubters wrong, assuring him that he already had a fan in him. Shinso nodded, grateful for Izuku's kindness, and they parted ways as they exited the arena. The next matches were announced on a giant screen, featuring Momo Yaoyorozu against Tokoyami Fumikage, Katsuki Bakugo against Achiko Uraraka, Izuku Midoriya against Ida Tenya, and Shoto Todoroki against Ijiro Kirishima. Izuku searched for Ida but found him missing, which puzzled him. Meanwhile, Bakugo was fixated on the screen, feeling conflicted about his upcoming match against Uraraka. Despite his usual bravado, he felt uneasy about fighting her, knowing his quirk was destructive. He shouted at Uraraka to be prepared, but his tone lacked its usual aggression, which she noticed without comment. Midnight called for the first competitors to step forward. Jiro wished Momo and Tokoyami good luck as they made their way to the arena. Izuku gave them an encouraging thumbs up before they took their positions. As the match began, Dark Shadow charged at Momo, who barely managed to defend herself with her shield. The relentless attacks forced her to retreat, and she realized she needed to think strategically to turn the tide of the battle. Momo thought about the light and quickly created multiple flash grenades, throwing them at Dark Shadow. The grenades detonated, causing Dark Shadow to retreat back to Tokoyami, who clicked his tongue in response. Momo felt a surge of determination, charging toward Tokoyami. Whenever Dark Shadow approached her, she would hit it with flash grenades and move right in front of Tokoyami. She then fashioned batons and engaged in combat. With her advantage in weaponry, Momo easily overpowered Tokoyami, pushing him out of bounds. Midnight announced the winner, and the crowd erupted in cheers for Momo Yorozu. In the next battle, Bakugo faced Uraraka. Uraraka charged at Bakugo repeatedly, aiming to touch him and send him floating away. Bakugo countered with explosions, forcing her to dodge and never taking the offensive. This back and forth continued for 10 minutes until Uraraka called out to Bakugo, urging him to stop holding back because she was a girl. She charged at him, hand outstretched. Bakugo grinned, igniting explosions in his hands and challenging her to bring it on. Each time Uraraka got close, he used an explosion to send her tumbling backward, preparing for another strike. Suddenly, Uraraka's expression changed to one of mischief as she thanked him for the debris created by his explosions. She raised her hands, calling out for the floating rocks to descend upon him. Bakugo sighed, pointing his hands skyward and unleashing a massive explosion that shattered the debris, sending Uraraka out of bounds. Midnight declared Bakugo the winner, and to everyone's surprise, he rushed over to check on Uraraka. He expressed his concern with a hint of anger, rolling her onto her back to assess her condition. Uraraka reassured him that she was okay but needed to see Recovery Girl. Without hesitation, Bakugo scooped her up in a bridal carry and headed toward the tunnel leading to the nursing room. He muttered under his breath about her recklessness, noticing her resting her head against his chest. Though he pretended to be annoyed, his heart fluttered at the moment. Midnight then called for the next participants to enter the arena. When Izuku arrived, he noticed Ida was missing, and murmurs filled the air as everyone speculated about his absence. Ultimately, Izuku won by default and dashed through the tunnels in search of Ida, wondering where he could be. As he rounded a corner, he collided with a towering figure engulfed in flames. Apologizing for the accident, Izuku recognized Endeavor and was momentarily starstruck. Endeavor was looking for Shoto and noted that Izuku would be fighting him. Suddenly, Izuku recalled Todoroki's story about Endeavor's past, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He coldly asked Endeavor what he wanted with Todoroki. Endeavor, irritated, dismissed Izuku's concern, insisting that it was none of his business. Izuku confronted him, accusing him of viewing Todoroki as a weapon and expressing his disgust at Endeavor's treatment of his family. The tension between them escalated, with Endeavor's anger causing his flames to intensify. Izuku stood his ground, reminding Endeavor of his status as the number 2 hero and the public's perception of him as both a great hero and a terrible person. He expressed his pity for Endeavor, who had abused his children in a misguided attempt to create the ultimate hero. Izuku's words struck a nerve, and Endeavor struggled to maintain his composure. Despite his anger, Endeavor refrained from attacking. Izuku continued, challenging Endeavor's right to call himself a hero or to claim Todoroki as his son. He warned Endeavor not to ruin Todoroki's future, asserting that he would protect his friend's dreams. As Izuku turned to leave, his resolve was palpable, causing Endeavor to take a step back. Izuku's parting words lingered in the air, urging Endeavor to reflect on his actions. Izuku walked away, leaving Endeavor speechless and deep in thought about his past. When Izuku returned to the stands, he saw that Todoroki had defeated Kirishima and was heading back to the tunnels. Midnight announced a brief 10-minute rest before the semifinals, with the first match set to be Shoto Todoroki against Izuku Midoriya. Izuku mentally prepared himself for the upcoming battle as he approached the arena entrance. 10 minutes later, the announcement echoed through the arena, calling for Izuku and Shoto to take their places. As Izuku stepped onto the arena, he locked eyes with Todoroki, who stood on the opposite side, ready for the match. The crowd roared with anticipation, the atmosphere thick with tension. Midnight counted down, and the match was about to begin. It was set to be the most electrifying match ever, and the lack of movement only heightened the anticipation. Izuku stood his ground as Todoroki waited for him to make the first move, causing the crowd to scream in excitement and the tension to thicken even more. Suddenly, Todoroki created a massive glacier, attempting to immobilize Izuku. However, Izuku teleported away and reappeared on the glacier, charging at Todoroki. Todoroki continued to conjure giant glaciers, but Izuku skillfully dodged them all and closed in to land a punch to Todoroki's stomach. In retaliation, ice quickly covered Izuku's right arm. With enthusiasm, Izuku urged Todoroki to come at him with his full strength and charged again, only to be met with an even faster barrage of icebergs and glaciers. He managed to evade almost all of them, but the last one came in the shadow of the one before it, leaving Izuku no choice but to use a 1-for-all 35% smash on the ice, shattering it and pushing the crowd back slightly from the resulting wind pressure. Getting close to Todoroki again, Izuku aimed for the same spot as before. Todoroki anticipated the move and attempted to block the punch, only to discover that Izuku was no longer there. Suddenly, Izuku appeared behind him, commenting on Todoroki's shivering and landing a 1-for-all 10% punch on his side. He pointed out that Todoroki's left side was meant to counteract the frostbite from his ice, and by not using it, he was at a severe disadvantage. Izuku unleashed a barrage of intricate punches and kicks, combining martial arts techniques with varying percentages of 1-for-all to create a powerful fighting style. Todoroki, who had trained in martial arts his entire life, struggled to keep up and sustained numerous bruises, but fortunately, no serious injuries. The crowd gasped in awe at the display of combat, and the pro heroes were particularly impressed by the fighting prowess on display. Izuku teleported away to catch his breath, while Todoroki doubled over, trying to recover from the frostbite. Izuku questioned why Todoroki wasn't using his fire, emphasizing that he wanted to see his full power, not just half of it. Todoroki scowled, responding that Izuku already knew the reason for his hesitation. Standing tall, Izuku locked eyes with Todoroki, filled with fiery determination. He revealed that he had spoken to Todoroki's father and urged him not to hold back his power because of him. He reminded Todoroki that it was his life, his blood, and his quirk, encouraging him to use it as he wished, not as someone else wanted. Todoroki's eyes widened as he grasped Izuku's intentions. He wondered if his father had hired Izuku, declaring that he would rise to the top using his own power, not anyone else's. He charged at Izuku while creating glaciers to distract him. Izuku dodged the glaciers, breaking some in the process, but when he turned back, Todoroki was right in front of him, delivering a punch and encasing Izuku's body in ice. Izuku nearly fell backward but managed to break the ice with his free arm, dropping to one knee. He shouted that fire was Todoroki's power, emphasizing that it belonged to him, not his father. Izuku insisted that Todoroki was his own person. Suddenly, flashbacks of his mother's words flooded Todoroki's mind, and tears welled in his eyes. He asked Izuku why he was risking the match for him, clearly confused. Izuku stood up and reaffirmed that Todoroki was his friend, and he would rather build better relationships than win the match. He was determined to help Todoroki heal, no matter how hard he tried to ignore him. In that moment, flames erupted on Todoroki's left side, and a smile broke through the tears in his eyes. The ice covering his right side melted away, leaving him revitalized. Izuku grinned, remarking that it took long enough, and got into a fighting stance, waiting for the first move. Todoroki whispered his thanks before charging at Izuku, who mirrored his movement. Meanwhile, in the stands, Endeavor sat in stunned silence, reflecting on how the green-haired boy had managed to inspire Shoto to change in a single day, a feat he had struggled to achieve for over a decade. Yet, instead of satisfaction, he felt only regret. The audience recognized that Izuku was trying to help his classmate overcome past trauma, and their admiration grew. Todoroki summoned a massive iceberg, larger than any before, and followed up with a fire attack. Izuku teleported above the glacier, falling directly into the flames. He used a one-for-all smash to disperse the fire, but still suffered some burns. Izuku realized he couldn't teleport near Todoroki without getting burned. He fell onto the glacier but quickly stood up with a determined grin. He declared that they would end the match with one final move, charging one for all to full power in his arm. At the same time, Todoroki raised his left hand and unleashed a powerful blast of fire, pushing himself to the limit. With all his strength, Izuku shouted his signature move, creating wind pressure that rivaled All Might's. The two forces collided, and the arena shook with intensity. Cementos attempted to create barriers to contain the energy, but they shattered under the might of the attacks. The crowd braced themselves against the overwhelming force, while some pro heroes rushed to assist those who were caught off guard. As the steam and wind pressure cleared, the crowd focused intently on the arena, which lay in ruins, debris scattered everywhere. In the center stood one boy with his hand raised, reminiscent of All Might, while the other lay in a crater against the wall, unconscious. And the winner is... Izuku Midoriya was announced by midnight, his shirt burned away, revealing his toned physique, causing several girls in the crowd to blush at the sight of his muscles. The audience erupted in applause and cheers, thrilled by the incredible display of power from the two top students. The pro heroes, however, remained silent, taken aback by the spectacle. Gang Orca reflected on the scene, recognizing the immense skill both students possessed, realizing they could easily surpass many current heroes. Best Jeanist shared similar thoughts, considering how valuable such power could be for his agency. Suddenly, Izuku collapsed. 20 minutes later, he found himself in a hospital bed, with Todoroki in a bed across the room. Confused, he wondered aloud where he was, only to hear Recovery Girl's voice grumbling nearby. She informed him that he was in the nursing room of the arena and that he had once again pushed himself too far. She mentioned that his friends had tried to visit but were turned away, likely waiting in the stands. Izuku's thoughts raced as he recalled the match. He was anxious to know the outcome of the next match, Momo vs. Kaken, and was dismayed to learn that he had missed it. Recovery Girl confirmed that Bakugo had won, leaving Izuku feeling disappointed. He wished he could have supported both of them. When he learned he wouldn't be able to fight in the finals due to his injuries, he pleaded with Recovery Girl, insisting he felt fine and ready to compete. After a thorough examination, Recovery Girl reluctantly cleared him for the fight but warned him not to push himself to his limits again. Grateful, Izuku jumped off the bed and rushed to the stands where his classmates awaited him. Upon his arrival, they cheered and congratulated him on his earlier victory. Midnight began to announce the cancellation of the finals due to one participant being unable to compete, but was interrupted by a messenger. Once the message was delivered, she announced that Izuku had been cleared to fight and the finals would proceed. She called for Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo to make their way to the center of the arena. Izuku turned to Bakugo with a smile, expressing his eagerness for a fun fight. Bakugo, however, simply instructed him to create a portal. Izuku complied, and they both stepped through, taking their positions on opposite sides of the arena. As Midnight declared the finals to begin, Izuku activated his eye quirk, analyzing Bakugo's movements. Bakugo charged at him, launching an explosion aimed directly at Izuku's face. Reacting quickly, Izuku jumped back to dodge the attack and countered with a 1-for-all 20% smash to Bakugo's stomach, sending him flying backward. However, Bakugo retaliated with a blinding explosion. As Bakugo rose, he smirked at Izuku, who was rubbing his eyes. He taunted Izuku about the effectiveness of his strategy, but Izuku, despite the haze in his vision, assured Bakugo that he still had tricks up his sleeve and took a fighting stance. Bakugo charged again, his hands crackling with energy. They met in the center of the arena, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Izuku's martial arts training gave him an edge, allowing him to land several hits while only receiving a few in return. Bakugo acknowledged Izuku's improvement and attempted a long-range explosion, but Izuku teleported behind him. Determined to keep the fight close, Izuku focused on his advantage in close-range combat, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Bakugo. Bakugo struggled to block the rapid attacks, and in a fit of anger, he unleashed a powerful explosion that sent Izuku reeling backward. Coughing but undeterred, Izuku stood up, acknowledging Bakugo's strength and vowing to finish the fight. Bakugo, bruised but ready, declared his intent to fight back. Izuku knew he would have to unleash his full power to end the battle. As Bakugo prepared his signature move, he shouted the name of his attack, while Izuku concentrated all his strength into his left arm, preparing for his own powerful strike. The two super moves collided in the center of the arena, creating a shockwave that left the crowd in awe. The middle of the arena erupted into a crater, dust rising and obscuring the view for everyone present. From the stands, Kaminari exclaimed in disbelief, wondering if this was some sort of anime moment. As the dust settled, only one person remained standing. Midnight announced with enthusiasm that the winner of the first-year sports festival was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku looked up at the sky, a smile spreading across his face as he realized he had won. After an hour of repairs, the time had come to announce the winners. Midnight introduced All Might, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. All Might, with his trademark laugh, declared his presence, and the crowd erupted in cheers. He began by recognizing the third-place winner, young Yaoyorozu, praising her impressive ability to think under pressure and her formidable quirk. He placed a medal around her neck and patted her on the head, encouraging her prospects with pro-heroes. Next, All Might turned to second-place winner Bakugo, who impatiently demanded his award, eager to return to training. Despite All Might's attempts to inspire him, Bakugo's frustration boiled over as he insisted on receiving his medal quickly. All Might complied, handing over the award while the crowd exchanged glances, noting Bakugo's intensity. Kirishima remarked on Bakugo's superiority complex, while All Might turned his attention to Izuku, congratulating him on his first-place finish. He highlighted Izuku's battle sense, quick thinking and selflessness, expressing pride in him as a true hero. All Might embraced Izuku, who was taken aback by the affection. As they separated, All Might invited the audience to join him in a rallying cry, and together they shouted, "Plus Ultra." The crowd cheered, and confetti filled the air, while Bakugo shouted in frustration, overwhelmed by the noise. Izuku and Bakugo were soon approached by Uraraka, Momo, and Kirishima, who suggested they walk to the bus together. They happily agreed, discussing the sports festival as they made their way to the bus stop. Kirishima shared that they had received congratulations from fans, feeling a newfound sense of fame. Just then, a passerby recognized them from the festival, expressing admiration and asking for pictures. The students obliged, but soon found themselves surrounded by more fans eager for autographs. As they boarded the bus, Izuku sighed at the prospect of a long ride ahead, while Bakugo grumbled about the attention. Once they arrived at UA, Momo remarked on their newfound fame, and Uraraka expressed her enjoyment of it. Kirishima urged everyone to hurry to class, and they rushed inside just as the bell rang. Aizawa entered, his usual scowl in place, and instructed the class to sit down or face expulsion. He announced that they would be participating in an internship program with pro-heroes, revealing a list of requests each student had received based on their performance in the sports festival. The class buzzed with excitement as they scrambled to see the list, noting the impressive number of requests for each of them. Kaminari questioned why Bakugo had fewer requests than Momo and Todoroki, leading Kirishima to joke about Bakugo's personality potentially scaring off the heroes. Bakugo, overhearing, erupted in anger, demanding attention and defending himself. Izuku attempted to calm him down, assuring him that no one thought poorly of him, while Uraraka chimed in with support. As the conversation shifted back to the internship choices, Siro inquired about Izuku's plans, noting the challenge of selecting from so many options. The classmates eagerly discussed their prospects, excitement filling the air as they contemplated their futures. "It would be dishonorable to touch the sacred texts of the teacher," Ida shouted, using his arm in his signature movements. Kaminari ignored him and began handing the papers out to everyone. The sacred texts. Everyone took their papers, went to their seats, and studied their requests. Izuku, with an amused sigh, remarked that Ida couldn't stop them when they were like this. The next day, Aizawa announced that they were going to their internships and asked each student to tell him who they were interning with. Each student wrote the name of the hero they were interning with and handed the paper to Aizawa. As Aizawa reviewed the notes, he noted Bakugo and Best Jeanist, Ida and Manuel, and was intrigued by Momo's choice of MT Lady and Izuku's choice of Kamui Woods. He thought it was interesting that they might work together due to the similarities in their agencies and decided to give them a call in advance. Aizawa then instructed the class to get ready for the train in 10 minutes and reminded them to bring their costumes. He mused that this year would be quite interesting. Later, they stood in front of the train station, where Aizawa directed them to their respective trains. Bakugo was assigned to train F, Izuku and Momo to train D, and Ida to train E. Mina expressed her surprise that Izuku and Momo were going to the same place. Izuku, confused, clarified that he was going to Kamui Woods, having been a fan since his debut. Momo explained that she chose MT Lady to learn about the popularity aspect of being a hero. Mina smirked, suggesting they had planned it together, while Kaminari teased them about being lovebirds. Both Izuku and Momo protested, their faces turning red from embarrassment. Aizawa interrupted, telling them to hurry before they missed their trains. Izuku and Momo sighed with relief and quickly boarded their train to avoid further teasing. They found an isolated area and sat next to each other, initially silent due to their embarrassment. Izuku attempted to break the silence by commenting on the strange coincidence, to which Momo nervously chuckled and remarked that it would be worse if they lived together. Izuku paled at the thought, whispering to himself that it might invoke the author's imagination. The train ride was long, taking 3 hours to their destination. About an hour in, Momo fell asleep, resting her head on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku felt uncomfortable but decided not to wake her. He studied her breathing and the way her hair was styled, memorizing the moment. As they approached their stop, Izuku gently shook Momo awake, informing her that they were almost there. Momo opened her eyes, realizing her head had been on Izuku's shoulder. She apologized, flustered, while Izuku reassured her that it was just an accident. He blushed, admitting it felt kind of nice. Momo, confused, asked about his last comment, but Izuku quickly dismissed it and shifted the conversation to what the agency would be like. Momo speculated that it would be modern and busy, given MT Lady's popularity. Before Izuku could respond, the train came to a stop, and they realized they had arrived. Excitedly, Izuku took Momo by the hand and led her off the train. After 20 minutes of walking through the vast Hosu city, they arrived at a massive glass building, which appeared technologically advanced. As they stared in awe, a voice called out to them, asking if they were the interns. They turned to see MT Lady in civilian clothes, holding a bag of groceries, with Kamui Woods behind her. Kamui Woods urged MT Lady not to run off like that and introduced them to Izuku and Momo, suggesting they go inside to talk. Izuku eagerly agreed, and MT Lady led them into the building. Thus, their internships began, and little did they know they would learn much more about being pro-heroes than they had anticipated. As they entered the building, Izuku marveled at its size, while MT Lady proudly explained that it contained everything a hero agency needed. Momo inquired about the necessity of such a large space, to which Kamui Woods explained that it housed not only heroes but also various entertainers who utilized the agency. It's called a joint agency. Izuku asked MT Lady and Kamui Woods if they lived there too. MT Lady confirmed that they actually shared the same apartment. Both Momo and Izuku turned pale at this revelation, their nerves evident as they began to sweat. Izuku stuttered, realizing they would be living in the same apartment for the next week, all 4 of them. Kamui Woods reassured them that the apartment was spacious, so they shouldn't worry. As MT Lady pulled Izuku and Momo toward the elevator, she mentioned they would have to share a room. Izuku and Momo exchanged nervous glances, their faces turning even redder. They thought to themselves about how awkward this situation would be. Kamui Woods mentioned he would be heading to the main base on the 7th floor to check on a case involving a hero killer before departing. 10 minutes later, the 3 stood in front of the apartment door while MT Lady searched for the keys. She finally found them and opened the door to reveal a modern apartment. She pointed out their room and mentioned she had to leave to gather more information about the hero killer. After Emilady left, Izuku and Momo entered their room, only to find it clean and seemingly unused, with a desk and a bookshelf taking up half the space. To their shock, there was only one bed. They exclaimed in disbelief at the situation. Meanwhile, Emilady had joined Kamui Woods in front of a computer. She asked if they thought Izuku and Momo would be good heroes. Kamui Woods believed they would be great, needing guidance to stay on the right path. Emilady then shifted the conversation, teasingly asking if they looked like a good couple. Kamui Woods acknowledged that Aizawa had mentioned their density regarding their feelings for each other. Emilady laughed, noting how everyone seemed to know they liked each other, yet they weren't dating. A mischievous grin appeared on her face as she declared her support for them, suggesting they should help steer them in the right direction. Kamui Woods, slightly unnerved by her enthusiasm, returned to discussing the hero killer, acknowledging the potential danger they faced. Izuku and Momo stood in their room, contemplating the bed situation. They both agreed that it was unexpected to share a bed. Izuku decided to put his belongings in the living room, and Momo followed suit, suggesting they wait for Emilady and Kamui Woods. When the two heroes returned, Emilady questioned why they hadn't settled into their room. Momo asked about sharing the bed, and Emilady explained it was part of their hero training to learn collaboration in any situation. Izuku nodded, accepting the arrangement, and they both returned to their room to unpack. When they rejoined Emilady and Kamui Woods, they found the heroes donning their costumes, preparing for a patrol. Emilady encouraged them to get ready, and Izuku was surprised at how quickly they were moving. He changed in their room, followed by Momo. The patrol was uneventful, serving as a learning experience for Izuku and Momo, who realized that being a hero wasn't always filled with excitement. When they returned to the apartment late that evening, they were instructed to get some rest. In the bed, Izuku and Momo tried their best not to touch, but the small size of the bed made it difficult. By the time they fell asleep, it was already midnight. Unbeknownst to them, Momo had unconsciously hugged Izuku to avoid falling off the bed, and he responded in kind. They looked like a couple, despite their earlier awkwardness. The following days mirrored the first, filled with patrols and gradually diminishing awkwardness as they grew more comfortable sharing the bed. Momo became less nervous around Izuku, though he remained oblivious to the change. Throughout the week, they formed strong bonds with Emilady and Kamui Woods, feeling almost like family. On the final day, Emilady and Kamui Woods approached Izuku and Momo with serious expressions. They explained that they would end their training with a significant challenge, as they had only patrolled areas with lower crime rates. Today, they would venture into downtown Hosu, known for its high crime rates. Kamui Woods briefed them on the hero killer, a villain infamous for targeting fake heroes in an attempt to cleanse society. Momo nodded, recalling the villain's notoriety. Izuku felt the weight of the situation and insisted they needed a plan before rushing into a potential confrontation. He expressed his distress over the possibility of failing to save their friend Ida if they didn't act quickly. Momo urged him to consider the risks, reminding him that their lives were at stake too. Momo urged for calm as she halted her running and locked eyes with Izuku. He appeared to be wrestling with his thoughts, but eventually found clarity. He admitted to her that he had been irrational and apologized, looking down at his feet. Momo reassured him, emphasizing the need to assess Ida's situation and devise a plan. Izuku nodded, glancing up at the distant warehouse they were heading toward. Determined, he decided to create a portal, hoping to remain unnoticed. He gestured for Momo to go first, and as they stepped through, they emerged onto an empty rooftop that offered a stunning view of the stars. However, their focus was not on the beauty of the night sky but on the urgent matter at hand. Peering over the edge of the rooftop into an alleyway, they were met with a sight that sent chills down their spines. Ida was there, and so was the hero killer, Stain. A third figure, the pro-hero native, was gravely injured, leaning against a wall with blood visible from multiple wounds. Ida lay on the ground, a knife embedded in his arm, pinning him down, while Stain approached him menacingly, sword in hand. Momo's voice trembled with fear as she asked what they should do. Izuku could sense her determination to save their friend, but he felt the weight of uncertainty. He acknowledged the dire situation, knowing they were forbidden to engage Stain but unable to abandon Ida. Momo's voice gained confidence as she posed a moral dilemma: should they adhere to their teacher's orders or prioritize saving lives? Izuku paused, clarity washing over him. He resolved to save Ida, regardless of the consequences, but he couldn't ask Momo to join him in risking her safety. He offered her the chance to leave without holding it against her. With a smile, Momo declared that she wouldn't abandon him, affirming her role as a hero alongside him. Izuku felt a surge of relief and proposed they focus on rescuing Ida and Native from Stain. Momo suggested keeping Stain occupied while she formulated a plan. As they prepared to leap into action, Stain taunted Ida, questioning the motives of those seeking revenge. He advanced, sword scraping the ground ominously, raising it to strike. Just then, Izuku teleported between Stain and Ida, flicking his hand to make the sword vanish, leaving Stain bewildered. Stain demanded to know who Izuku was and expressed outrage at the interruption. Izuku positioned himself defensively in front of Ida, introducing himself as a friend. Stain, brandishing another sword, challenged Izuku, threatening to eliminate him if he was a false hero. Izuku stood firm, asserting that Stain's actions were wrong and that he would stop him. As Stain charged, slashing with his serrated sword, Izuku deftly dodged each attack, his movements instinctual. He reflected on his motivations, realizing that true heroism meant saving lives and striving to make the world a better place. Stain, momentarily taken aback by Izuku's conviction, retreated slightly, acknowledging him as a true hero. He warned Izuku to leave, expressing a preference for him to grow into the hero he aspired to be while deeming Ida and Native unworthy of life. Izuku, however, remained resolute, refusing to abandon his friends. With a sigh, Stain prepared for battle, warning Izuku of the consequences. In a flash, he lunged at Izuku. Anticipating the move, Izuku created a portal and sent the injured Native through to safety on the rooftop, where Momo awaited with medical supplies. Before he could assist Ida, Stain appeared beside him, nearly delivering a fatal blow. Izuku reacted swiftly, catching Stain's wrist just in time, forcing him to drop the knife. Ida shouted for Izuku to let him handle the fight, but Izuku was too focused on the confrontation with Stain. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat, Izuku expertly read Stain's movements, countering each attack with precision. Stain was faster and more experienced in combat than Izuku, allowing him to hold his own against the young hero. Suddenly, Stain leaped away, landing in a crouch on a dumpster. He looked up at Izuku with a smirk, bringing his knife close to his mouth. He taunted the boy, noting his mistake, and liked the blade, revealing a small trace of blood. Izuku glanced at his hand, realizing he had a superficial cut. Frustration washed over him as he suddenly fell to the ground, paralyzed. He had checked Stain's quirk earlier but had forgotten about it in the heat of battle, feeling sloppy for his oversight. The hero killer breathed heavily, picking up a sword. He acknowledged Izuku's skill but declared that it wouldn't matter because he would win. Stain walked past Izuku, heading toward Ida, stating that he would spare Izuku but showed no mercy toward Ida. Just as he raised his sword to strike Ida, a sudden burst of flames erupted, forcing Stain to jump back to the dumpster, hissing in anger. He remarked sarcastically about the timing of his opponents, suggesting it felt like a poorly written story. Emerging from the shadows was Todoroki, his white and red hair contrasting sharply with the darkness. Izuku expressed surprise at Todoroki's arrival, while Momo explained that she had sent a message to their classmates, hoping for assistance. She noted that Todoroki was the only one who had arrived in time. Izuku felt grateful for Momo's quick thinking, admiring her intelligence. Momo blushed at his compliment, and Izuku quickly clarified that he was lucky to have her as a friend. Stain interrupted their moment, annoyed by their chatter and eager to return to the fight. Izuku, still paralyzed, warned Todoroki about Stain's quirk, explaining that the hero killer could paralyze someone if he ingested their blood. Todoroki acknowledged the warning and promised to keep his distance. Suddenly, Stain charged at Todoroki, swinging his sword toward him. However, Todoroki unleashed a blast of fire, forcing Stain to retreat. Stain, intrigued by Todoroki's lineage, noted that he had his sights set on Endeavor but would settle for his son for now. As Stain attacked again, Todoroki countered with another fire blast, but this time, Stain was prepared and threw a knife through the flames. Todoroki quickly created an ice barrier to block the knife, but when he looked over the ice, he realized Stain had vanished. Out of nowhere, Stain appeared behind Todoroki, slashing at his back. Just as it seemed all hope was lost, Izuku intervened, breaking Stain's sword with a powerful strike. Izuku assessed the situation, noting that blood types seemed to play a role in Stain's abilities. Ida, feeling inadequate, watched as his friends fought bravely against the hero killer. Momo reassured him that it wasn't his fault and that they should have noticed his distress sooner. Determined to make up for his perceived shortcomings, Ida resolved to clear his mind and focus. Meanwhile, Izuku and Todoroki were struggling against Stain, who had become even more formidable. Stain kicked Izuku into a wall and charged at Todoroki with a knife. Just before the blade could reach its target, Ida intervened, blocking the attack with a powerful kick that shattered the blade. Stain expressed his frustration at having to deal with them again. The three heroes lined up to face Stain, declaring that it was over for him. Stain, undeterred, shouted that he would kill them all. Momo then threw them armored gloves, explaining that they would help them counter Stain's attacks without risking injury. Grateful for the assistance, Izuku put on the gloves, feeling more confident. Just then, Stain dashed past them, aiming for Momo. He threatened her, but to everyone's surprise, she created a baton and easily blocked his attack, striking him in the stomach and knocking him back several meters. Momo smirked, challenging Stain's underestimation of her abilities. Izuku stepped forward, flanked by Ida and Todoroki, asserting that they would not be taken lightly. Momo was one of the top students in their class, and they were ready to fight together against the hero killer. It was 4 skilled students against 1 formidable opponent. Stain growled in anger and charged at them, only to be repelled by Todoroki's flames, which sent him crashing against the wall. Izuku, filled with determination, decided they would finish it in one move. He activated One for All and ran up the wall to gain momentum instead of teleporting. Ida joined him, activating Reciproburst as he sprinted up the wall alongside Izuku. They reached Stain simultaneously, positioning themselves on either side of him to deliver their finishing blows. With a powerful strike, Izuku unleashed a mighty smash, while Ida executed his Reciproburst. From the ground, Todoroki created a wall of ice to prevent Stain from escaping. Meanwhile, Momo crafted a weighted ball and threw it with precision, hitting Stain squarely in the stomach. All the attacks landed at the same moment, overwhelming Stain and causing him to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Ida and Izuku landed beside him, both completely exhausted. Ida managed to utter that they had won before collapsing from the exertion of his Reciproburst. Suddenly, a voice from behind them broke the silence, questioning if that was really Stain. The 4 heroes in training turned to see a group of pro-heroes at the end of the alleyway, observing the scene with awe. Suddenly, 4 figures broke away from the group and rushed toward them. MD Lady and Kamui Woods expressed their relief, with MT Lady hugging Momo and squeezing Izuku's cheeks, while Kamui Woods offered a comforting pat on their backs. Manuel approached Ida, scolding him for running off alone and delivering a light-hearted anime punch to his head, calling his actions irresponsible. Endeavor, observing the scene, expressed concern for Todoroki, acknowledging the danger he had put himself in. As the other heroes secured Stain, Endeavor noticed Todoroki happily conversing with Izuku, Ida, and Momo. This sight brought him joy, but he was soon reminded of Izuku from their previous encounter at the sports festival. He approached Izuku, looking at him intently and acknowledging him as the one who had influenced his son. Izuku felt a wave of fear wash over him as he stammered an apology for his earlier words, explaining that they had been said in the heat of the moment. To everyone's shock, Endeavor knelt before Izuku, bowing deeply, his face nearly touching the ground. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that Izuku's words had made him realize the shortcomings in his role as a father and a person. He thanked Izuku for saving his son from the consequences of his actions. Izuku, taken aback, responded that it was simply the right thing to do. Endeavor stood up, offering a rare smile that surprised everyone. He expressed confidence that Izuku would become a fine hero one day and asked him to help guide his son down the right path. The group nodded in agreement, turning to see Todoroki with tears in his eyes, moved by the moment. Just then, a screech echoed through the air, and a winged Nomu swooped down, grabbing Izuku with its claws. Izuku mentally sighed, realizing that his moment of triumph was interrupted. As he was lifted into the air, Izuku took a moment to appreciate the view of the street below, but quickly remembered the danger he was in. He wondered if the Nomu had specifically targeted him or if it was just a random choice. Knowing he could teleport out at any time, he felt a sense of ease. Momo shouted for him to return, and Izuku teleported back to his friends, laughing at the absurdity of the situation. He mused about the Nomu's choice to capture him, considering it foolish since he was the only one capable of teleportation. Momo, exasperated, playfully punched him on the head, questioning his character development and how he could be both shy and reckless at times. 30 minutes later, police and ambulances arrived at the scene. The police took Stain into custody and began questioning the heroes and students, while the ambulances transported them to the hospital. In his hospital bed, Ida asked Izuku how he had known he was seeking revenge. Izuku explained that Ida's behavior had been noticeably strange. Todoroki and Momo nodded in agreement, while Ida expressed regret for letting his judgment slip, thanking them for saving him from himself. Just then, the door opened, and 2 police officers entered, accompanied by Endeavor, Kamui Woods, a lady, Manuel, and a dog-like man in a suit. The man introduced himself as Kenji Tsuragami, the chief of the Hosu police force, and acknowledged the students for capturing Stain. The 4 students nodded nervously, unsure of why the chief had come to see them. Kenji explained that he would typically have to arrest them for misconduct and misuse of their quirks, but since the heroes they were interning with had given them permission, he was only required to issue a warning. He emphasized the importance of their actions and expressed his belief that they did not need this talk, as Kamui Woods leaned forward, pressing his hands together. Until they obtained a hero license, they were not permitted to use their quirks in public for hero work. If they did, they would be treated as villains. The 4 of them nodded in understanding, well aware of the law. Kenji expressed his gratitude for their efforts, noting that the police had been working tirelessly for the past month to locate Stain. Thanks to the 4 of them, the problem had been resolved with minimal damage to the city and no harm to any innocents. He stood up, acknowledging their contribution. He also mentioned that they would need to inform the media about who had defeated Stain, ensuring that they received the recognition they deserved. Kenji bowed to them before turning to leave, indicating that the police needed to speak with the professionals they had been interning with. Kenji expressed his frustration about the reckless decision to allow the use of quirks in public as he departed. He acknowledged that the 4 students had earned the support and respect of the police that day. Once he left, the atmosphere in the hospital room grew tense, with the 4 students and 4 pro-heroes remaining in silence. An lady, unable to contain her irritation, playfully noogied Izuku and Momo, chastising them for getting her in trouble with the police once again. She expressed her disappointment, particularly towards Izuku and Momo, while they both felt the weight of her words. Izuku, wincing slightly, offered an apology. An lady's demeanor softened momentarily as she pulled Izuku's cheeks gently, resembling a concerned mother. She sighed, contemplating what to do with the 2 of them, before stepping back from the hospital beds. She then called out to Shinji, urging him to join her in scolding the 2 students. Meanwhile, Kamui Woods, feeling apprehensive, raised his hands defensively, unsure of how to respond. He nervously suggested that they didn't need to scold the kids anymore, believing they had learned their lesson. The children, Izuku and Momo, nodded in agreement. Everyone in the room felt a sense of familial connection among them. An lady sighed and crossed her arms, warning them not to repeat their actions. Both Izuku and Momo quickly nodded, eager to avoid her displeasure. An hour later, Todoroki, Izuku, and Momo were discharged from the hospital, their injuries only superficial. Ida, however, had to stay for another day, though none of them had sustained serious harm. Todoroki left promptly, mentioning he needed to meet his father, leaving Izuku and Momo alone at the hospital entrance. Momo inquired about their next steps, noting that the internships had ended 30 minutes prior and that their belongings had already been sent back to their dorms by MT Lady and Kamui Woods. Izuku sighed, reflecting on the disappointing conclusion to the internship but acknowledged that they had learned valuable lessons. He suggested they should return to the dorms. Momo checked her watch and was surprised to see it was already 10 p.m. She remarked that time seemed to fly when dealing with a villain. Suddenly, Izuku stood up straight, alarmed by the realization that it was Thursday, and the trains from Hosu to UA stopped running after 9:30 p.m. Momo echoed his concern, wondering how they would get back. Izuku thought for a moment and checked his phone, realizing there were no taxis nearby. Izuku asked hopefully about the possibility of a portal. Momo immediately responded with a firm, no. She reminded him that they had just discussed the importance of using their quirks responsibly in public and that they shouldn't disregard the police's warnings. Izuku sighed and sat down on a nearby bench, feeling trapped and desperate. He wondered aloud what they could do since they had no way to get to their destination. Momo suggested that if nobody saw them, they might be fine. With a grin, Izuku created a portal to the dorms and playfully gestured for Momo to go through first. She rolled her eyes but stepped through, followed by Izuku. Upon entering the dorms, they found Class 1A gathered in the lounge, chatting excitedly. Todoroki and Ida were absent, but several members of Class 1B were present. Kirishima called out to them, announcing that Stain had been defeated. Confused, Izuku and Momo exchanged glances, knowing they were the ones who had taken him down. Uraraka eagerly dragged them to the large TV, where an interview was underway featuring the Chief of Police, MT Lady, Kamui Woods, Endeavor, and a pro-hero named Manuel. The heroes had yet to reveal who had defeated Stain, and Uraraka speculated it might have been Endeavor, given his status as the number 2 hero. As they arrived, an interviewer posed a question to Kenji, asking who the heroes responsible for Stain's defeat were. The group collectively thought how much Kenji resembled Ida. Suddenly, Bakugo shouted from the back of the crowd, declaring that it was All Might, but he was quickly shushed by the others. Kenji began to explain that the individuals who defeated Stain were not actually heroes, which shocked everyone except Izuku and Momo. Bakugo interrupted, demanding to know what Kenji meant. Kenji continued, revealing that the ones who took down Stain were students interning to become heroes. The group looked at each other in confusion, trying to deduce who it could be. Kenji mentioned that there were 4 of them, all working together. The speculation intensified as Jiro suggested they must be from UA or Shiketsu, as no other schools had anyone capable of defeating Stain. Tsuyu added that they were likely 3rd years interning at the same time. Bakugo shouted again, betting all his savings that it was the big 3 along with some random extra. Izuku and Momo couldn't help but smile at each other, which caught Uraraka's attention. She asked what they were smiling about, curious if they were also eager to know who the students were. Mina chimed in, suggesting that the students who defeated Stain must be incredibly talented, while Toru added that they might even be attractive, unless they were all girls. But whoever it is going to become real famous real soon. They were all cut off when Kenji started talking again. He announced the names of the students who had recently made headlines: Ida Tenya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, and Izuku Midoriya. The media present at the interview erupted in excitement. However, the uproar was nothing compared to the reaction at the UA dorms. Everyone screamed in surprise, their voices overlapping in disbelief. Kaminari shook Izuku by the shoulders, exclaiming in astonishment that they had defeated Stain. Bakugo, filled with frustration, shouted at Izuku, expressing his annoyance that he always seemed to get the thrilling experiences while he was stuck dealing with mundane lectures. He lunged at Izuku, hands ignited, but was quickly restrained by Kirishima and Uraraka. The excitement continued as Mina demanded an explanation. Kenji seized the moment to reveal that they had footage of the battle and were willing to show it. The room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to the screen. The video began, depicting the ambush of Native by Stain, followed by Ida's brave intervention. The tension rose as Ida was injured and immobilized, and everyone watched intently as Stain approached him. Suddenly, Izuku appeared, shattering Stain's sword, and their exchange was broadcasted across the nation. The fight scene unfolded dramatically, and when the video concluded, everyone stared at Momo and Izuku in awe. Kaminari exclaimed how cool they were, while Uraraka praised Izuku for his inspiring speech. Bakugo, still fuming, shouted from the back about Izuku's growing fame. Jiro excitedly asked Momo to teach her how to fight with weapons, and as compliments and questions rained down on Izuku and Momo, Todoroki entered the dorms, only to be immediately surrounded by the enthusiastic group. Izuku and Momo exchanged glances and laughed, finding humor in the chaos. They returned their focus to the TV, where MT Lady was being interviewed. The reporter asked her about the students who had interned with her and Kamui Woods. After a brief pause, she looked into the camera and expressed her pride in Izuku and Momo, declaring them promising heroes. She encouraged them to visit anytime and jokingly urged them to start dating, which caused their faces to turn bright red as the rest of the class laughed and nodded in agreement. Just then, Aizawa entered, surveying the room. He reminded everyone that curfew had passed and instructed Class 1B to return to their dorms before he enforced strict consequences. After they left, Class 1A headed to their rooms, the hour growing late. As Izuku lay in bed, he reflected on Stain's words about being a true hero, pondering the weight of that concept before succumbing to exhaustion after a long week. Meanwhile, in a dark room, Shigaraki observed a monitor displaying the masked man. He noted that the students had taken care of Stain, to which the man responded that it was indeed interesting, given Stain's reputation as a formidable villain. However, the man quickly shifted focus, revealing that he had gathered an elite group for Shigaraki, handpicked and loyal to him. Shigaraki grinned, his excitement palpable as he anticipated their next move. The man outlined their objective: to strike a significant blow against the heroes by kidnapping some of their most promising students. Shigaraki selected 2 pictures from a pile, indicating his targets with a malicious grin. In class, Ectoplasm called on Izuku to answer a math question, to which he confidently responded. School had been relatively normal since the internships, aside from the overwhelming attention from fans. After their battle with Stain, Izuku and his friends had become as famous as many pro-heroes, facing the challenges that came with such recognition. Izuku found himself wearing a hood and mask in public to avoid the crowds, though he still encountered enthusiastic fans. Momo, Todoroki, and Ida experienced similar attention, albeit to a lesser extent. As the class neared its end, Ectoplasm announced that Aizawa had something to share. Aizawa entered, still wrapped in his sleeping bag, and informed the students that regular activities would continue, including the upcoming final exams. The entire class gasped in surprise at this revelation. Kaminari expressed his frustration about being so focused on the sports festival and internships that he forgot about the upcoming final exams. Mina echoed his sentiment, worried that 1 week wouldn't be enough to prepare. Aizawa interrupted their chatter, instructing the class to quiet down as he began to explain the final exam process. The room fell silent, everyone eager to hear the details. Aizawa informed them that there would be no school for the next week to allow for proper study time. The exams would consist of 2 parts, similar to the entrance exams. The first part would be a written exam covering all subjects unrelated to hero work, such as math and English. The mention of this prompted groans from Kirishima, Kaminari, and Mina, but they quickly silenced themselves under Aizawa's stern gaze. The second part would be a practical exam, which Aizawa couldn't disclose much about, but he hinted it would test their hero skills in a real-life scenario, a smirk crossing his face as he spoke. He then revealed that following the final exams, the class would attend a summer training camp, but those who failed either exam would not be allowed to join. The initial excitement about the summer camp diminished as the reality of needing to pass the exams sank in. Kaminari, Kirishima, Mina, and Sato exchanged worried glances, recalling their previous failures in the midterm written exams. Kaminari cried out in despair about missing the summer camp, and Mina joined him in expressing her worries. Kirishima and Sato chimed in, sharing their anxiety. Just then, Momo had an idea and offered to help them study, her enthusiasm brightening the mood. The 4 students looked at her with gratitude and pleaded for her assistance. Momo agreed, suggesting they study in the dorm's study hall. Their spirits lifted, they expressed their appreciation for her help. Soon, Jiro and Hagakure approached Momo for assistance as well, and before long, more than half. The class was set to study with her, leaving only Bakugo, Ida, Tokoyami, Shoji, Todoroki, and Izuku out of the group. Bakugo and Todoroki declared they would study alone, and Tokoyami, Ida, and Shoji echoed their sentiments. The class turned to Izuku, curious about his plans. He hesitantly asked if he could join the study group, and Momo eagerly welcomed him. The rest of the class cheered, excited about having the 2 smartest students studying with them, confident that their hard work would lead to success. The week passed quickly as Momo and Izuku helped their classmates prepare. By the end of the week, the class had made significant progress, and the chances of anyone failing the written exams seemed slim. On the day of the exams, excitement filled the air, and Kaminari confidently declared he had a good feeling about the test. The rest of the class echoed his optimism. When the results were finally announced, the class erupted in joy, relieved to have passed the final exams. Aizawa, however, reminded them to settle down, stating they would all be attending the training camp and handed out a list of necessary items. Kaminari questioned the need for scuba gear, while Kirishima excitedly pointed out the extensive hiking gear on the list. Jiro sighed, noting she would need to shop for the items, prompting Kaminari to ask if he could join her. Kirishima quickly added his agreement, and Uraraka suggested they all go shopping together for a bonding experience. Everyone except Bakugo seemed to like the idea, and they decided to go as a group. Bakugo protested loudly, insisting he didn't want to shop with everyone. Uraraka asked how he planned to get his supplies, to which Bakugo responded with frustration. Izuku, with an innocent smile, offered to get Bakugo's things for him, which only earned him a loud retort from Bakugo before he stormed out of the classroom. The bell had just rung, and the students were excused to go to the mall to shop for their necessities. An hour later, they were all at the mall except for Bakugo and Todoroki, and they split into groups to gather what they needed. Uraraka suddenly shouted that she needed bug spray and ran off, followed by Mina and Ojiro. Tokoyami mentioned he was going to get some hiking gear, and the majority of the class followed him. Soon enough, only Momo and Izuku were left alone. Izuku laughed as he rubbed the back of his head, commenting on how quickly everyone had left. Momo wondered what they could be up to, and Izuku agreed, asking where she planned to go. Momo explained that she needed to buy some training clothes and shoes because her current ones were getting too small. Izuku brightened up, saying he needed the same things and asked if she wanted to go together. Momo happily agreed. As they walked to the training store, chatting about random topics, they were unaware of the 16 classmates following them. Uraraka asked where Momo and Izuku were headed, and Jiro informed her it was the training store. Mina excitedly expressed her desire to find out if they were really dating. Momo suddenly asked Izuku if he felt like they were being followed. After a moment, Izuku noticed it too and pulled out his phone to type a message, showing Momo the screen. It read that their class was following them, hidden in the bushes, but he wasn't sure why. Momo frowned and took the phone to write her own message, asking what they should do about it. Izuku grinned and suggested they play a little prank. Momo returned his grin and took his arm, leading him away while winking at him, which made Izuku smile back. Uraraka whispered to the others that they should catch up to Momo and Izuku, and they all followed. The sight of Momo taking Izuku's arm excited them, as it resembled a couple's behavior. Izuku playfully suggested they continue where they left off during their last visit, and although Momo knew it was part of the prank, she blushed but quickly shook it off. She responded playfully, saying she had been waiting for him to offer, which made Izuku blush at the affectionate nickname. Jiro quietly exclaimed in surprise, recounting the moment to the rest of the classmates, who blushed with triumph. Uraraka couldn't believe how open they were, especially since they often blushed around each other at school. Mina chimed in, noting that they had previously denied dating, but she had suspected Momo liked Izuku. Kirishima, confused, listened as Mina recounted how Momo had confessed her feelings during a previous interrogation. Kaminari excitedly revealed that they had interrogated Izuku too, and he had admitted to liking Momo, which surprised everyone. As they continued to watch, they noticed Izuku moving closer to Momo, who was blushing deeply. He gave her a quick peck on the cheek, surprising both of them. Uraraka whispered in disbelief, nearly fainting as the classmates began discussing the unexpected kiss. Just then, Mineta interrupted, urging everyone to catch up because he didn't want to miss any more romantic moments. They all hurried discreetly to see what would happen next. However, when they rounded the corner, they found not a romantic scene but a small doll with a sign that read, "Pranked." Uraraka shouted in surprise, but her voice was cut off by Momo and Izuku smirking from behind them. Jiro, shocked, asked when they had noticed they were being followed. Momo grinned, revealing they had known for a while and decided to have some fun with their classmates. Uraraka, disappointed, asked if everything about continuing their previous conversation had been fake. Both Izuku and Momo nodded, but Uraraka pointed out that the peck on the cheek had been real. Immediately, Izuku and Momo looked down, avoiding each other's gaze. Momo admitted it wasn't planned and that it surprised her just as much as it surprised everyone else. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, acknowledging that he had surprised himself too, and suggested they focus on shopping now, as they were getting off track. The class nodded in agreement, and they finally went their separate ways for real this time. As Uraraka walked, a thought struck her. Kaminari had said that Izuku admitted he liked Momo, which meant they actually did like each other. Excitement filled her as she realized this. The next day, they gathered in front of the dorms with excited grins. At 5 a.m. Uraraka exclaimed about the arrival of training camp and asked Bakugo if he was excited. Bakugo bluntly confirmed he was. Aizawa yawned and instructed everyone to get on the bus for the long ride ahead. They boarded a coach bus where they were assigned seats. Izuku ended up sitting next to Momo at the back, with Jiro and Kaminari in front of them, and Kirishima and Mina beside them. After an hour of driving, Momo fell asleep, resting her head on Izuku's shoulder. He noticed but smiled to himself, allowing her to stay there. Eventually, he too fell asleep, resting his head on hers. Kaminari whispered as he glanced back, noticing two of their classmates sleeping closely together like a couple. Jiro joined him in looking over, grinning widely. Kirishima and Mina stood up to see, their faces lighting up with smiles at the sight. Kirishima excitedly suggested that Kaminari take a picture. They could show it to their friends when they woke up and even post it online. The idea thrilled both Kaminari and Jiro, who eagerly positioned themselves for the perfect shot. Once they captured the moment, they shared the photo simultaneously, anticipating the reactions. A few hours later, the bus came to a stop and everyone disembarked to find themselves on a cliff overlooking a vast forest. Suddenly, two women appeared, introducing themselves as members of the hero group known as the PP Cats. Mandalay, the brown-haired woman, explained that they were in the middle of nowhere because the camp was situated deep in the forest, as requested by Aizawa. As the class began to step back from the cliff's edge, it was too late. Pixie Bob, the blonde-haired woman, cheerfully announced that it would only take a few hours and then placed her hands on the ground. The earth responded, sending the entire class tumbling over the edge and into the forest below. They all shouted in surprise as they fell but landed safely, quickly getting up to face the challenges of the forest. Thus began their summer training camp. As they made their way into the forest, Mineta expressed his frustration, believing they would never reach their destination in time and questioning Aizawa's intentions. Izuku, deep in thought, sensed something was amiss and voiced his concerns about the simplicity of their task. Momo agreed that something felt off, noting that Aizawa wouldn't have them gear up for a simple hike. Just then, a massive creature made of dirt emerged from behind a tree and lunged at Mineta, who fell back in fear. Izuku swiftly teleported behind the monster and delivered a powerful kick, causing it to crumble. He recognized it as one of Pixie Bob's creations and suggested they prepare for more encounters like this. Momo proposed a strategy, emphasizing the need to stay together as a group. She suggested keeping close-range fighters at the front and sensory types in the middle for protection, with long-range fighters positioned behind. Izuku considered their formation, pondering whether he or Bakugo should lead. He believed that the Earth monsters would be relatively weak, given Pixie Bob's need to control multiple at once. Momo agreed with Izuku's assessment and began sketching a diagram in the dirt to illustrate their formation. The rest of the class watched in awe as the two strategized about their approach. Mineta, bewildered, questioned how they could be high schoolers, while Izuku and Momo exchanged confused glances and nodded. They then discussed where Todoroki should be positioned, deciding he would be best suited on the right side, while Kirishima, Tokoyami, Tsuyu, and Mina would cover the left. With their plans solidified, Izuku used his quirk to locate the camp, pointing in the direction they needed to go. 5 minutes later, they were in formation and advancing into the forest. They encountered 4 earth monsters at the front, but Izuku and Momo dispatched them swiftly, allowing the group to continue without losing momentum. An hour later, they arrived at a courtyard in front of a large camp, where Aizawa, Mandalay, and Pixie Bob stood in astonishment. Izuku, running a hand through his hair, remarked on their accomplishment, asking how long it had taken. Mandalay, still shocked, replied that it had been 1 hour and 15 minutes. Izuku was surprised, thinking it had felt longer. Izuku looked around, unsure of what to do next. Aizawa snapped out of his momentary distraction and grinned with a hint of mischief. He announced that they would be starting their quirk training a bit earlier than planned and called Bakugo over. With a confident grin, Bakugo approached and was handed a baseball, similar to the one used during the quirk test at the beginning of the year. Aizawa reminded him of his previous record of around 2001 meters and encouraged him to try again. Bakugo prepared for the throw, launching the ball far beyond anyone's sight, just like before. The class gathered around Aizawa, buzzing with anticipation as they waited for the results. Kaminari guessed it would be around 2,500 meters, while Kirishima suggested it might be closer to. Finally, Aizawa revealed the distance, 2,022 meters. Uraraka expressed her surprise at the result, while Bakugo dismissed it, feeling it was underwhelming. Aizawa explained that although they had been training hard to become strong heroes, they had not focused enough on quirk training. To address this, he announced that the training camp would be designed to elevate their quirks to a higher level. After 10 minutes, the students engaged in various training exercises tailored to their individual needs. Momo created random objects while snacking, Uraraka worked on her floating abilities, and Izuku used his quirk to levitate large rocks, only to have Aizawa reverse the effects when he pushed his limits. During a break, the class collapsed in exhaustion in the courtyard. Suddenly, 2 young boys, around 7 or 8 years old, emerged from the camp building. One had black hair and onyx eyes, while the other wore a red hat. Kirishima began to question who they were, but Izuku and Momo interrupted, recognizing the first boy as Chisai. They rushed over, shaking him in excitement. Chisai explained that he had come to play with his friend Kota, whose aunt was Mandalay. Izuku greeted Kota warmly, but the boy responded by punching him and walking away with a sneer. Chisai apologized and ran after Kota into the forest. Later, Kirishima relaxed in the hot spring, enjoying a moment of peace after 2 more hours of training and a delicious dinner prepared by the pussycats. Only half of the boys were in the hot spring, separated from the girls by a wall. Mineta, however, had other thoughts in mind. He drooled as he gazed at the wall, dreaming of the girls on the other side. Ida, concerned for safety, confronted Mineta, but it was too late. Mineta had already begun to climb the wall. Just then, Izuku entered, towel wrapped around his waist, followed by Bakugo, Todoroki, and Siro. Realizing the situation, Izuku sprinted after Mineta, but Mineta slipped and fell into the girl's side. The girls shrieked in surprise, and Izuku quickly jumped to the top of the wall, trying to catch Mineta before things escalated. Unfortunately, Mineta's fall had already caused chaos. Izuku teleported to the girl's side, covering his eyes out of respect for their privacy. Thankfully, his towel stayed in place, revealing only his toned back, which left the girls stunned and blushing. Embarrassed, Izuku apologized and teleported back to the boys' side, where Mineta faced a group of frustrated classmates. Izuku calmly reminded Mineta that he needed to apologize to the girls, not just to them. Mineta complied, shouting an apology over the wall, which was met with mixed responses from the girls. Once things settled down, Mineta had a sudden thought. He asked Izuku if his quirk could see through walls. Izuku confirmed that it could, but quickly added that he wouldn't use it for such purposes. Mineta insisted that the mere thought made Izuku just as guilty, but Izuku countered that it was only because Mineta always brought up such topics. Kaminari, overhearing their conversation, asked for clarification, leaving Mineta chuckling at the situation. With that quirk, Izuku could see through that walk without getting caught, and he could also see through clothes whenever he wanted to, Mineta remarked darkly. He considered it a perverted quirk, noting that Izuku wasn't even using it right. Izuku chuckled nervously and then got out of spring. He needed to go, so he left towards the camp. Once he had his clothes on, he teleported to a high point in the camp and looked over at the forest, taking in the scenery. He sighed but then heard footsteps approaching from behind him. Izuku turned around and found Momo looking at him curiously. The first thought that struck him was how cute she looked with her hair down instead of in a spiky ponytail. It made her seem almost more beautiful. Momo explained that she needed some fresh air and had come to the highest part of the camp. Izuku nodded and scooted over to make room for her, and she gladly sat next to him. Momo studied the night sky and asked if something was bothering him. Izuku admitted that he felt uneasy about the situation. He sensed that something was wrong, a feeling that something was about to happen, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. If his instincts were correct, they were in big trouble. Momo shivered and turned away from him, questioning how the villains could find out about their training camp. Izuku had pondered that nearly every night and had come to the same conclusion. There was a traitor among them, possibly in their class or among the staff. He was convinced there was a spy at UA. Momo looked up at Izuku's face, studying every aspect of it as if she wanted to memorize the moment. Suddenly, she recalled a conversation with Uraraka. During a break, Uraraka had pulled Momo aside, determined to talk. She reminded Momo of the time they had spied on her and Izuku at the mall, and how Izuku had admitted to having feelings for Momo. Uraraka believed that Izuku loved Momo just as much as she loved him and encouraged her to take the chance to be with him. Momo had felt her face flush red, speechless at the realization. Now, as she sat next to Izuku, she blushed again and looked away, leaving him wondering if he had done something wrong. Before he could ask, something caught his eye in the forest: blue fire and pink mist. Izuku pointed out the blue flames, and Momo, with fearful eyes, questioned if it was part of their training. He stood up and created a portal, insisting they needed to report this to Aizawa. Momo nodded, and they stepped through the portal together. When they emerged, they found Aizawa playing cards with the pussycats, all staring at them in confusion. Aizawa asked what they were doing there, wondering if Mineta had caused trouble again. Izuku shook his head, indicating no, then explained that there was a fire in the forest along with some pink mist, questioning if it was part of the training. The pro-heroes immediately stood up in shock and rushed outside. They saw that the fire and mist had spread rapidly, creating a trap. Aizawa ordered Mandalay to inform the kids to gather and instructed Izuku to create a portal to the hot springs to bring their classmates to safety. Izuku quickly created a large portal, and the boys and girls came through, already dressed. Kirishima asked what was going on, and Aizawa shouted that it was a villain attack, urging everyone to stay together. Mineta cried out in despair, lamenting that he just wanted to be a rich hero and hadn't signed up for this. Izuku, usually the one to comfort Mineta, remained focused on the forest with a calculating glare, his eyes radiating cold anger. He asked Aizawa if Class 1B was supposed to be there by now. Aizawa paled, and just then, something emerged from the forest. A girl in a UA uniform, limping her way across the courtyard without saying a word. Momo cried out to Kendo, trying to run to her, but Izuku stopped her, questioning who the girl was. Kirishima expressed his concern, noting that Kendo was clearly injured and needed help. Izuku, however, remained skeptical and urged Kendo to use her quirk to prove her identity. Kendo, overwhelmed with emotion, revealed her injuries and insisted she was Kendo, pleading for understanding. Kirishima rushed to her side, but Izuku intervened, asserting that Kendo should be able to activate her quirk despite her injuries. He questioned her identity, and Kendo, in distress, clutched her hands, exclaiming her confusion about what had happened to them. Izuku, undeterred, decided to take action. He teleported next to Kendo and struck her in the gut. The class erupted in outrage, questioning his sanity. In a shocking turn, Kendo's skin began to dissolve, revealing a different girl with a sinister grin. She lunged at Izuku with a knife, but he swiftly dodged and countered with a powerful blow, leaving only a puddle of mud behind. Izuku deduced that it was a cloning quirk, which would complicate their situation. The class watched in awe as he explained his reasoning, noting that Kendo had appeared injured but was actually fine. Aizawa commended Izuku for his insight and instructed everyone to retreat. Izuku, concerned about their classmates Kota and Chisai, activated his quirk and scanned the area. He spotted a cliff and sensed a formidable presence nearby, realizing it was a villain. Momo, filled with dread, pleaded to help, but Aizawa refused, prioritizing the safety of the students. Ignoring Aizawa's orders, Izuku opened a portal and took Momo with him. They arrived at the camp to find it engulfed in flames, with a group of villains waiting for them. A muscular villain taunted them, while Chisai and Kota cowered in fear. Just as the villain prepared to strike, Izuku appeared and blocked the attack. After the chaos subsided, emergency services arrived to tend to the injured and apprehend the remaining villains. Most students had minor injuries, but Izuku and Momo were more seriously hurt. Izuku was hospitalized with multiple broken bones, while Momo had a head injury but was released after a short stay. She refused to leave Izuku's side, waiting for him to wake up. Momo whispered her feelings, urging Izuku to return to them. When he finally awoke, he was surprised to see her there. Overcome with emotion, Momo confronted him about his reckless behavior, reminding him of his promise to prioritize his safety. She expressed her love for him, revealing how painful it was to see him disregard his own life. Izuku listened, reflecting on Momo's words and the times they had shared. He realized how much her feelings mattered and apologized for not considering them before. He confessed that he loved her too and that his desire to protect her drove him to take risks. Izuku expressed his feelings for Momo, stating that he wouldn't give up because her safety was his priority. Momo, taken aback, sought confirmation of his feelings, questioning why he would choose her when so many others were interested in him. Izuku smiled, explaining that her caring nature, sense of humor, and her identity as Momo Yaoyorozu were what mattered most to him. He hugged her gently and placed a light kiss on her cheek before falling asleep from exhaustion, with Momo's head resting on his chest. The following day, Izuku was discharged from the hospital and taken to the police station for questioning alongside Momo. The rest of their class had already provided their accounts of the events, but the police sought a complete narrative from Izuku. Tsukachi inquired if Izuku had fought the remaining villains alone, to which Izuku confirmed that he had, but was ultimately overpowered by reinforcements. Tsukachi acknowledged Izuku's heroism, noting that it had likely saved his classmates' lives and that the media was buzzing about UA's security, crediting Izuku for preventing the school's closure. Izuku, slightly flustered by the praise, asked if the police had located the League of Villains. Tsukachi revealed that they had found them and were preparing an attack force, but he had classified information to share. He informed Izuku that they wanted him to participate in an operation, not as a fighter, but as someone who could handle the media. They needed him to conduct an interview alongside Aizawa, Vlad King, and Nizu, aiming to mislead the villains into thinking they were still hidden. Curious about how the police had tracked the villains, Izuku learned that Momo had cleverly implanted a tracker on a villain named Spinner, which allowed them to pinpoint the villain's hideout. Izuku smiled, proud of Momo's ingenuity. Tsukachi advised him to prepare for the interview, suggesting a suit and tie. Half an hour later, Izuku was almost ready when he received a call from Kirishima, asking him to meet at the local park with their friends. When he arrived, he was greeted by Kirishima, Ida, Uraraka, Todoroki, and Momo. Nervously, he acknowledged Momo, recalling their recent confession and the time they had spent apart due to his recovery and Momo's family obligations. Kirishima inquired if something had happened between Izuku and Momo, but they both quickly denied it. Kirishima then shifted the conversation to Bakugo, expressing their desire to save him. Izuku, however, firmly stated that while he understood their feelings, it was best not to interfere this time. His friends were taken aback, expecting him to be more enthusiastic about their plan. Ida argued that he wanted to prevent any reckless actions that could escalate the situation. Recognizing that he wouldn't change their minds, Izuku suggested that Momo create a way for them to send him a distress signal. Momo agreed and revealed a small device that would warm up if they sent a signal. After urging his friends to stay safe and avoid reckless behavior, Izuku departed for his interview, entering a police cruiser. Kirishima sighed, realizing Izuku was out of their plan. Momo speculated that Izuku's meeting with the police was serious, especially given his formal attire, and suggested they focus on their own mission. At the police station, Aizawa, also dressed in a suit and tie, prepared for the interview while Vlad King was briefed by Nizu. Izuku, feeling nervous but determined, affirmed that he was ready to help the heroes in any way he could. Aizawa reminded him that facing the media was a challenge all heroes had to confront, and it could lead to failure if not handled properly. Izuku considered this not only as a way to help but also as a learning experience. He nodded, and soon a stage crew member called the four of them to the interviewer's booth. Aizawa whispered for them to prepare as they passed through a door, immediately stepping into a harsh spotlight with countless cameras aimed at them. They took their seats at the table and introduced themselves. Kirishima watched in shock, realizing it was Izuku. He wondered if this was what Izuku had to do. Uraraka exclaimed that it must be to reassure the media, noting that Izuku was already considered a top hero candidate in Japan. Momo remained silent, pondering what was happening and questioning Izuku's intentions. A news reporter asked if Izuku was the hero who had defeated the villains and made them flee. Izuku confirmed this. Another reporter inquired if he was also the one who had defeated Stain and was involved in the USJ incident from a couple of months ago. Izuku affirmed it once more. The reporter then asked about his feelings regarding UA's security system, questioning its safety. Izuku calmly explained that the villains were attempting to manipulate the media to their advantage, but UA's security was strong enough to keep the students safe. The next question concerned the recent villain attack, during which Katsuki Bakugo had been captured. The reporter suggested that Bakugo might be swayed to the villain's side. Izuku laughed at the idea, asserting that he had known Kaken for most of his life and that there was no chance he would turn to villainy. His determination to become a hero was what made him Izuku's best friend. As the questions continued, Izuku answered each one flawlessly, but his mind drifted to the villain's hideout. He sensed that something was amiss, and the familiar cold feeling of impending disaster began to worry him. Meanwhile, Kirishima whispered that the villain hideout was a nearby warehouse and asked if there was a way to see inside. Momo pointed to a window above a crack between the warehouse and another building, suggesting they could squeeze through and climb up to take a look. Discarding their disguises for athletic clothes, they made their way through the crack. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the front of the warehouse. Uraraka shouted in alarm, wondering if the villains had discovered them. As the smoke cleared, they saw a large group of heroes, including Empty Lady, Gang Orca, and Best Jeanist. Lady picked up a seemingly lifeless Nomu and questioned its state. Ida sighed with relief, realizing that Izuku had been right to trust the heroes. Just as he suggested they return, a masked man in a tuxedo approached the heroes, slowly clapping his hands. The masked man congratulated the heroes and revealed that they had been outsmarted, holding up a small device to indicate that they had found the tracker. Best Jeanist immediately used his quirk to immobilize the man, who dismissed it with a wave of his hand and ominously declared goodbye. The heroes and students widened their eyes as they realized what was about to happen, but it was too late. The masked man flicked his finger, and a massive explosion erupted from the front of the warehouse. 10 minutes later, Izuku stretched as he exited the building with Aizawa, Vlad King, and Nizu. He asked Aizawa how he had performed during the interview. Aizawa nodded with satisfaction, praising Izuku's execution. Grinning at the compliment, Izuku remembered the reason for the interview and quietly inquired about the attack's status. Aizawa replied that he wasn't sure but hoped it wasn't too bad. Suddenly, a nearby TV broadcasted a live fight, showing All Might battling the masked man, with the League of Villains engaging a sandy-haired boy. Izuku gasped in surprise, realizing it was Kaken fighting alongside All Might. He questioned whether the attack had gone wrong. Nizu suggested they should watch closely. As they gathered around the TV, they saw a glacier of ice form, revealing Momo, Uraraka, Kirishima, Ida, and Todoroki launching themselves from it. Aizawa shouted in disbelief, and Izuku looked away, whistling. They then witnessed Bakugo propel himself upward and grab Uraraka, causing them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the ice shattered, and the group fell to the ground near the villains. Fortunately, Momo created a cushion to soften their landing, but they now found themselves in a precarious situation. Feeling a warmth from the device in his pocket, Izuku knew he had to act. He called out to Aizawa that he needed to go and dashed into an alleyway before waiting for a response. Once hidden, he opened a portal to the location of the fight and stepped through. The portal closed behind him as Izuku emerged with a frown. He admonished the group for landing in the midst of the villains, labeling it a reckless move. Momo protested that they hadn't planned it and warned that they were in danger. Izuku gravely nodded, confirming the identity of the man fighting All Might. Just then, the villains advanced toward them. Spinner shouted for them to capture Izuku, but Uraraka swiftly intervened, striking him in the gut, while Bakugo followed up with an explosive attack. Uraraka cheered for their combo move, but Bakugo merely clicked his tongue in annoyance. Suddenly, Mr. Compress appeared behind Momo, extending his hand to capture her. But before Shigaraki could reach her, Izuku seized his wrist tightly and delivered a punch to his gut. At the same moment, Momo struck him on the side of his head with a baton. Izuku teased about their teamwork, suggesting it was a combo move. Shigaraki smirked, recognizing Izuku Midoriya. He had been waiting for this moment, but Izuku interrupted him, urging everyone to focus on escaping quickly so All Might could fight at full strength. Izuku created a portal, ensuring his friends went through first, which only fueled Shigaraki's anger as he charged at them. Just before Izuku jumped into the portal, he cheekily gestured at Shigaraki and then closed the portal, leaving Shigaraki fuming. Frustrated, Shigaraki shouted in anger, but Toga tapped him on the shoulder, suggesting they could still take action against the unconscious pro-heroes. Shigaraki, slowly rising, grinned at the idea of dealing a significant blow to the heroes. However, as he turned to the heroes, he saw Izuku waving cheerfully while pulling the last of them through a portal. Shigaraki's frustration peaked, and he slammed his fist into the ground in defeat. Toga, with a hint of disappointment but still cheerful, noted that there was nothing Izuku could take from them. Suddenly, a portal opened above the unconscious bodies of Mr. Compress, Spinner, Dabi, and Kurogiri. Izuku emerged, gathered them up, and jumped back through the portal while whistling the All Might theme song. Shigaraki fell to the ground in defeat, not even shouting this time. Toga admitted her lack of ideas, while Twice began to speak but was silenced by Magna, who warned him not to jinx their situation. Twice, undeterred, shouted about the absence of communism, but nothing changed. He mused about the pro-heroes potentially arresting them, but his words were cut short. Out of nowhere, a white and gold blur appeared, swiftly knocking out Toga and Magna. The blur landed in front of Twice and Shigaraki, who was shaking with rage. Gran Torino declared that they were under arrest, as Endeavor and several other pro-heroes approached. Shigaraki, with a weary voice, lamented Twice's careless words as they were both handcuffed with special capturing equipment. Twice shouted his regret but quickly added that it was still pretty cool. Meanwhile, All Might confronted All for One, taunting him about his captured subordinates. All for One expressed his surprise at Izuku's unexpected presence, vowing to break his subordinates out after defeating All Might. The two engaged in a fierce battle, each impact creating shockwaves that shattered windows and sent gusts of wind through the city. Kirishima watched in excitement, marveling at All Might's strength, while Izuku felt a knot of fear in his stomach, worried about his father's well-being. All for One, sensing victory, charged up his power, taunting All Might about reaching his limit. As steam rose from All Might and he coughed, the onlookers began to whisper in concern. Izuku trembled, fearing for All Might's safety. All for One laughed maliciously, preparing to unleash a powerful attack that struck All Might directly. The dust cloud obscured the view, but when it cleared, All Might was revealed in his weakened form, with All for One mocking him. Grand Torino and Endeavor joined All Might, challenging All for One, who dismissed them as mere obstacles. Endeavor unleashed a fiery attack, but All for One easily dodged and retaliated with a devastating blow that left Endeavor gasping in pain. Izuku recognized that Endeavor was in critical condition, leaving Gran Torino as the last hero standing against All for One. Gran Torino charged at the villain, but All for One caught him effortlessly and hurled him back, creating a crater on impact. All for One approached All Might, taunting him about their impending defeat. He charged his arm once more, preparing to deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, Kirishima noticed Izuku's absence, prompting Momo to search for him. Her fears were confirmed when the screen showed Izuku, dressed in a suit and tie, carrying All Might, Endeavor, and Gran Torino on his back, positioned on the opposite side of the battlefield from All for One. All for One shouted in surprise upon seeing Izuku. It had been a long time since they had last met, and Izuku gently set down the heroes, acknowledging the reunion with a hint of sarcasm. All for One frowned, expressing his desire to avoid a confrontation. He urged Izuku to step aside so he could eliminate the heroes. However, Izuku's eyes glowed red, and his presence filled the city, radiating an ominous aura that even the onlookers could sense. Izuku remarked on the typical expectations of fathers, contrasting them with his own situation. He removed his tie and suit jacket, revealing a white shirt beneath. He had once been conflicted about their meeting, but clarity had come to him. All for One had harmed his friends and his mother, and Izuku was determined to confront him. With a chilling laugh, Izuku teleported behind All for One, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Instead of forming a fist, he shaped his hand like a blade, moving his fingers toward All for One's stomach with a surge of power. The impact rattled All for One, who coughed and collapsed to the ground. Izuku observed the situation with a hint of surprise, noting that All for One had not attempted to defend himself. He teleported back to All Might, who was astonished by Izuku's ability to injure their formidable foe. Izuku explained that he had read All for One's thoughts, realizing that his opponent had resigned himself to not fighting back. This psychological advantage had allowed Izuku to strike effectively. He then checked on Endeavor and Gran Torino, expressing concern for their well-being. Just then, ambulances and police arrived, along with 6 familiar students. Bakugo, filled with anger, confronted Izuku for fighting without him, while Ida expressed concern over Izuku's bloodied hand. Momo quietly admonished Izuku for risking himself, but he reassured her that he was unharmed. To everyone's surprise, Momo playfully punched him on the head and then kissed him, leaving both of them blushing. Bakugo, bewildered by the unexpected display, shouted in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. After the police apprehended the still-living All for One and the injured were taken to the hospital, Izuku and his friends faced a stern lecture from All Might, Aizawa, Nizu, and the police, while Bakugo was taken for medical attention. After an extensive discussion about hero responsibilities and the current crisis due to quirk rule violations, Tsukachi sighed, wondering if they had learned their lesson. The 6 friends nodded eagerly, hoping for the lecture to conclude. Tsukachi then informed them of their punishment. They would assist in repairing Kamino Ward, which had suffered significant damage during the battle, using their quirks to demonstrate their proper use. To his surprise, the group cheered at the prospect of helping. The next day, all 6 gathered at Kamino Ward, receiving instructions from a construction worker. Their primary task was to clear the debris from the battlefield, which had been heavily impacted. The worker emphasized the need for them to handle the majority of the work, and they were to dispose of the debris afterward. 10 minutes later, they stood before a massive battlefield littered with rubble. Izuku sighed, lamenting the extensive damage caused. Uraraka encouraged everyone to get to work and suggested they devise a plan. All eyes turned to Momo, who blushed at the attention. She quickly took charge, proposing they find a nearby area to gather the debris. Spotting a large crater created by All Might and All for One, she declared it the perfect spot. Momo outlined a plan for organizing their efforts, with her and Kirishima focusing on smaller rocks while the others tackled larger debris. Uraraka would lighten the weight of the larger rocks, and Ida would help transport them down ice pathways created by Todoroki. As they prepared to execute the plan, Izuku realized he had been overlooked. Momo reassured him that she had a different task in mind, asking him to erase the debris that accumulated in the center. Izuku agreed, confident in his abilities, and they set to work together, ready to tackle the challenge ahead. They all cheered and immediately began working as Momo had instructed. While Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki utilized the system Momo provided, Kirishima decided to work alone. He cheerfully mentioned that he thought he would perform better by himself and headed toward a pile of smaller debris, leaving Izuku with Momo. Izuku asked how they should proceed. Momo suggested that he create a portal nearby so they could easily throw debris through to the deposit. Izuku nodded and made a portal next to himself. As they worked, an awkward tension developed between them. Izuku attempted to break the silence by asking about Chisai. Momo replied that Chisai was fine and not shaken by the villain attack. She shared that he thought Izuku was the coolest hero ever and had even played hero versus villain with his toys, casting Izuku as the hero and Shigaraki as the villain. Izuku grinned at the thought of Chisai admiring him so much. Momo then mentioned that Chisai had jokingly suggested she should marry Izuku so they could spend more time together, which made both of their faces turn red. They fell silent for a few moments, continuing their work. Suddenly, Momo tripped over a rock and was about to fall onto a pile of sharp debris. Izuku quickly caught her and held her in his arms, looking deeply into her eyes. He asked if she was okay and if she was hurt. Momo admitted she had tweaked her ankle a little but assured him she would be fine. Izuku helped her to a nearby bench, checked her ankle, and expressed concern that she shouldn't try to work with it in that condition. Momo insisted that she needed to work her fair share and could manage. Izuku frowned but suggested they take precautions. He asked if she could make a small cast to protect her ankle. Momo nodded and produced a cast, which Izuku applied to her ankle. He asked if it felt okay, and she confirmed it was fine, suggesting they get back to work. As they resumed, Izuku thought about Momo's parents and how they must have been worried about her after the attack. Momo smiled and explained that while they were concerned, they were more worried about Izuku and had visited him a couple of times. She noted that her parents had taken a liking to him. Momo then recalled a conversation with her parents from the night before, where they had playfully suggested she should start dating Izuku. Embarrassed, she blushed at the memory, which Izuku noticed. He asked if she was feeling unwell, and she shook her head. Suddenly, she blurted out that they needed to talk about something important. She asked if his declaration of love in the hospital was real. Izuku was taken aback but nodded affirmatively. Momo then asked if that meant they both loved each other, and Izuku agreed. Taking a deep breath, Momo faced him with determination and asked if he would date her. After expressing her feelings, she felt a rush of embarrassment and began to retract her words, but Izuku interrupted her with a gentle kiss. He softly told her that he would love nothing more than to date her. Momo gasped in surprise and asked if he really meant it. Izuku confirmed his feelings, and in a moment of joy, Momo kissed him fully, lost in their own world. After pulling away, Izuku asked if that made them an official couple, to which Momo replied yes. Just then, they heard a voice behind them. Bakugo shouted in disbelief at the sight of them together, while Kirishima laughed in the background. Izuku was surprised to see Bakugo and asked what he was doing there. Bakugo expressed his frustration at having escaped the police who thought he was shaken up. He had come to help but was shocked to find Izuku and Momo together. At that moment, Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki arrived, sweaty from their work. Uraraka exclaimed that she had heard the commotion and hugged Bakugo, who blushed. They explained they had finished cleaning the debris and came to ask what to do next. Izuku realized he needed to erase the remaining debris and quickly teleported to do so, returning in seconds. Uraraka then asked what they should do next, noting that they had completed their task. Izuku pondered the next steps, unsure of what to do. Momo suggested they check in with the construction worker. When they informed him that they had completed the task, his jaw dropped in disbelief. He exclaimed in surprise that it would have taken at least a couple of days for them to finish, but the kids had done it in just an hour. He then told them that their job was done, and they were free to do whatever they wanted. The 7 of them thanked him and left together. Kirishima proposed they go buy some lunch, and everyone agreed, deciding to head to the downtown area to see what was available. As they walked, they noticed Momo and Izuku holding hands. Uraraka asked if they were dating, to which they both replied affirmatively, sharing that they had just started dating that day. Kirishima, feeling a hint of jealousy, remarked that they were the first couple in their class and expressed a wish to have a girlfriend himself. Uraraka reminded him that he had Mina, causing Kirishima to blush. As they continued walking, they passed a TV showing a rerun of All Might's battle with All for One, with reporters discussing Izuku's rising fame. One reporter noted that Izuku Midoriya was the super famous student from UA, while another commented on his popularity due to his recent heroic deeds. A third reporter mentioned that the public was definitely rooting for the young hero. A group of university-aged people nearby began discussing Izuku, with one man praising his strength and a woman commenting on his looks, lamenting that he was supposedly taken. Another man mentioned a protest advocating for Izuku to be included in hero polls, noting that his fan base was larger than most pro-heroes, surpassed only by All Might, Endeavor, and a few others. One woman expressed a desire to meet him, and Bakugo, smirking, pointed out that Izuku was right there. The group turned to see Izuku glaring at Bakugo. One of the women excitedly asked if he was really Izuku Midoriya, and he nodded. They requested a picture and an autograph, which he happily provided before lightly punching Bakugo, playfully scolding him for his earlier comment. They found a restaurant, but just before entering, a man wearing a bird beak mask walked past them, inadvertently dropping a piece of paper. Izuku picked it up and tapped the man on the shoulder to return it. The man turned around, his tone friendly, but his eyes conveyed a different story, radiating hostility. He took the paper and walked away. Momo noticed Izuku standing frozen and asked what was wrong. He shook his head and rejoined the group, brushing it off. He mentioned feeling like he had seen that man before, but quickly shifted the conversation to lunch. As they sat down, Uraraka asked what everyone wanted to eat, marveling at the extensive menu. Izuku and Momo agreed to anything, and Kirishima and Todoroki echoed the sentiment. Bakugo suddenly shouted for pizza, leading them all to order it. While enjoying their meal, Uraraka inquired how Izuku had defeated the villain so easily, given his reputation for being strong enough to take down All Might and Endeavor. Izuku nervously explained that the villain had been holding back, suggesting that he could have easily overpowered him if he had wanted to. The group frowned, questioning why the villain would go easy on him. Momo looked at Izuku with concern, prompting him to force a smile and decide to share the truth. He revealed that the villain was his biological father, shocking everyone at the table. Bakugo exclaimed in disbelief, recalling that he had been told Izuku's dad was working overseas. Izuku awkwardly confirmed that he had thought the same until he learned the truth from All Might, omitting details about One for All. Kirishima remarked that it made sense, likening it to a story from Star Wars, which made Izuku laugh. Bakugo pressed for more details, asking if the villain had gone easy on him because he was his son. Izuku admitted that it seemed likely, as his father might feel guilty for leaving him and his mother. However, he quickly reassured them that the villain was imprisoned in Tartaros, and with the League of Villains arrested, they had little to worry about. Despite the reassurance, Momo sensed something was off with Izuku. He suddenly brought up the man in the bird mask, expressing an unsettling feeling about him. He recalled having researched villains since childhood, fascinated by their quirks and powers. He mentioned a group called the 8 Precepts of Death, whose masks resembled the one worn by the man they encountered. Momo recognized the name, recalling MT Lady discussing them. Izuku explained that he felt a strong connection between the man and that group, suggesting that he might be one of them. Uraraka gasped, realizing they had potentially crossed paths with a dangerous villain. Bakugo questioned if Izuku was serious, to which Izuku gravely nodded, confirming his concerns. Izuku expressed his concern about the current state of Japan, highlighting the crisis following All Might's retirement. With the absence of such a powerful hero, villainy was expected to flourish, and the remaining heroes would struggle to keep up. The aftermath of the Kamino incident had left many of the top heroes incapacitated, making the situation even more dire. His friends listened intently, and Kirishima broke the silence by asking about the 8 precepts of death. Izuku's face turned pale as he corrected Kirishima's mistake, emphasizing that they were called precepts, not precums. He explained that with many top pro heroes out of action and the top villains also being dealt with, a power vacuum was forming. This would allow new villains, like the 8 precepts of death, to rise and contribute to an increase in crime. Momo shivered at the thought and turned to Izuku, asking if there was anything heroes could do in the meantime. Izuku shrugged, speculating that those capable would likely engage in operations to keep crime rates down, including their teachers. He noted that while they were on summer break, it raised questions about what would happen afterward. As they contemplated the situation, a fangirl scream erupted from outside the restaurant, drawing their attention to a large group of girls excitedly pointing at Izuku. Bakugo sighed in frustration, suggesting they leave before the crowd grew larger. They all departed and took the bus back to their dorms. Once back, Izuku asked Momo what she wanted to do, as their classmates had retreated to their rooms after teasing him about facing a strong villain. They settled on a couch in the main hall, with Izuku's arm around Momo, who rested her head on his shoulder. Momo admitted she would rather just be with him, and Izuku agreed, suggesting they stay like that. Their peaceful moment was interrupted by a shout from upstairs. Kaminari and several others rushed down, excitedly showing Izuku a picture on his phone. It was a photo of him and Momo taken during their bus ride to training camp, now trending on social media. Kaminari pointed out that it had garnered millions of likes, attributing their fame to their status as heroes and their looks. Jiro chimed in, showing her own phone with even more likes, declaring that they were more than just heroes, they were celebrities. Izuku and Momo laughed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and amusement. They decided to step outside for some fresh air, where Izuku mused about their newfound fame and Momo leaned against him, enjoying the moment until the chill of the evening prompted them to return to their rooms. Later, the entire class gathered around Izuku as he held an envelope from the National Hero Association. Kirishima urged him to open it, excited about its significance. Inside, the letter thanked Izuku for his efforts in bringing justice but noted that his lack of a provincial license limited his ability to work as a hero. They offered him a temporary hero license, contingent on his commitment to hero work for the next month. Kaminari, confused, asked about the provincial license, while Jiro explained that it allowed heroes to use their quirks in public legally. Kaminari encouraged Izuku to accept the offer. Izuku pondered the letter, turning to Momo and expressing his concern about how it might affect their time together. He wanted to ensure she was okay with his decision. The class fell silent, absorbing his words. Kirishima nodded in approval, and the boys agreed, while the girls blushed, admiring Izuku's dedication. Momo, blushing more than the others, encouraged him, saying he didn't need her permission. Mineta, oblivious, asked if they were dating, prompting exasperation from the others. They reminded him that they had shared this information the day before. Izuku then wondered what he should write in response to the NHA, feeling it was too simple to just say, okay. Just then, Aizawa appeared, offering to assist. He explained that he had already sent the NHA Izuku's records but needed his hero name to complete the information. Izuku nodded, realizing he would need to include that in his reply. He turned to his friends, ready to discuss the next steps. Izuku pondered what his hero name should be. After a moment of thought, Mina suggested a name. She proposed, how about the Green Lantern? Izuku quickly shook his head, concerned about the implications of such a choice. He expressed that they didn't want to appear unoriginal by borrowing from another character, as it might lead to disinterest among readers and potentially end the story. Kaminari then chimed in with another idea, how about Goblin Slayer? Kirishima sighed, pointing out that it didn't relate to Izuku at all. He offered his own suggestion, wondering if Mr. Worldwide would be a fitting name. Mina shot back that it was just as bad. She then proposed Snake Eyes as an alternative. As the class continued to bicker over Izuku's hero name, Momo leaned over to look at his paper. She suggested that he should incorporate his quirks into the name, proposing options like Blood Eye or the Green Portal. Izuku nodded in agreement but felt uncertain about which name to choose. Momo then had a lightbulb moment, suggesting Green Lightning. She explained that the effect of using one for all created green lightning, and his teleportation speed made him as fast as lightning. She wasn't sure if he would like it, but she thought it was worth considering. Izuku's face lit up with a grin as he hugged Momo in gratitude for her idea. He decided to use that name and wrote it down, confirming his intent to become a hero. The class paused their discussions, staring at him in confusion. Kirishima asked what his hero name was, and Izuku proudly announced, Green Lightning. He handed the letter to Aizawa, who tucked it into his pocket. Aizawa informed the class that they were to attend a meeting for all the top heroes. Izuku inquired about the time and location of the meeting, to which Aizawa replied it would be in 5 minutes at one of UA's auditoriums. He instructed Izuku to change into his hero costume and follow him, tossing him a briefcase from seemingly nowhere. Izuku quickly changed and followed Aizawa out of the dorms. Momo quietly expressed her unease about the situation, and Bakugo agreed, sharing her concern. In a large auditorium, a muscular hero with a red cape addressed a police officer, expressing his impatience. The officer, Tsukachi, was one of the top policemen and was there to discuss important matters. The muscular hero, Powerman, reacted defensively when a woman in a skin-tight bodysuit reminded him to show respect to his colleagues. She introduced herself and asked about the kid present, referring to Izuku, who was watching the exchange with excitement. Izuku eagerly expressed his admiration for Powerman and Miss Super, asking for their autographs. Miss Super acknowledged him and turned the conversation back to Aizawa, noting that all the UA teachers were present except for the principal. She inquired about the situation, suspecting that top hero teachers were being pulled from their schools to assist with hero work. Aizawa simply nodded in response. Suddenly, a cheerful woman with light green hair and a bandana entered, greeting Aizawa with enthusiasm and jokingly suggesting they get married. Aizawa groaned, wishing for peace. As they settled into the auditorium, Tsukachi took the stage with a microphone, addressing the gathered heroes. He explained the urgency of their situation and the need for their assistance to keep Japan safe during a time of danger. He emphasized the importance of holding the fort until the top heroes returned. The room fell silent as the pro-heroes absorbed the gravity of the situation. Tsukachi continued, explaining that they had brought in pro-hero teachers and top students from hero schools to bolster their ranks. He mentioned the Elite 10, prompting Izuku to turn to Aizawa in confusion, wondering if it was a reference to a food anime. Aizawa shook his head in disappointment, reminding Izuku that he should be aware of such things. He clarified that while the Elite 10 was indeed a term from a food anime, it was also a collection of the top hero students across the country, recognized as the best candidates for pro-hero status after graduation. Izuku's excitement grew as he asked about the members of the Elite 10, curious about the top students from other schools. Aizawa explained that there were 5 from UA, 3 from Shiketsu, and 2 from smaller schools. He noted that Izuku was familiar with the 5 UA students but had yet to meet the others. Izuku was puzzled, realizing he knew the big 3 but was unsure about the other 2 members. Aizawa revealed that this year, 3 first-year students were part of the Elite 10, with 2 of them coming from UA. He paused to let the information sink in before continuing. Izuku was surprised to learn that he had been granted an emergency hero license, while Bakugo had not. Aizawa explained that the Hero Committee had voted in favor of Izuku due to his high ranking in the Elite 10, whereas Bakugo, along with the other first years, had been ranked lower. Curious about his own ranking, Izuku eagerly asked, wondering if he was in the top 5. Aizawa casually informed him that he was actually ranked first, which left Izuku in shock. Miss Super looked at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend the news. Tsukachi then took the stage, announcing that the majority of the Elite 10 had been assembled to assist the pro-heroes on their missions. He called for the members present to join him on stage, and Izuku was pushed forward by Aizawa, joining 6 others. As the crowd cheered for the Elite 10, Izuku scanned the stage, recognizing the big 3, who waved at him enthusiastically. The other members were unfamiliar to him, but they seemed friendly, except for one individual with squinty eyes and a shiketsu hat, and another with an 80s-style eyeglass and long light blue hair, who wore a calculating grin. Sukachi shifted the focus back to business, emphasizing that it was time to get to work. In the news, a reporter excitedly announced an operation by the NHA, highlighting the collaboration between pro-hero teachers and skilled students. Another reporter chimed in, praising the new hero, Green Lightning, who had achieved an impressive record of 200 solved cases in just a week since his debut. His accomplishments, including resolving significant incidents, had made him a fan favorite and a contender for the greatest hero of Japan. Bakugo expressed his concern, hoping that Izuku wouldn't let the fame affect him. Momo reassured him that Izuku was dedicated, though she wished he could have visited them recently. Kirishima, on the other hand, was eager about the upcoming emergency hero license exam, while Mina and Kaminari preferred to enjoy their summer without the added pressure. After a brief discussion, they compiled a list of who would participate in the exam. The results showed that Bakugo, Todoroki, Momo, Ida, Uraraka, Kirishima, Tsuyu, Shoji, and Mineta would be going, while the others opted out due to various reasons. 3 hours later, the exams concluded, and everyone who participated passed. Bakugo celebrated their success with enthusiasm. Later, Sukachi expressed concern about the overwhelming workload, acknowledging that they had relied heavily on Izuku's efforts. Aizawa noted that Izuku had been pushing himself too hard, having not slept for an entire week. The revelation shocked everyone present, and Sukachi emphasized the need to address the situation before it became unmanageable. Aizawa proposed that those who passed the optional provincial license exams be given the chance to work as heroes, framing it as an internship to mitigate any potential backlash from the media. Sukachi agreed, but they needed the Hero Association's approval. Turning to a group of important-looking men in business suits, Sukachi requested an emergency vote. All 10 men raised their hands in favor of Aizawa's proposal, allowing them to move forward. Sukachi then addressed the group of students, reminding them of the challenges they would face as heroes. Without hesitation, all 9 of them agreed to take on the responsibility. Momo questioned their decision, wondering if something had prompted this urgency. Aizawa explained that while they had been performing well, it was largely due to Izuku's hard work, and they anticipated that challenges would soon escalate. He mentioned a particular group of villains known as the 8 Precepts of Death, hinting at the troubles that lay ahead. They had acquired one of the drags being sold on the black market, and it was definitely a cause for concern. Momo inquired if it was something related to quirks. Sukachi confirmed that it was a drag that, when injected into a person's bloodstream, would effectively erase the victim's quirk. Everyone immediately turned to Aizawa, who simply shrugged and explained that it was different from his quirk. It wasn't permanent, lasting at least 24 hours, and his quirk only worked when he looked directly at his target. If this drag was based on someone's quirk, they needed to be cautious. Whoever created it had to be incredibly powerful. Bakugo interjected, questioning why they were the ones handling this situation. He felt that it would make more sense for the top pro heroes to deal with such a dangerous enemy, sensing that something else was at play. Aizawa acknowledged Bakugo's sharp insight, explaining that this would likely be an underground mission away from the public eye. The Hero Association deemed it irrational to involve all the top heroes for something that wouldn't boost public morale, so they decided to bring in heroes who typically operated in the shadows. Uraraka expressed her excitement, wondering if Izuku would be joining them. Just then, a voice from the dorm doors interrupted, stating that he was too busy being famous. They turned in shock to see a small gathering of heroes. Uraraka recognized the big 3 but was unfamiliar with the others. Aizawa reassured them that the other heroes were just as capable, if not more so, than the pro heroes they were used to. A man with neat blue hair, a white suit, and glasses introduced himself as Night Eye, a pro hero. He acknowledged that they already knew the big 3 and proceeded to introduce the other heroes. Fat Gum, a massive man in a white hero suit who waved cheerfully, and Miss Super, along with Powerman, who was as large as All Might. Fat Gum expressed his honor in working with them, and Aizawa stated that he would also be joining the mission. With that, he emphasized the need for a quick debriefing before they left for the mission in a few hours. Bakugo, filled with anger, reacted to the news that Overhaul had been experimenting on his own daughter. He declared that if he got his hands on Overhaul, he would make him regret it. Night Eye cautioned that engaging in combat with Overhaul was not advised, as they didn't know the extent of his quirk, which was extremely dangerous. Just one touch could be fatal. He presented a picture of a black-haired man wearing a winter jacket and a bird mask, which shocked Momo, Bakugo, Uraraka, Kirishima, Ida, and Todoroki. Tsuyu, Shoji, and Mineta looked on in confusion. Aizawa asked if they had seen him before, noting that Overhaul was a relatively unknown villain. Momo recalled an encounter from a week ago when they were at a restaurant with Izuku. She remembered that the man had dropped some papers, which Izuku picked up for him. Izuku seemed bothered by the man and had mentioned suspecting him to be part of the 8 Precepts of Death. Reflecting on it now, Momo could see the malevolence in his eyes. Aizawa's eyes widened as he turned to the students, shaking Mineta by the shoulders, demanding to know if they really encountered Overhaul. Mineta stammered in response, unsure of the significance. Aizawa expressed disbelief that they weren't dead, recalling reports of Overhaul's violent tendencies toward anyone who crossed his path. Night Eye interjected, explaining that there were instances of Overhaul leaving people alone, particularly pro-heroes of great power. It seemed he didn't kill those he believed could defeat him. Mirio speculated whether that meant Overhaul acknowledged Izuku, which would be impressive. Just then, Izuku appeared at the meeting room door, looking exhausted. His appearance was disheveled, and he seemed to be struggling to stay awake. Momo rushed to his side, concerned for his well-being. Izuku explained that he had been forced to rest by Tsukachi and All Might but wanted to join the fight against Overhaul. Aizawa firmly refused, citing Izuku's reliance on adrenaline and the risk of him becoming a liability due to exhaustion. After a moment of internal conflict, Izuku reluctantly agreed to be on standby. He mentioned that Overhaul's actions were not out of fear of him, unlike with Endeavor and All Might. Instead, everything seemed to revolve around Eri, and with that, Izuku fell asleep against Momo, who gently cradled him in her arms. Aizawa concluded that they needed to get him to a comfortable bed immediately. Night Eye decided to send some of their team to escort Eri back to the dorms. Momo gently stroked Izuku's head and expressed her concern about Eri, who had been subjected to experiments by Overhaul. She wondered if Eri was the source of the quirk erasing bullets. Aizawa replied that they couldn't be certain but was intrigued by how Overhaul had gathered so much information, questioning whether he had been investigating the 8 precepts. Night Eye emphasized that their priority was to rescue Eri and any other innocents involved, followed by neutralizing the 8 precepts of death. He announced that they would launch a full-scale attack in an hour and instructed everyone to prepare. As they approached the hideout, Mineta remarked on its dilapidated state, expressing surprise that it belonged to a supposedly powerful villain group. Mirio cautioned them to remain vigilant, noting that much of the hideout was underground, and they needed to take the situation seriously. With a large contingent of police officers now on their side, they were ready to storm the base. Night Eye confirmed with an officer that the area had been evacuated and that squads were guarding the perimeter, ensuring everything was set for the operation. He then gestured for the group to enter the base. 2 hours later, only 3 of them remained standing amidst the devastation, with a crowd watching in horror. Night Eye had sustained a serious injury, and Mirio was barely conscious. Several police officers had already lost their lives, with more in critical condition. Bakugo muttered in frustration, questioning how things had escalated so quickly. Upon entering the base, they had found it empty, but their troubles began when they descended underground. The villain's quirk had distorted the hallways, causing them to become separated. It had turned into a fierce battle against Overhaul and one of his men, leading to Mirio's defeat and Night Eye's injury. The roof had collapsed during the fight, exposing the chaos to the crowd outside. Now, they faced one of Japan's most dangerous villains. Bakugo declared his determination not to lose and assumed a fighting stance, ready to confront Overhaul. Momo reassured Eri, who clung to her leg for comfort, promising that they would handle the situation. Overhaul, in a maniacal tone, taunted Eri, blaming her for the deaths that had occurred and demanding she return to him. Eri, frightened, took a hesitant step towards Overhaul, but Momo quickly pulled her back, assuring her that none of this was her fault. Internally, Momo was panicking, aware that they were outmatched but unwilling to retreat. Overhaul, with a sinister grin, threatened to harm more people to prove his point to Eri, declaring her useless and urging her to give up. As Eri broke down in tears, Overhaul reveled in her despair. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, drawing everyone's attention. A man in a dark green hero costume stepped onto the battlefield, sunlight illuminating his face. Izuku Midoriya, known as Green Lightning, declared that he had come to help but had changed his mind, feeling a surge of anger towards Overhaul for his abusive words to Eri and his overall demeanor. He vowed to dispose of Overhaul, asserting that the world he envisioned did not include him. Overhaul, enraged, demanded to know who Izuku thought he was. Izuku introduced himself with a grin, cracking his knuckles as he prepared for the confrontation. As Overhaul charged at him, Izuku assessed the situation. He realized that as long as Overhaul didn't touch him, he would be safe, but being a close-range fighter complicated matters. He couldn't risk using his quirk's wind pressure underground with so many people around. He needed a strategy to draw Overhaul in without endangering himself. Overhaul taunted him, questioning his resolve. Izuku responded with confidence, claiming he was simply planning how to defeat Overhaul in front of everyone. As Overhaul lunged for him, Izuku managed to evade the attack, but Overhaul quickly reconstructed himself after being momentarily deconstructed. Izuku continued to dodge Overhaul's relentless assaults, narrowly escaping each time. The crowd watched in awe, some expressing disbelief at Izuku's strength, while others doubted his chances against the villain. Izuku, frustrated, pondered his next move, thinking about what Momo would do in his situation. His instincts kicked in as he focused on finding a way to turn the tide of the battle. What should he do? How could he possibly defeat someone with so many strengths? It suddenly dawned on him that he had been playing into Overhaul's strengths the entire time. He realized he had been foolish. With a grin, he jumped away, acknowledging the toll lack of sleep had taken on him. It was ironic that his inability to think clearly had led to his predicament. He stretched and took a deep breath, glancing at Momo. A wave of rejuvenation washed over him, as if he had finally rested well. Everything seemed clearer now, and he felt ready to fulfill his promise. Cracking his knuckles, he charged straight at Overhaul, who jumped back in surprise. Overhaul warned him that he could end his life with just a touch, but Izuku was undeterred. In a flash, he teleported behind Overhaul and delivered a powerful right hook to his back, causing Overhaul to cough and fall face-first to the ground. Izuku was determined not to lose. There was too much left to do in the world, and it would be selfish to give up now. He had far too much to live for. Overhaul quickly reconstructed himself, appearing as good as new, and taunted Izuku, claiming he could do this all day. Izuku frowned, dismissing Overhaul as someone unworthy of his time. He created a series of portals around Overhaul and jumped through one right next to him. This was a special move he had learned from past experiences, and he challenged Overhaul to keep up. With speed and precision, he jumped through the portals, landing continuous punches on Overhaul, not allowing him a moment to recover. Overhaul shouted in frustration, demanding Izuku to stay still as he flailed his arms defensively. After a moment, Izuku teleported away and closed the portals, reflecting on the failed strategy. He expressed his annoyance at Overhaul's choice of words, wanting to keep the atmosphere respectful. Overhaul threatened to use Izuku's head as a decoration, vowing to send pieces of it to his friends and family. Izuku merely yawned, feeling the weight of exhaustion. He was growing tired just listening to Overhaul's empty threats. Overhaul's rage intensified as he declared he would kill Izuku's loved ones right before his eyes. Izuku's expression hardened, and he clenched his fist, recognizing the villain's mistake. He launched himself at Overhaul, engaging in a fierce hand-to-hand combat dance, each strike charged with one for all. Finally, he landed a solid hit on Overhaul's stomach, causing him to cough again. Izuku declared Overhaul's crimes, stating he was under arrest for various offenses. With a powerful punch infused with 100% of one for all, he knocked Overhaul out, rendering him unable to use his quirk. As Overhaul's body hit the ground, stormy clouds gathered, and rain began to pour. Izuku struggled to stand but fell to one knee, breathing heavily. He murmured about the toll of sleep before collapsing into Momo's arms. Momo smiled gently as she held him, assuring him he had done great and needed rest. Eri approached, concerned about Izuku's condition and questioning if he was dead. Momo reassured her that he was merely sleeping and would want to talk to her when he woke up. Minutes later, police and ambulances arrived, tending to the injured and dispersing the crowd. Uraraka called out to Momo, reminding her they needed to take Eri to the police headquarters and that Izuku should come too. Momo nodded, picking up Eri while Bakugo lifted Izuku, and they all climbed into a van together. An awkward silence filled the van until Uraraka broke it, asking if all hero missions were truly like this. Bakugo comforted her, explaining that this was an outlier, and most missions were smaller in scale. Ida expressed admiration for Izuku, noting how incredible he was after experiencing hero work firsthand. Todoroki agreed, acknowledging the demanding nature of being a hero. Eri, still worried, asked if Izuku would be okay, noting how tired he looked. Momo patted her head, assuring her that he had been working hard but would be fine and happy she was safe. Eri nodded, though still uncertain, then inquired about the other men, expressing concern for the one with the cartoon face and the one with glasses. Momo smiled, albeit with a hint of worry, and reassured her that they would be fine too. The van came to a stop at the police headquarters, where they were directed to a meeting room. Izuku was taken to a lounge to rest while Eri was escorted by policewomen and therapists. Tsukachi welcomed them, expressing relief that they were all relatively unharmed and inviting them to take a seat. After a brief silence, Tsukachi asked for a report on what had transpired, noting that he had no one else to turn to for information. This job was supposed to go to the highest qualifying officer, but none of the officers were in a position to provide information immediately. Momo nodded and recounted the events leading up to Izuku's sudden appearance. She then asked how Izuku had arrived, noting that he was supposed to be asleep. Tsukachi laughed sheepishly and scratched the back of his head, admitting that it had been a mistake on his part. He explained that Izuku had woken up and immediately sought him out, asking if the operation had started. Tsukachi had accidentally revealed that it had, prompting Izuku to teleport away. He had intended for Izuku to get as much rest as possible, but that plan had not worked out. Bakugo smirked and laughed, calling Izuku an idiot for rushing into a dangerous fight against a formidable villain while still half asleep. Tsukachi nodded, but Mineta interrupted, looking concerned. He mentioned something Izuku had said that unsettled him. When Izuku spoke to Overhaul, he had mentioned a vision of a world he wanted to create. Bakugo laughed again and turned to Mineta, explaining that Izuku had shared his dream of wanting to fix this world. He acknowledged that it sounded strange, but it was Izuku's way of staying motivated. For a typical person, the goal might be to become the #1 hero or save as many people as possible, but Izuku was different. He needed a distant goal to focus on, allowing him to put forth all his effort without the pressure of achieving it too soon. This ambition was likely one of the few things keeping him grounded despite his overwhelming power. Momo then asked about the man who had defeated All Might, deliberately concealing that she knew it was all for one. She pointed out that Izuku himself had said that man was much stronger than him. Bakugo questioned how they could be sure Izuku hadn't gone crazy yet. He admitted he didn't know everything about Izuku but believed they shouldn't worry about him. While Bakugo doubted Izuku would ever achieve his lofty goal, he was determined to help him try. They all nodded in agreement, and Tsukachi announced that they were dismissed. He requested that they be cautious of the media and praised their efforts. They left together, with Mineta cheerfully suggesting they check on Eri, who was likely confused and could use their help. They made their way to the main lobby and received directions from the secretary to Eri's location, which was in one of the lounge rooms. Upon reaching the room, they paused when they heard voices through the door. Eri's voice asked if Izuku was there, to which he confirmed her identity and inquired about her concerns. Eri then asked why he had tried to fight Overhaul, questioning whether he had been scared of dying. Izuku admitted he had been afraid but was more focused on protecting others. When Eri pressed him on why he hadn't prioritized his own safety, Izuku explained that he didn't want anyone else to get hurt. He added that Overhaul had done terrible things and harmed his friends, which he could not allow to continue. To him, that was the essence of being a hero. Eri, curious, asked what a hero was. Izuku defined a hero as someone who puts others before themselves, doing everything in their power to save the innocent and bring justice to wrongdoers. He expressed his desire to be the hero who changes the world and saves everyone. After a moment of silence, Eri spoke with newfound confidence, declaring that she wanted to be a hero too, just like him. She then asked how she could achieve that. Izuku offered her advice. When she felt she couldn't go any further, she should think of someone she cared about and imagine she was doing it for them. He assured her that this mindset made challenges easier to handle, whether in hero work, training, or any other endeavor. Eri inquired about the person Izuku kept in mind. The group leaned closer to the door, eager to hear his answer. Izuku explained that it was difficult to choose just one person because so many had helped him along the way. However, if he had to pick, it would be one of the people listening to them at that moment. Eri was confused and asked who he meant. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a room filled with couches and beanbag chairs. Izuku grinned at the group from the doorway while Eri sat on a couch, looking puzzled. Izuku introduced his friends as heroes who had also helped save her, mentioning that she might remember some of them. Eri's face lit up with excitement as she recognized them. She recalled the girl with the pretty black ponytail, the boy who looked scary with explosions, the boy with red hair, the friendly girl with brown hair, the serious boy with glasses, the guy with arms, the frog girl, and the boy with grapes. Momo praised Eri's excellent memory and introduced herself as the girl with the black ponytail, alongside Uraraka, the friendly brown-haired girl. Uraraka cheerfully welcomed Eri and encouraged the others to introduce themselves. Bakugo shouted his name with enthusiasm, while Kirishima introduced himself as well, expressing his fondness for manly things. Ida stepped forward, honoring the opportunity to meet Eri and introducing himself formally. Izuku felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Destruction and chaos surrounded them, a scene that had become all too familiar. He gathered his friends around him, ready to assess the dire circumstances they faced. Activating his quirk, he quickly scanned the area, taking in the havoc caused by a powerful Nomu in the downtown area. It seemed to be acting without orders, and while there were many injured, the fatalities were still low. A few heroes were attempting to combat the Nomu, but they were struggling. Taking a deep breath, Izuku ran through various scenarios in his mind. They had to make a decision quickly. Should they confront the Nomu directly, or focus on evacuating civilians? The situation was critical, with no significant backup available. After some contemplation, he proposed a plan. They would split into two teams, one to engage the Nomu and another to assist the civilians. He assigned Kirishima and Todoroki to join him in confronting the Nomu while the others focused on rescue efforts. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they sprang into action. Todoroki created an ice path leading toward the Nomu, and the three of them charged ahead while the rest moved to help the civilians. Meanwhile, at the police headquarters, Bakugo was in a frenzy. He couldn't believe his friends had gone to fight without him. Uraraka, trying to maintain order, urged him to get into the police car so they could follow. Back with Izuku and his team, he was quickly realizing the strength of the Nomu was overwhelming. Fatigue was setting in, and he struggled to keep up. Todoroki was doing his best to distract the creature, but Kirishima had been knocked away, leaving Izuku feeling increasingly isolated. He glanced down at his own injuries, his costume torn and deep cuts visible, a piece of metal embedded in his side. Oddly, he felt little pain, though breathing and moving were becoming difficult. As he lay on the rubble, he felt a strange sense of detachment. Watching Todoroki get thrown into a building, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. But that moment of levity was shattered when the Nomu loomed over him, a sinister grin spreading across its face. It taunted him, revealing its intent to eliminate him as ordered. Panic surged within Izuku, but his body refused to respond. He had pushed himself beyond his limits, and now he felt utterly defeated. Yet, beneath that despair, a flicker of determination sparked within him. He couldn't give up, he had to fight back. If he were to die, Todoroki and Kirishima would likely be next, and the fate of the civilians would be uncertain. Adrenaline surged through him, propelling his mind into overdrive. The Nomu was intent on eliminating him. If he could distract it long enough, perhaps others could escape. He grinned at the Nomu, managing to taunt it despite the blood that escaped his lips. He teleported away, remaining just within sight of the creature. The Nomu screeched and pursued him, and he teleported again. Each jump felt like it was tearing apart every atom in his body, but he pressed on. If he was going to die, he would at least buy time for others. After what felt like his 69th teleportation, he sensed a change within himself. The migraine that had plagued him vanished, the ringing in his ears ceased, and a strange power surged through him. Yet, a cacophony of thoughts and voices invaded his mind, causing him to lose focus. Suddenly, he found himself back in the heart of the city, surrounded by his friends who were gathered around Todoroki and Kirishima. Mineta shouted in alarm, noticing the change in him. He was surprised to find he had enough energy to confront the Nomu. He questioned if he looked strange, dismissing the concern as trivial given the monstrous threat chasing him. Mineta pointed out the obvious. His hair had turned black. Izuku looked up and confirmed the observation, noting the unusual change. He quickly shifted the conversation to whether the civilians had been evacuated, and Ida confirmed that they had. With a sense of urgency, he declared that they needed to defeat the Nomu, but pain suddenly gripped him. It felt as if something was suppressing his pain, but that relief was fading. He urged his friends to run, realizing the monster was far too powerful for them in their current state. But it was too late. The Nomu returned, furious and ready to attack. It swiftly incapacitated his friends until only Momo and Mineta remained conscious. Ignoring Mineta, the Nomu lunged for Momo, its talon aimed directly at her. Instinctively, Izuku dove in front of her, feeling the sharp talon pierce through him. He coughed up blood but managed to smile at Momo, reassuring her that everything would be all right. He kissed her forehead before the Nomu withdrew its talon, preparing for the final blow. In that moment, he knew exactly what to do. Dodging the talon, he leaped onto the Nomu's neck, blood spilling from his mouth as he did so. He caught a glimpse of Momo, tears streaming down her face, and urged her not to cry, despite the pain that flared within him. He promised he would return and wrapped his arms around the Nomu's neck, channeling the strange power he had felt earlier. With a final shout, black fire enveloped them both, and in an instant, they vanished, leaving only darkness behind. Momo gasped as she witnessed Izuku and the Nomu disappear. Just then, Bakugo and Uraraka arrived in a police cruiser, accompanied by numerous officers and heroes. Uraraka called out, seeking answers about the villain and Izuku's whereabouts. Policemen quickly tended to the injured heroes while Momo recounted the events to Uraraka, Bakugo, and Tsukachi, her voice shaky with emotion. She described how Izuku had teleported in, visibly injured but still determined to fight. When the Nomu attacked, he had sacrificed himself to save her, taking a fatal blow. Bakugo cursed, demanding to know Izuku's current location. Momo explained that he had vanished with the Nomu, jumping onto it before they both disappeared. Tsukachi speculated that Izuku had teleported away, but Momo clarified that it was different. Black flames had erupted around them, and then they were gone, leaving an unusual energy lingering in the air. Suddenly, a policeman approached Tsukachi with news. The four of them followed him to the spot where Izuku and the Nomu had vanished. The officer pointed out burn marks on the rocks and a golden necklace. Momo gasped, recognizing it as Izuku's. Tsukachi examined the necklace before addressing the students, delivering both good and bad news. The good news was that Izuku seemed to be alive. The bad news was that he could be anywhere in the world. Due to the nature of his teleportation quirk, they had no way to locate him. A search warrant would be issued, but he warned them that the chances of finding him were slim. The three nodded, masking their distress, though Momo and Bakugo felt the weight of worry heavy in their hearts. As the heroes and officers continued their search for any remaining civilians and injured, rain began to fall, washing away Momo's tears and concealing the ones that Bakugo struggled to hold back. Izuku shivered in the cold of an unfamiliar place. After being transported to what he believed was an alternate dimension, he had fought the Nomu for a week, emerging victorious despite the numerous injuries he had sustained. Now, he was trying to find a way out of this desolate place and hadn't made any progress at all. He had gathered as much information as he could, but even he was stumped. In this dimension, he didn't seem to need water or food, and his injuries healed at an astonishing rate. All his cuts were already closed. He had used his eye quirk to scan the area and found that the landscape mirrored the city he had been in, though there were no buildings left standing. There were also no signs of life, which was both a relief and a concern. One particularly intriguing discovery was the presence of random stones the size of a fist, pieces of weapons, and numerous fragments of debris. The commonality among them was that they all appeared to have been cut with precision, as if someone had sliced through them effortlessly. Week 6, Day 4, Izuku thought to himself. Despite not needing food or water to survive, he felt an overwhelming hunger and thirst. It seemed as if the place was draining his vitality, leaving him weak. As he pondered for the 420th time about his whereabouts, his thoughts drifted to Momo. He longed for the warmth and comfort her memories brought him, but that only deepened his despair. Tears streamed down his face as he gazed up at the dark sky, feeling a surge of frustration. Why did he have to endure this? Why couldn't he just live a normal life like everyone else? Deep down, he understood that he had chosen this path by becoming a hero, but in that moment, his emotions overwhelmed him. The weight of expectations from others pressed heavily on him, and all he wanted was to break down in his mother's arms and be a normal kid for once. In a fit of anger, he struck a nearby piece of metal, causing it to shatter into countless fragments. He whispered quietly to himself that he wanted to go home, his anger spent. He needed to find a way back. With renewed determination, he jumped up and scanned the area once more, searching for anything that could provide a clue about his location. After 10 minutes of searching, he finally found what he was looking for. He gasped in excitement as he discovered the head of a green robot, along with other parts he recognized as arms, legs, and fingers. These pieces were familiar from the UA entrance exam and the sports festival. The only way these things could have arrived here was if they were brought by the same power that had transported him. But how did they get here? What did all this debris have in common? Suddenly, it dawned on him. Everything was inorganic. His teleportation quirk, which allowed him to erase inorganic matter, cut things perfectly, just like how all the debris was severed. It also explained the robot pieces, as he had destroyed many during training at UA. If his erase quirk brought these items here, couldn't they be taken back out? The thought filled him with excitement, but he quickly reminded himself that the job wasn't over yet. He needed to find something to write on and something to write with. He soon discovered a collection of pens he had erased long ago during his quirk practice, along with some inorganic cardboard he had discarded out of frustration. He wrote as much as he could about his current situation and then carefully erased the cardboard, ensuring that the entire message would be conveyed. Now, he would wait while contemplating how to escape this place. In the normal dimension, Successor sighed as he put down his pen for what felt like the 100th time. He expressed his concern for the students, reminding them that they should be resting and taking care of themselves. The students nodded but quickly returned to their work. Successor stood up and looked out the window, observing the police conference room that had been transformed into a research area by Momo, Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, Uraraka, Kirishima, Tsuyu, and Mineta. They had been working tirelessly for over a month, and exhaustion was beginning to take its toll. Suddenly, a policeman burst into the room, panting as he delivered news. A strange cardboard message had appeared at the battle site. The students perked up, while Successor frowned and asked what the message said. The policeman took a deep breath and relayed that it was allegedly from Izuku Midoriya, but the full contents had not been communicated. Immediately, the students stood up, and Successor hastily donned his coat. He cautioned them that they couldn't be sure of the message's authenticity and urged them not to be disappointed if it turned out to be a cruel prank. They had no time to waste. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the scene of the battle between the Nomu and Izuku, joining a small crowd of officers gathered around the message. As Successor arrived, the crowd parted, allowing him and the students to read the message. After reviewing it several times, the students erupted in cheers. Mineta exclaimed that he knew Izuku would still be alive. Meanwhile, Tsukachi remained concerned. He asked if anyone recognized the handwriting, emphasizing the need to ensure it wasn't part of a villain's scheme. Bakugo confirmed it was indeed Izuku's, pointing out that he had included a detail only he would remember, the time and date when Bakugo developed his quirk, something only the two of them had witnessed. Tsukachi nodded, realizing that it appeared Izuku was trapped in an alternate dimension, where he suspected the things he erased had ended up. He wasn't in mortal danger at that moment, but he was still working on a way to escape that place. He mentioned that he would send updates daily to keep everyone informed of his progress. Momo wondered how they could assist him, noting that communication seemed impossible and they had no means to help him with anything. Tsukachi replied that for now, they would have to wait. 1 month later, Izuku opened his eyes. He had spent hours contemplating ways to return home, yet nothing seemed to work. He had been at this day after day with no success. By now, all his injuries had healed, and the draining sensation that had once consumed him had faded, leaving him weak but stable. Suddenly, he heard a noise and quickly hid behind a rock he had been using as shelter. It was the first sound he had heard that wasn't his own, and it seemed like someone had teleported into the dimension. Peeking over the rock, he was shocked by what he saw. It was Monoma from Class 1B. He looked around briefly, and what happened next shook Izuku to his core. Dark mist enveloped Monoma's body, transforming him into someone Izuku recognized all too well. Kurogyri. 5 minutes earlier, in the jail where the League of Villains was held, Shigaraki quietly asked Kurogyri how much longer they would have to wait. They couldn't afford to waste a single day, as the heroes might catch up to them. Kurogyri, confined in a cell that negated his quirk, frowned and reminded Shigaraki that patience was essential. He predicted everything would be ready in a week, emphasizing the need to escape within 3 days for their master's plan to come to fruition. Shigaraki, still cautious, questioned whether anyone could hear them. Kurogyri reassured him that Jiren had played his role perfectly and that their communications were secure. Shigaraki nodded and instructed Kurogyri to check on the situation outside. Kurogyri complied, and his consciousness shifted to Monoma, who was grinning with excitement at finally being given a mission after a long wait. He had been passing the time in his room when he heard Kurogyri's familiar voice in his mind, instructing him to create a portal. After ensuring his door was locked, Monoma opened a portal and stepped through, emerging in the dreaded alternate dimension he had come to despise. He scanned the area to confirm it was clear before allowing Kurogyri to take full control. The black mist enveloped him, transforming him to resemble Kurogyri completely. He asked about the mission for the day, and Kurogyri informed him it was another infiltration of the police, which should be manageable. Monoma confidently replied that it would be easy, inquiring if it was another information heist. Kurogyri confirmed this, cautioning him to be careful as the police were particularly vigilant at that moment. Meanwhile, Izuku listened to the entire conversation, realizing that Monoma was a traitor working for the League of Villains. He deduced that Kurogyri, despite being imprisoned, had found a way to control Monoma's body. Although he didn't fully understand how Kurogyri's quirk could do that, he suspected it was likely all for one's influence. Kurogyri then mentioned that Monoma's original self was starting to act up. This caught Izuku's attention. Kurogyri continued, stating they might have to eliminate the original to prevent any further clones from being produced. This mission would be Monoma's last, as he would be the final fake created. They planned to eliminate the original and display him publicly, causing confusion and fear among the heroes. Monoma eagerly agreed, ready for action, and Kurogyri informed him they were heading to the police headquarters. The two, now one, teleported away, leaving Izuku stunned. Determined, Izuku realized he needed to inform Tsukachi and the others about Kurogyri's infiltration of the police headquarters and that the current Monoma was a fake. As he wrote the message, he pieced together the situation. The real Monoma had been kidnapped and replaced by a clone, who had infiltrated UA to provide information to the villains. Somehow, they had infused a part of Kurogyri into the clone, likely through experimentation by All for One. Now, They were planning to gather more information from the police before eliminating the real Monoma, spreading confusion and fear throughout Japan. 10 minutes later, in the normal dimension, the Kurogiri Monoma duo emerged through the portal, expecting an empty courtyard. Instead, they found numerous heroes and police officers waiting for them. Tsukachi shouted for them to freeze, declaring they were surrounded and had no escape. Kurogiri, unfazed, smirked at the challenge and opened a portal. Just as he was about to step through, a pale, clammy hand reached out, followed by an arm and then an entire body, revealing a familiar mop of green hair. Izuku staggered out, gasping for breath. He weakly stated that he had anticipated their escape attempt and had been waiting the entire time. Kurogiri and the majority of the heroes and police gasped in shock. Izuku hadn't even informed Tsukachi of his plan. Momo and the other students, who had been searching for Izuku alongside Tsukachi, were so astonished that they were left speechless, tears welling in their eyes. Kurogiri demanded to know where Izuku had come from, as he was supposed to have been defeated by the Nomu. Izuku replied that things don't always go as planned, giving Kurogiri a light pat on the shoulder before fainting. In an instant, Kurogiri teleported away, eager to escape from the heroes. Momo rushed to Izuku, with Bakugo and the others close behind, and held him tightly. She winced at the clearly terrible state Izuku was in and, with Bakugo's help, took him to an ambulance. As Izuku regained consciousness on the stretcher during the ride to the hospital, he slightly opened his eyes and saw Momo smiling down at him, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. Izuku spoke weakly, expressing his regret for taking too long and worrying her. Momo gently stroked his hair, reassuring him that she would have waited as long as necessary. She acknowledged the difficulty he must have faced during his ordeal. Tears began to flow. From Izuku's eyes, emotions he had been holding back for what felt like an eternity. He described the darkness and gloom he had experienced, feeling as if his life was being drained away. He confessed that he had been ready to give up, prepared to surrender to despair. Momo, moved by his vulnerable state, began to cry as well. She promised that everything would be all right now, that they would hold on to him and never let him be taken away again. All of his friends were there for him. Izuku managed a faint smile, acknowledging that the thought of friends and family, especially Momo, had kept him going. He expressed his gratitude for their support, recognizing that they were the reason he was still alive. Momo smiled and kissed him on the cheek, emphasizing how grateful they were for his return. She insisted that he rest, giving him a firm order. Izuku responded with a smile, playfully calling her mother, before drifting off into a peaceful sleep. Flashback. 13 years ago. Hisashi Midoriya passionately argued with Inko, insisting that their son Izuku possessed extraordinary power that should not be ignored. Inko countered, reminding him that Izuku was just a child who had yet to develop a quirk. Hisashi insisted he could sense the potential within Izuku, claiming that their bloodline would ensure he was capable of greatness. He spoke of a vision he had received from a close friend, revealing that Izuku could bring balance to the world, achieving what Hisashi had only dreamed of. However, he warned that darkness lurked within Izuku, which could overshadow his light. Inko was horrified by Hisashi's words, feeling as though he wanted to mold their son to fulfill his own ambitions. She argued that Izuku deserved the freedom to pursue his own dreams. Hisashi sighed, realizing he could not convince her. He lamented that the life of a villain was not what he had envisioned for himself, but he believed it was necessary for the greater good. Inko, feeling betrayed, decided to leave with baby Izuku, stating she would return when he had calmed down. Hisashi, filled with frustration, questioned why she couldn't understand his intentions. In his anger, he slammed his fist on the table, causing a picture of their happy family to crash to the ground. Overwhelmed by guilt, he recognized that he had lost sight of what truly mattered. He resolved to leave, taking everything that reminded him of his family and destroying it, repeating to himself that it was for the greater good. As he flew to his headquarters, he became lost in thought, unaware of the powerful presence approaching him until it was too late. A familiar voice called out, declaring that it was the end for him. Hisashi barely had time to react before he was struck hard, sending him crashing into a nearby forest. It was All Might, the hero who had been pursuing him for years, determined to bring him to justice. All Might declared that there was no escape, landing on Hisashi's dazed body and delivering powerful blows that shook the ground. Hisashi silently cursed himself for being caught off guard, but he managed to block one of All Might's punches, sneering at the hero. All Might, frustrated, acknowledged the desperation in his pursuit of Hisashi. Hisashi felt the weight of his role as the symbol of evil, the source of society's troubles. He longed for a different path, one where he could have guided the young boy before him and helped him reach his full potential. But this was the only way to protect his beloved homeland from the looming threats. He challenged All Might, declaring that they would settle their conflict once and for all. The two clashed in a fierce battle, a confrontation that would echo through history if only there had been witnesses. Hisashi possessed greater power, yet All Might's unwavering determination fueled his strength. The fight intensified when All Might delivered a powerful kick to Hisashi's chest, sending him crashing into a nearby soccer field. Hisashi acknowledged the skill of the young hero but knew he held back his true strength. If he unleashed his full power, he could easily overpower All Might. However, he understood the importance of the hero to the people. Without All Might, chaos would reign, and all of Hisashi's efforts would be in vain. Hisashi had tirelessly worked to eliminate threats that could harm All Might, ensuring the hero's safety until he could fulfill his purpose. He had dealt with numerous powerful villains, discreetly neutralizing them while maintaining his reputation in the underground. To clarify Hisashi Midoriya's true nature, he was not a villain in the traditional sense. Instead, he had chosen to embody evil to combat it from within. He recognized that the forces of darkness far outweighed those of light in Japan. To prevent society's collapse, he took on the mantle of a villain, keeping other villains in check. When faced with those who posed a threat, he would absorb their powers and remove them swiftly. His fellow villains viewed him as ruthless, but he was merely addressing problems before they escalated. Simultaneously, he nurtured the heroes of Japan, ensuring that the legacy of One for All would be passed down, eventually becoming a force capable of eradicating evil. He would manipulate situations, guiding aspiring heroes to greatness while repeating to himself that it was all for the greater good. Hisashi influenced society from the shadows, even planting ideas in the minds of government officials that led to a sophisticated hero system. He had inspired the concept of a hero school to the founder of UA Academy and facilitated funding for the Hero Project, which would lay the groundwork for the system to come. In a twist of fate, he fell in love with Izuku Midoriya and had a son, Izuku. Though he never revealed his dual identity as a hero-villain, Izuku discovered the truth on her own. Despite this, she chose to love him. As the battle raged on, Hisashi prepared to re-engage All Might when he caught sight of familiar green hair. He unleashed a gust of wind to distract All Might and hurried over to his wife and child. Izuku, overwhelmed by the chaos, demanded to know what was happening. Hisashi smiled, explaining that he had become entangled in his work and needed to speak with her. He acknowledged that he had been neglectful and that his presence posed a danger to her and their son. Izuku protested, but Hisashi silenced her with a firm gaze. He assured her that he would provide for them from afar, but he had to leave for their safety. Izuku's voice softened as she expressed her reluctance to accept this decision, insisting that he was a good person who shouldn't have to hide. Hisashi shared his own discomfort with the situation but reiterated that he had chosen this path when he embraced his villainous role. He promised he would never forget them. Suddenly, sensing All Might's approach, Hisashi urged Izuku to slap him. Confused, she complied, whispering an apology as she picked up their 4-year-old son and fled. Regret washed over Hisashi as he turned back to face All Might, but he soon felt an unseen attack approaching from another direction, one that was not aimed at him but at Izuku. With all his strength, he moved out his fist to block the attack, feeling a sharp pain shoot through his hand. If not for his healing abilities, he would have suffered a grave injury. However, the backlash from the attack struck Izuku, knocking her unconscious and likely causing serious harm. Filled with rage, Hisashi searched for the source of the attack but found nothing. He scooped up the crying Izuku and pressed his forehead against the child's. He reassured him that everything would be all right before turning his attention back to All Might. He knew what he had to do. Inko wasn't dead. He had taken the brunt of the attack, so there was still hope for her. If he saved her now, it would only raise suspicions. There was only one way. All Might had to save her. Hisashi called out for All Might, declaring that they would finish their battle that day. They fought fiercely. Hisashi had intended to put up a good fight but ultimately lose. However, in his anger over Inko's injury, he accidentally inflicted a serious blow to All Might. He then purposefully lost the fight, sustaining significant damage and losing multiple quirks as a result. All Might, weakened from the injury, stated that All for One was under arrest. A moment of silence passed between them until they heard sirens approaching. Hisashi, struggling through his pain, made a desperate request. He asked All Might to protect a boy standing next to his mother, ensuring he would live and have a home. He wanted All Might to apologize to the boy when he was old enough to understand. All Might, taken aback by the request, agreed before losing consciousness. Hisashi gazed up at the sky, noting the clouds forming and a light drizzle beginning to fall. He whispered to himself that change was coming and that Izuku would be the light of the world. As a father, it pained him to abandon his son, but he believed it was for the greater good. With great effort, he got up and escaped the area before the authorities arrived. It was crucial that he not be captured at that moment. At the same time that Izuku returned to his friends, a meeting was taking place on the other side of the world. 11 individuals, 6 women and 5 men were seated around a large, round stone table in a dimly lit underground room, illuminated only by candles. One seat, colored pitch black, remained empty. Behind each seated person stood another, maintaining a careful and respectful stance. In total, there were 22 people in the room, and not a sound was made. The standing figures wore masks that concealed their eyes, revealing only their mouths. An elderly man with a beard, seated in a gray chair, began the meeting by addressing the group. He reminded them that 4 months ago, Number 3 had been defeated and captured by a new hero in Japan, and unfortunately, he was still alive. A young man with spiky blonde hair interjected, expressing his desire to have been the one to take down Number 3, even in a weakened state. A strict yet beautiful young woman reminded him to refer to others by their numbers and to speak only when he had something intelligent to say. The elderly man continued, explaining that they were forbidden by their own laws from appointing a new member until the previous one was dead, which meant they had to take matters into their own hands. A woman with purple hair and a witch's hat asked what he was suggesting. The loud blonde answered that they were going to eliminate Number 3, confirming the old man's statement. He then questioned which of them would be sent on the mission, noting that they couldn't expect weaker members to succeed against No. The elderly man replied that they would decide by vote and that their queen preferred that Number 6, Number 7, Number 8, Number 9, and Number 10 undertake the mission. The strict woman expressed her disbelief that such a mission would require more than one of them to succeed. The elderly man then introduced the second topic of the meeting, stating that he and the queen believed it was time to begin the second chapter of their plan. This announcement caused an uproar among the attendees, each trying to speak over the others. A woman wearing a horned mask commanded silence, and immediately, everyone quieted down. She explained that she had her reasons for moving the organization forward, assuring them that they would achieve their objective without fail. She urged them to believe in her as their queen. All present responded affirmatively. The queen continued, explaining that the 5 chosen for the mission to Japan were not only selected for their impressive power but also due to the threat posed by heroes in Japan, America, and Britain. The strict woman asked if the queen could disclose the other reasons for sending so many of them to Japan. The queen replied that all would be revealed in due time and instructed the elderly man to continue with the debriefing. He laid out a map, marking the USA, Britain, and Japan. He explained that they would strike all 3 locations simultaneously. The group heading to Japan would consist of Number 6, Number 7, Number 8, Number 9, and Number 10, while he, Number 5, Number 11, and Number 12 would go to the USA. The Queen and Number 4 would head to Britain, with tasks to be assigned later. The Queen asked if everyone was in agreement, and no one voiced any dissent. With that, the meeting was adjourned. As they approached their endgame, preparations for the upcoming days were essential. The call for glory echoed through the ranks of the Sovereign, an organization determined to dominate the world. The Sovereign consisted of 12 leaders, known only as number 1 through number 12 for reasons of privacy. The exception was number 1, referred to simply as Queen. Each leader possessed immense power, with the weakest capable of holding their own against renowned heroes. Their strength increased with their rank. Each leader had an apprentice, powerful in their own right, but not quite at the level of the leaders themselves. The organization boasted a workforce of 53 million worldwide, including 20 million soldiers. Until now, they had remained relatively quiet, but their movements were beginning to stir. Number 12, known as Pig God, was an enigmatic figure with an insatiable appetite. He kept to himself, rarely speaking, and was always seen with food. Towering and hefty, he had black hair and pale skin. His motivation was simple: food. Number 11, Rem Kim, was a young woman perpetually caught in a sleepy haze. Despite her constant drowsiness, she managed to respond to questions and always agreed with the Queen. With light purple hair and multicolored eyes, she exuded a fairy-like aura, often bundled in oversized clothing for comfort. Her motivations stemmed from boredom, as the Queen promised her excitement in exchange for her service. Number 10, Silentium, was another quiet member of the group. He spoke only in battle, where he struggled to control his destructive voice. Despite his silence, he was kind and polite, often misunderstood. He wore glasses and black clothing, removing his glasses during fights to prevent them from shattering. His motivation was not world domination but rather the hope of finding someone he could converse with without causing harm. Number 9, Lena Hansen, was a strikingly beautiful woman with dark violet hair and eyes. She was vain and flirty, seducing anyone who crossed her path, though she drew the line at animals. Her motivation lay in the promise of eternal youthfulness from the Queen, which drove her willingness to serve regardless of the consequences. Number 8, Sonda Kaminari, was a fighter at heart, eager to face strong opponents. With spiky blonde hair and an athletic build, he was known for his lightning quirk. His motivation was simple: the thrill of battle. Number 7, Haritsu Junjo, was a strict enforcer of rules, often intimidating those around her. With long black hair and reading glasses, she dressed in formal attire that matched her serious demeanor. Her motivation was rooted in her past, having been saved by Number 2, whom she followed without question. Number 6, Dexter Strong, was the organization's powerhouse, a muscular figure who followed the Queen's commands without question. His bald head and blue eyes made him a formidable presence. His motivation was unwavering loyalty to the Queen. Number 5, Kristen Clark, was a healer with a dual nature. While she was generally kind and helpful, her alternate personality was dark and sadistic. She wore a mask when undercover to conceal her beauty, which often attracted unwanted attention. The Queen had managed to suppress her darker side, leading Kristen to join the organization. Number 4, Han Hei Lee, was indifferent to most matters but deeply cared about the organization's goal of achieving equality. With light brown hair and large dark eyes, she was pretty rather than conventionally beautiful. Her motivation was the pursuit of equality for all. Number 3, Hisashi Midoriya, was a figure of great age and power, while Number 2, Amos Walters, was a polite elder with a serious demeanor when it came to the organization. He was determined to create a perfect world, believing only the Queen had the power to make that happen. Finally, Number 1, the Queen, was a regal and powerful figure who demanded excellence from her followers. She would not tolerate any nonsense that could jeopardize the success of their mission, yet she was open to flexibility as long as the results were favorable. Chapter End. Third-person POV Japan. 2 months, 2 weeks, and 3 days had passed since Izuku found himself in another dimension. He had endured a lack of food and water, feeling as though he might collapse from exhaustion at any moment, yet he never did. After spending the first 3 days in a hospital bed, receiving nutrients through a tube, he was never alone. Momo, Bakugo, or his mother always stayed by his side, and within a week, he made a miraculous recovery that baffled the doctors, who had anticipated a much longer recovery period. The psychological scars lingered, however. Now, Izuku was on his way to see a therapist, accompanied by Momo. Momo expressed her concern, asking if he was sure he was okay to walk around and suggesting he rest if needed. Izuku reassured her with a bright smile, claiming he had never felt better and expressing his eagerness to catch up on everything that had happened. Momo informed him that their group had been focused on bringing him back, and during his absence, many injured heroes had returned to action, inspired by his previous battle. Peace had largely been restored. Izuku, however, was more interested in Momo's well-being. He inquired about her and Chisai, to which Momo replied that Chisai was fine, albeit a bit shaken, and that she was doing well, happy to see things returning to normal. They walked in comfortable silence, enjoying each other's company. A week later, Izuku's mental health had fully recovered, showcasing his resilient spirit. He and his classmates resumed their studies, returning to their lives before the Nomu incident. One constant remained: their newfound fame. A group of young male students approached him, asking for his autograph, expressing their admiration. Izuku happily obliged before heading to the police station. Upon entering, he made his way to the office of Naomasa Tsukachi. He asked if Tsukachi had called for him, and the officer looked up from his desk, putting away a folder of papers. Tsukachi invited Izuku to sit down and explained that he was likely wondering why he had been summoned. Izuku asked if there was a problem, to which Tsukachi responded that it was somewhat complicated. He explained that they had captured All for One but had been unable to get him to speak. The only person All for One would talk to was Izuku. Despite the sensitivity of the request, Tsukachi asked if Izuku could speak with All for One. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku agreed, eager to ask his own questions. He inquired about the possibility of speaking with him immediately, to which Tsukachi readily agreed. 3 hours later, they arrived at the isolated underground prison known as Tartaros, passing through all security measures. Tsukachi remained in an outside room, observing the interrogation through cameras alongside Aizawa and Present Mike. All for One greeted Izuku, calling him son. Izuku acknowledged him, and All for One guessed that he had a list of questions. Izuku confirmed this, and All for One assured him that he would only tell the truth. As Izuku prepared himself, he felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. This was the moment he had long awaited a conversation with his father, albeit under unexpected circumstances. He had initially intended to treat All for One as a typical villain, but that perspective shifted as he realized the opportunity before him. Izuku began by asking about All for One's motives and the reasoning behind his criminal actions. All for One responded that the time for truth had come, stating that he would share everything without lies. He expressed confidence that Tsukachi would discern any deception. Tsukachi confirmed through the intercom that he could indeed tell if someone was lying. All for One then revealed his true identity, transforming from his familiar appearance into a middle-aged version of Izuku, complete with black hair and nearly black eyes. He introduced himself as Hisashi Midoriya, 173 years old, and explained that he possessed the quirk of quirk stealing. He confirmed his relationship to Izuku, stating that he was his father and the husband of Inko Midoriya. He also mentioned having around 63 different quirks. Hisashi elaborated on his past, explaining that he was among the first generation to obtain quirks during a time of chaos and rampant crime. He had once aspired to be a hero but realized that the villains outnumbered the heroes and that he could not effect change from within that system. Thus, he chose to become a villain, infiltrating their ranks to dismantle them from the inside. He built a significant following by committing crimes that minimized harm while maximizing his notoriety among villains. Chapter End. Third-person POV. Hisashi Midoriya praised Ida for a well-executed kick, advising him to eliminate unnecessary movements for quicker strikes. Ida responded enthusiastically, bowing respectfully and vowing to heed Hisashi's teachings. Hisashi smiled awkwardly at the display. Hisashi Midoriya encouraged Ida to be more relaxed, suggesting that he treat him like any other teacher without the need for formalities. Ida responded enthusiastically, ready to follow Hisashi's instructions to work on the punching bag, ensuring his technique was correct. Nearby, Principal Nizu, Aizawa, and All Might were engaged in a discussion. Aizawa acknowledged that, despite his initial skepticism about Hisashi, he was beginning to feel reassured. Nizu playfully remarked that if Aizawa approved, then Hisashi must be trustworthy. All Might shared his own doubts but noted that Hisashi had undergone thorough evaluations, which confirmed his honesty. With their concerns alleviated, Nizu decided to inform the committee, leaving Aizawa and All Might to assist with the training. Class 1A, now 2A, was in the midst of a challenging training session at UA, with all students present. Just 3 weeks into their second year, the intensity of their training had significantly increased. Hisashi had recently been released from Tartaros after extensive evaluations, and upon proving his integrity, he was welcomed back into society. His heroic story had garnered public attention, leading to a surge in support for him, second only to All Might and Izuku. Now a training instructor at UA, Hisashi utilized his combat experience to help students unlock new potential within their quirks. He provided tailored advice, suggesting Momo study Lewis structures to enhance her quirk, while Mineta learned about the unique properties of his abilities. Kaminari was encouraged to connect with lightning rather than forcing it through his body, and Kirishima was advised to build his self-confidence to strengthen his quirk. The class responded eagerly to Hisashi's guidance. As the students began their exercises, Hisashi joined All Might and Aizawa on a nearby hill, where All Might praised his training skills. Hisashi expressed his gratitude for the opportunity to train heroes, excited about the role he could play in their development. Aizawa, however, humorously noted that the cheerful atmosphere was making him feel unusually optimistic and decided to retreat to the staff room. All Might chuckled at Aizawa's reaction, noting that he had been impressed by the students' progress under Hisashi's instruction. Hisashi, feeling a bit shy, mentioned a colleague with a similar demeanor and then proposed a significant offer to All Might. He revealed that he could restore All Might's one-for-all power, returning him to his prime form. All Might was taken aback by this revelation, prompting Hisashi to demonstrate his ability. With a radiant glow, All Might transformed back into his muscular form, healing rapidly. All Might marveled at the transformation and expressed his gratitude, but Hisashi's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he indicated that he needed to discuss a confidential matter. Understanding the gravity of the situation, All Might led Hisashi to a nearby resting facility. Hisashi revealed that the topic was not about Shigaraki Tamura but rather something that could affect the entire world. He mentioned an organization called the Sovereign, hinting at a looming threat of world domination. Meanwhile, out of sight, Kaminari Denki stood in shock, puzzled by the conversation between All Might and Hisashi, wondering why they were discussing his brother's rock band. He had a well-developed body from years of fighting and was very attractive. His motivation was to challenge strong opponents. Kaminari's perspective revealed a painful past. People often looked at him as if he were a burden, a curse. He internalized their judgment, believing that everything was his fault, regardless of his involvement. His stepfather would punish him for any mishap, while his stepmother would confine him to his room for days without food, insisting he reflect on his supposed mistakes. Isolated and alone, he had no friends at school, no one to confide in, and no one to depend on. The whispers in his small hometown followed him relentlessly. They spoke of him as the electric boy, warning others to steer clear, claiming he brought disaster wherever he went. They expressed pity for his family, who seemed so proper, yet he was the odd one out. The only person who treated him like a human being was his older brother, Sanda Kaminari. Sanda was always there for him, sneaking food through the window when their stepmother locked him up and pleading with their father to stop the beatings. They would spend long nights playing video games, laughing quietly together, creating a bond that transcended the darkness surrounding them. Kaminari's troubles began when he developed his quirk at the age of 4. One day, while playing with their family dog, a Shih Tzu, he felt a strange static sensation in his arms. Excitedly, he called out to his father, announcing that he thought he had developed his quirk. Sanda rushed out, filled with enthusiasm, speculating about what their quirks might be and dreaming of becoming heroes together. Kaminari laughed, holding the dog and wondering what his quirk would be. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through him, and a blinding flash erupted, causing the dog to yelp and fall limp in his arms. Panic set in as he realized something had gone horribly wrong. Sanda, confused and concerned, asked what had happened. Kaminari, overwhelmed with fear and sorrow, could only cry, unsure of how it had all gone wrong. Their father rushed to them, trying to calm the situation, but the reality of what had occurred was too much for them to bear. In a moment of chaos, their mother appeared, and another surge of energy erupted, causing her to collapse. Their father cradled her, devastated, while Kaminari felt a spark of energy flickering between his fingers, questioning why this was happening to him. 2 years later, their father remarried, perhaps seeking financial support for his sons after the loss of their mother. However, the new stepmother was unkind, and her disdain for Kaminari was palpable. For 2 years, he endured the pity of others, who whispered about him behind his back. In their small town, he was labeled the problem child, avoided by everyone except for his father and Sanda. Sanda had changed over the years, his once bright demeanor dimmed. He no longer smiled as often and had lost interest in heroes and quirks, which had once excited him. Though he remained a supportive brother, Kaminari sensed that the events of the past had taken a toll on him. Their father insisted that the incident was not Kaminari's fault, attributing it to his quirk's uncontrollable nature. Yet, Kaminari struggled to believe him. As their father fell into alcoholism, the household became a battleground of late-night arguments. Their stepmother believed there was something fundamentally wrong with Kaminari, even using harsh words that he couldn't fully comprehend. Their father defended him, insisting that he had already endured enough pain. This tumultuous existence continued until their father collapsed from exhaustion, leaving Kaminari feeling lost and unable to process the loss. Sanda, now 10, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, while their stepmother feigned devastation, her true feelings hidden behind a mask of false sorrow. The situation had become overwhelming. The narrator's father had left custody and his entire will to their stepmother, who was not particularly enthusiastic about caring for them. She remarried a man who treated the narrator poorly, just as she did. Both of them seemed to harbor a dislike for the narrator, while their sibling, Sanda, was treated differently. This led the narrator to believe that everything was their fault. From the moment the stepfather entered their life, the narrator's existence turned miserable. The stepfather would lash out whenever things didn't go his way, and the stepmother would confine the narrator to their room, claiming it was for their own good. Sanda, on the other hand, began to engage in frequent fights outside of home, returning with bruises but always wearing a smile. The stepfather seemed to encourage Sanda's fighting spirit, insisting that real men never back down. In private, Sanda confided that others were making fun of the narrator, and he didn't like it. As life continued to spiral downward, the narrator's performance in school deteriorated, leading to dismal test scores. The stepfather's anger would erupt at these failures, berating the narrator harshly. Despite the hardships, Sanda remained a source of support, playing games and sharing stories about his fights, even showing videos of heroes saving civilians. He would reassure the narrator, insisting that they were not a monster or an idiot and promising to find a way to protect them both. Years later, when the narrator turned 13, the truth about their father's death emerged. Evidence revealed that the stepmother had conspired with the stepfather to murder him. The police had been investigating all along and received an anonymous tip that led to the discovery of the truth. Both the stepmother and stepfather were sentenced to life in prison, freeing the narrator and Sanda from their oppressive grasp. Their father's assets were seized and set aside for the siblings, ensuring they would have a future. While the newfound freedom should have brought joy, it instead deepened the narrator's sadness. They felt a gradual loss of sanity and humanity, with Sanda being the only person they could trust. The siblings were placed in an orphanage, as no relatives were willing to take them in. Shortly after, a mysterious wealthy man adopted them, providing an apartment in the city and occasionally checking in on them. They attended the same school, where their past remained hidden. Sanda quickly became known as the strongest and most attractive fighter, while the narrator was seen as his amusing younger brother, often perceived as carefree. At 14, the narrator visited a specialist at the request of their adopter, beginning the journey to control their quirk. Sonda, who shared the same quirk but had mastered it, supported the narrator throughout the process. After months of effort, the narrator established a limit on their quirk, realizing that excessive use would lead to foolishness. Sonda had suggested this approach, which proved effective. The narrator was now able to function like anyone else, despite the weight of their past. Eventually, they were accepted into UA, where the narrator began to transform. The atmosphere was different from their hometown, filled with kindness rather than malice. They found themselves falling for a girl and finally felt a sense of belonging. Healing was slow but steady. Meanwhile, Sonda announced his decision to join a traveling rock band called The Sovereign, leaving the narrator feeling a mix of sadness and pride. Sonda had sacrificed so much for the narrator's happiness, and they couldn't hold him back. Reflecting on their brother, the narrator cherished the memories of Sonda buying ice cream for passing tests, loving pets despite his tough exterior, and his infectious enthusiasm for quirks. Sonda was the perfect role model, someone who could do no wrong. However, confusion arose when All Might and Izuku's father discussed Sonda's band and hinted at something more sinister, like world domination. Doubts crept in, leading the narrator to question whether their brother was a bad person. That thought shattered something within them, and they felt their quirk slipping out of control once more. Kneeling and struggling to breathe, memories of past chaos flooded back. They reassured themselves that as long as they avoided contact with others, they could reach the hospital or be detained by a hero. Everything would be fine, right? Just then, a voice broke through the turmoil. Jairu, puzzled, reached for the narrator's shoulder, asking what was wrong. "You feeling okay?" Momo could only stare in horror as she watched the girl she loved reach out to her. Chapter end. Momo's perspective shifted as she trained with Izuku when a massive crack and a blinding flash erupted from the nearby resting facility. "What was that?" Izuku exclaimed as they both rushed toward the source of the flash. "Was that Kaminari?" Bakugo, Uraraka, Todoroki, Kirishima, Mineta, Ida, and Tsuyu joined them, and they arrived to find Kaminari in Hisashi's arms, appearing to be in distress. Jairu lay motionless on the ground beside them. "What happened here?" Izuku shouted. All Might hurried over to Jairu and checked her pulse. "There isn't any pulse," he said slowly. Izuku rushed to Kaminari's side. "Kaminari, are you okay? What happened?" He reached out, but Hisashi intervened. "Don't!" Hisashi shouted. "Right now, Kaminari's quirk is out of control. I should have known this would happen, but I was careless. None of you should touch him, or you'll put yourselves in danger unless you have an electric-type quirk." "No, not again." Kaminari muttered shakily. "Why does this always happen to me?" Hisashi said soothingly. "Don't worry, everything will be all right." He approached Jairu and touched her wrist. "She isn't dead," he announced. "I can bring her back, but she will need a lot of rest to fully recover." He placed a finger on her forehead, and she glowed dimly. When he withdrew his hand, she began to breathe but remained unconscious. "What? How?" Kaminari asked, tears welling in his eyes. "Whenever I lost control, someone always died." "That was before, Kaminari," Hisashi replied. "I believe you are starting to gain some control over your powers. You managed to hold back a significant amount of energy when she touched you. She was severely electrocuted, but it was something I could reverse. Unfortunately, due to the extent of her shock, she likely won't wake up for 1 or 2 months. It's all my fault." Kaminari whispered. "I'm just a danger to everyone." "No, you're not," Momo interjected. "You didn't mean for this to happen. It's not your fault at all." "You're just saying that to pity me," Kaminari replied. "I know it. I'm a burden, a curse. I hurt everyone I—" "Shut up," a voice whispered from behind them. They turned to see Bakugo shaking. "Shut up. Kachin," Izuku asked tentatively. "Maybe now isn't the best." "You are not a burden," Bakugo shouted. "You're a friend. I can't stand seeing my friend beat himself up like this." "Aren't you afraid of me?" Kaminari asked, confused. "I can't even control this power. I might hurt someone by accident at any moment." "I don't care about that," Bakugo yelled. you're our friend, and that means we won't let you suffer alone. That's right. Kirishima added. We don't care if you can't control your quirk, you're still Kaminari. Nothing will change that. Even so, I can't stand putting you guys in danger. Kaminari insisted. As long as I'm around, you're all at risk. That doesn't have to be the case, Hisashi interjected. There's a way to fix this. How? Kaminari demanded. I've searched for so long to control this power, but I've never had any results. First, I need to come clean, Hisashi said. Kaminari, I was the man who adopted you and your brother. What? Kaminari and Izuku exclaimed simultaneously. I saw great potential in both of you and knew that leaving you in the orphanage would lead to disaster, so I adopted you under a different identity, Hisashi explained casually. I've been trying to find a way for you to control your quirk all this time, but I couldn't find an answer until now. There's a way? Kaminari asked. It will be difficult. You'll undergo the hardest training of your life, Hisashi replied solemnly. It will require time, patience, and effort. I'll do it. Kaminari said desperately. I'll do anything to control this power. But then, there are a few of you who I believe will benefit greatly from additional training, Hisashi said, looking at them. Bakugo, Izuku, Momo, Uraraka, Todoroki, Kirishima, and of course, Kaminari. Each of you has aspects of your quirks that can be significantly improved with extra training. It won't be as intense as Kaminari's training, but I foresee all of you doubling or tripling your power from this experience. The named individuals nodded in agreement. They all understood the importance of this opportunity. Then we shall begin additional training at 5 p.m. tomorrow after school, Hisashi announced. Kaminari, stay here. We'll work on a way to limit your power temporarily. The rest of you are dismissed. As they walked away, a heavy silence hung in the air due to the recent events. Does anyone know about Kaminari's past? Izuku asked suddenly. Now that I think about it, he's never talked about anything beyond middle school, Kirishima replied. Why? I accidentally read his mind using my quirk, Izuku said quietly. I saw things that didn't make sense to me. What did you see? Mineta asked. I won't say. It's not my place to reveal anything about Kaminari's past, Izuku responded. He'll share when he's ready. What should we do? Momo asked. How can we help Kaminari? We just need to support him as friends and ensure he doesn't do anything rash, Todoroki answered. For now, there's nothing else we can do. They returned to their classmates, who bombarded them with questions about what had happened. As they answered, Momo noticed Izuku walking away alone toward the dorms, deep in thought. She didn't think much of it, assuming he was just worried about Kaminari. The next day, Izuku didn't come to school. Chapter end. Izuku sipped his coffee while checking his watch. 12:32 p.m. He was at a cafe in Tokyo, a place he had only visited once before. He was waiting for someone who was 30 minutes late. Come on, hurry up, Izuku sighed. I need to find out the truth. The previous day, the unfortunate events involving Jairu and Kaminari had unfolded. Izuku had read Kaminari's mind, something he usually avoided, in an attempt to calm him down. Instead, he found numerous fragmented memories. A dog. A smiling man with black hair. A smiling woman with blonde hair. A little boy with blonde and black hair. Those memories were associated with happiness. Then there was a bald man. A woman with red hair. A room with only a bed and a desk. The belt. People with no faces whispering. Those memories were tied to sadness and desperation. Anger. Izuku had pieced together the memories and discovered a phone number that seemed significant to Kaminari. He scheduled an appointment at the cafe with the man who had answered the call. As he waited, he observed his surroundings. Children played in a nearby park, their laughter mingling with that of their parents. Couples strolled hand in hand, enjoying each other's company, while others hurried to work. It was hard for him to believe that just over a month ago, he had felt despair in another dimension, seemingly without hope. He vividly recalled every detail of that place, even though he wished to forget. He hadn't attempted to return there yet, and frankly, he couldn't envision himself ever going back, even if he could. Disguised with a hat and hood, Izuku looked like an ordinary person, aside from his green hair, which was mostly concealed. The hype surrounding his hero persona had diminished somewhat in the past month, reducing the chances of anyone recognizing him. He had made efforts to remain inconspicuous. As he took another sip of his coffee, a man with blonde and black hair sat down across from him. The man inquired about the reason for the meeting, expressing a need for assurance. Izuku calmly introduced himself as one of Kaminari's friends. The man introduced himself as Sanda Kaminari and listened as Izuku explained the situation. He detailed how Kaminari had experienced a mental breakdown and how he had used his quirk, which allowed him to read minds, to uncover troubling memories. Concerned for Kaminari's well-being, he had reached out to Sanda, the only person in Kaminari's memories that he felt he could trust. Sanda listened intently, then shared the struggles his brother had faced, revealing how Denki had lost control of his quirk and fallen into despair due to his hardships. He expressed his determination to grow stronger to protect Denki from any problems. Izuku sat in shock, realizing he had underestimated Kaminari's past. Sanda explained that although Denki had always been bright and funny, years of depression had darkened his spirit. Thankfully, after escaping their step-parents, Denki had begun to return to his normal self. Izuku asked what could have shocked Denki about his past, suspecting it was something he had recently discovered. Sanda admitted that if Denki's limit had been broken, it posed a real danger to everyone. He elaborated on their shared quirk of electric manipulation, inherited from their father, while their mother was quirkless. Sanda had excellent control over his power, while Denki possessed immense electric potential but struggled to manage it. If he could harness his abilities, he could become a top hero, perhaps even surpassing the renowned Green Lightning. Izuku mentioned that he wasn't particularly close to Green Lightning, but he had heard about a potential name change for him. Sanda confirmed that they had tried everything to help Denki control his power, including consulting numerous quirk specialists, but none had succeeded. Curious about Denki's current situation, Izuku learned that there was a teacher who claimed he could help, someone unaffected by electricity, which would minimize the risk of injury. Izuku leaned forward, his eyes glinting with determination. He already knew about Kaminari's past from his memories and was now getting to the core of his inquiry. He asked Sanda about his job, hoping to find more ways to assist Denki. Sanda sheepishly revealed that he was part of a traveling rock band called The Sovereign. Although they hadn't achieved much success lately, he was pursuing his passion. Izuku expressed surprise, noting that Kaminari also played guitar. Sanda admitted he had taught him a little. When asked about their tour, Sanda mentioned a concert in New York the previous night. Izuku calculated the time difference, realizing that Sanda's timeline didn't add up. He confronted Sanda about the inconsistencies in his story, demanding answers. Sanda's demeanor shifted, and he warned Izuku to drop the subject for his own safety. Izuku, undeterred, pressed for the truth about Sanda's identity and the band's motives. Sanda's expression hardened, and he cautioned Izuku about pushing his luck, hinting at his capability for violence. Izuku stood firm, challenging Sanda's threat in front of the cafe's patrons, revealing the tension between them. Izuku had taken lives before and would not hesitate to do so again. If Sanda truly aspired to be a hero, he needed to choose his next words carefully, as the lives of many depended on it. The two locked eyes, each trying to discern a weakness in the other. Sanda expressed his indifference towards the people around them, asserting that he would not fall victim to any attacks Izuku might launch. He was more interested in uncovering Izuku's identity and his affiliations, revealing that he had no desire to be a hero, he was in it for the thrill. Sanda remarked on the presence of psychopaths on the hero side, dismissing Izuku's bravado. He had conducted a background check to ensure his brother's safety and was certain that no one named Kenta Suzuki existed within UA's heroics department. After a tense silence, Izuku relented, stating that Sanda could keep his secrets. Sanda insisted that Izuku forget their encounter, warning him of the consequences if he did not comply. Izuku nodded in agreement, and Sanda turned to leave, casually remarking on their conversation. Once Sanda's back was turned, Izuku activated his quirk, his eyes glowing red as he delved into Sanda's mind, whispering to himself that it was checkmate. In another setting, number 2, an older man, inquired about the progress of Japan from number 8, known as Sanda Kaminari. Sanda scoffed, explaining that what initially seemed like an easy task had become complicated with the emergence of number 3 among the heroes. Number 9, a witch, mocked Sanda for his earlier claims of being able to handle the situation alone, while number 7, a girl with glasses, urged him to calm down as Sanda erupted in anger. Number 2 intervened, reprimanding Sanda for his behavior and reminding him of the impending deadline for their preparations. He emphasized the importance of using their time wisely, as the 5 members assigned to Japan faced a challenging task. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the urgency of their situation. As number 2 continued, he expressed confidence in their plans, asking if anyone had relevant information to share. Sanda casually mentioned that he sensed people were catching on to him, prompting number 7 to chastise him for his recklessness. Sanda defended himself, claiming that number 3 was preparing Japan for defense, which concerned no. The queen, a regal figure, advised them to prepare for the expected while remaining vigilant for the unexpected, acknowledging that number 3 could have various strategies in play. Sanda questioned how they could prepare against someone whose quirk was unknown, but number 6, a rarely heard muscle-bound member, suggested that they need not worry about number 3's abilities. He proposed isolating him and confronting him as a group, asserting that even number 3 could not defeat 5 of them together. Number 9 praised number 6 for his insight, while number 2 concluded the meeting, reminding Sanda to eliminate any loose ends. As the members dispersed, number 9 followed Sanda, who expressed his annoyance at her presence. She laughed off his rudeness, claiming to be concerned for him. Sanda, irritated, pushed number 9 against a wall, demanding she get to the point. She revealed that she had information about his recent encounter with a young man, which piqued Sanda's interest. After some back and forth, she introduced herself as Lena Hansen from Sweden and offered to share what she knew. Lena produced photographs, pointing out the resemblance between the young man Sanda had met and a well-known hero, Green Lightning. It dawned on Sanda that they were the same person, and he was shocked to learn that the young hero was the son of Hisashi Midoriya, also known as All for One, or No. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Sanda's expression shifted to one of determination as he declared his intention to eliminate the threat. Lena, excited by the prospect, eagerly asked to join him, though Sanda questioned her motives. Sanda was confident in her abilities, believing she could handle the situation alone. However, Lena reminded her of the stakes involved, cautioning that they couldn't afford a prolonged confrontation, especially with the possibility of number 3 intervening to protect his son. Sanda was intrigued by Lena's offer of assistance. It would be a setback to lose a member just as they were about to execute their grand plan. They agreed to finish the task swiftly and retreat to safety. With a playful grin, Sanda decided to share her name as a gesture of trust. Lena, however, revealed that she was already aware of it, teasing Sanda about her lack of discretion. Sanda felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped for a more dramatic introduction. Lena found Sanda's reaction amusing, playfully pinching her cheek and commenting on the unexpected charm she displayed. Sanda, however, quickly reminded Lena to maintain boundaries, clarifying that their alliance was solely for the purpose of eliminating the boy. Once that was accomplished, things would return to the way they were. They discussed their timeline, settling on a week for their plan to unfold. With a sense of determination, they sealed their agreement, both wearing wicked smiles as they prepared to carry out their mission. Kaminari stared up at the entrance of Geisho Kazoku prison, a place he never thought he would visit. He felt a mix of confusion and apprehension as he wondered why they were there. Hisashi, who had brought him along, reassured him that they were meeting someone for training. As they passed through various security checks, Kaminari's mind raced. He recalled the name Geisho Kazoku from somewhere, perhaps from history class. Hisashi explained that the prison housed severe criminals, including those involved in non-quirk-related murders. It had once been a stronghold for a notorious figure named Destro but had since adapted to hold all types of offenders. Kaminari was puzzled about the connection to his training. Hisashi emphasized that before he could grow stronger physically, he needed to strengthen his mind, a lesson he had learned during his own karate training. Kaminari, feeling a bit lost, admitted his struggles with understanding. Upon reaching an interrogation room, they were greeted by guards who opened the door for them. Hisashi instructed Kaminari to focus on himself during this visit, promising to remain silent unless necessary. With a heavy heart, Kaminari stepped inside and took a seat across from two familiar faces, his stepmother and stepfather, both restrained to the table. Kaminari hesitated before greeting them, feeling the weight of the moment. His stepmother, with her faded red hair, acknowledged his presence, and there was an uncomfortable silence until she spoke, noting how much he had grown. Kaminari felt a mix of emotions, realizing this meeting was unexpected for both sides. He turned to Hisashi, expressing his desire to leave, but his stepmother called out to him, urging him to stay. She had something important to say. Kaminari braced himself for harsh words, but instead, she offered an apology, acknowledging the pain she had caused him. Her admission shocked him, and he struggled to process her sincerity. As she continued, she explained that her past feelings of hatred were unfounded and that she recognized the impact of her actions on his life. She expressed her regret and emphasized that he was not to blame for the hardships he endured. Her words struck a chord, and Kaminari felt tears welling up as he confronted the pain of his past. In that moment, he saw a change in her eyes, a softness that had been absent before. She spoke of the prevalence of hatred and greed in the world but also highlighted the existence of love and happiness, urging him to seek those positive experiences in his life. Kaminari reflected on his own journey, acknowledging the trauma he had carried for so long. He realized that even those who had caused him pain could change, and perhaps it was time for him to change as well. He shared his struggle with self-hatred and how he had blamed himself for the past. But now, he felt a shift within him, a determination to rise above his experiences and embrace the possibility of a brighter future. Kaminari felt a weight lift off his shoulders as he declared he was done hating himself. For the first time, his stepmother smiled at him. He stood up to leave, looking into Hisashi's eyes and finding him smiling as well. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging all that Hisashi had done for him that day as he walked toward the door. Just before he could exit, his stepfather called out to him with urgency. He needed to know if Kaminari had friends, people who would take care of him. Memories of his classmates at UA flooded Kaminari's mind. He thought of Mineta, his mischievous partner, Kirishima, who would surprise him with enthusiastic hugs, Bakugo, who, despite his tough exterior, always studied with him late into the night, Siro, with whom he felt completely at ease, Momo, who guided him like an older sister, Izuku, who inspired everyone around him, Aoyama, with whom he shared an unexpected bond, Mina, who taught him to dance, Tokoyami, who shared his love for manga, Todoroki, who enjoyed card games with him, Toru and Ojiro, who played video games until dawn, Uraraka, who spread joy wherever she went, and Jairu, who made his heart race and with whom he could talk for hours without getting bored. Each memory filled him with warmth and happiness. For the first time in years, Kaminari genuinely smiled, a smile free from sadness or hidden trauma. He felt pure happiness as he confirmed to Hisashi that he indeed had friends. His stepfather, overwhelmed with emotion, clutched his chest as tears streamed down his face, whispering words of gratitude to himself. Kaminari left the confines of his past with Hisashi, and they took a bus back to UA. As they traveled, he began to notice the beauty of the world outside, unable to suppress his smile. Hisashi observed him but chose to remain silent, allowing Kaminari to savor the moment. Before they reached the school, Kaminari turned to Hisashi, expressing his heartfelt thanks. He believed that the events of the day would change his life for the better. Hisashi, with a smile, ruffled Kaminari's hair and reminded him that he was technically his dad, even if adopted. Kaminari grinned, playfully asking if that made him Izuku's brother. Hisashi laughed, affirming that it did, and added a light-hearted warning that they better not fight. Kaminari responded with a cheerful affirmation, ready to embrace his new life. When Izuku returned to UA after his meeting with Sanda Kaminari, his classmates immediately surrounded him, eager to know where he had been. He chose not to share the details of his conversation, understanding the sensitivity of the topic, but it pained him to keep secrets from them. The most upset were Aizawa, All Might, and his father. Aizawa expressed his frustration, emphasizing the importance of education. All Might, with concern in his voice, scolded Izuku for his irresponsibility and the potential danger he had put himself in. His father chimed in, expressing how worried his mother had been and how she had looked ready to confront him for losing track of Izuku. Feeling the weight of their disappointment, Izuku raised his hands defensively and apologized, explaining that he just needed some space after everything that had been happening. Satisfied with his response, they left him alone, and he retreated to his dorm to reflect on what he had seen in Sanda's mind. He recalled a gathering of 10 individuals seated around a round stone table, each with someone standing behind them. Although he had witnessed the meeting, the details of their plan were obscured, distorted as if blocked by Sanda's subconscious. The only locations he could discern were Japan, Britain, and America, indicating that Sanda was trying to shield the most critical information. Izuku realized that his father had once been part of a powerful group known as the Sovereigns, who were now plotting against him and had ambitions for world domination. As the memory was over a month old, it seemed their plans had not yet come to fruition. Izuku contemplated discussing this with his father but found it difficult to catch him at a free moment, as he was busy with extra lessons. He had been focusing on training his teleportation quirk, which was still developing, and had made significant progress with One for All, now able to use 65% full cowling with minimal discomfort. After a few days, his father returned from an outing with Kaminari, who appeared to have recovered from his earlier trauma. The group felt relieved to see him back to his usual self, and they all agreed to train together to overcome their challenges. One day, Izuku finally found a moment to talk to his father. He approached him, feeling a sense of urgency. His father, sensing something serious, immediately became alert and began to worry about the nature of the conversation. Izuku was embarrassed by his father's teasing about relationships but quickly shifted the topic to the Sovereigns. His father's demeanor changed instantly, becoming serious as he pulled Izuku aside to speak privately. Izuku explained everything he had learned, including his encounter with Sanda. His father listened intently, acknowledging the situation and expressing concern about Sanda's knowledge of Izuku's identity. They discussed the looming threat and the need to prepare for potential danger. Izuku felt a mix of fear and determination as his father calculated the likelihood of an attack. He suggested a plan, hoping it would help keep him safe. Days later, while on a much-needed date with Momo, Izuku felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. As they walked toward a nearby cafe, he sensed an approaching presence. He whispered to Momo, who instinctively prepared for whatever was coming. They positioned themselves back to back, ready to confront the unknown threat. Izuku felt a surge of determination as he faced the challenge ahead. He sensed the presence of 2 individuals stepping out from behind the trees. One was Sanda, and the other was a striking woman with purple hair. He demanded to know their intentions, a hint of fear creeping into his voice as he recognized Sanda's affiliation with the Sovereign. The woman, with a playful demeanor, commented on Izuku's appearance, suggesting that his fear was amusing and that she might want to keep him as a pet. Sanda's tone shifted as he revealed his intent to eliminate Izuku, brandishing a collapsible metal rod that transformed into a long staff. He expressed concern about how his brother would react to this situation. Just then, Kaminari emerged from behind a nearby car, accompanied by All Might, Izuku's father, and Aizawa. Sanda was taken aback, realizing that their plan had been anticipated. Izuku dropped his facade of fear, smirking as he joined his allies, revealing that they had lured Sanda into a trap. The woman reacted with frustration, pointing out that Sanda had failed to mention that Izuku was aware of their plans. Sanda, realizing the implications, acknowledged that Izuku's ability to read minds had given them an advantage. Izuku's father commented on Sanda's poor decision to confront them, revealing their strategic preparation. Sanda recognized Izuku's father as number 3, also known as All for One, and prepared to fight, vowing that they would regret underestimating him. Kaminari pleaded with Sanda to abandon his path of evil, but the woman, now identified as number 9, interrupted, stating that they had their own contingencies in place. She blew a whistle, summoning a group of powerful allies through a portal, which included a large, muscular man and two others. Sanda was furious, realizing he had been deceived. The woman defended her actions, asserting that they would have been in trouble without her strategy. Izuku's father remained calm, though Izuku noticed a hint of tension in his demeanor. The woman assessed their situation, pointing out that while they had the numerical advantage, only 3 of them were truly powerful enough to pose a threat. She indicated All Might, Izuku, and his father as the key players, dismissing the others as weak in comparison. She warned Aizawa that his quirk made him a significant threat, advising her allies to be cautious. Aizawa's ability to erase quirks with his gaze was acknowledged as a potential problem for their opponents. The woman concluded that despite their strength, she had already calculated their defeat, claiming the battle was decided before it even began. A tense silence followed her declaration, and Sanda expressed his discomfort with her foresight. As both sides prepared for combat, Sanda expressed regret to Kaminari, urging him to avoid getting hurt. Kaminari, however, was resolute, ready to confront Sanda if necessary. They exchanged assurances of no hard feelings, and then, in a synchronized motion, both teams charged at each other. This battle would set off a series of events that would alter the course of their society forever. Izuku gritted his teeth as he faced number 10, launching a powerful Detroit smash. The attack failed to connect, as the man remained still, whispering something inaudible. Momo, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground by an unseen force, expressing her frustration at their inability to land a hit. Kaminari leaped into action, sending a bolt of lightning toward number 10 while Izuku attempted to strike from behind. Yet, the man effortlessly blocked both attacks, maintaining his calm demeanor. Meanwhile, All Might and Aizawa were engaged with number 6, struggling to make any headway. All Might unleashed a Texas smash, aiming for the man's eye, but the Sovereign blocked the blow without flinching, leaving All Might bewildered by the ease of the defense. Aizawa shouted that he was successfully canceling the man's quirk, but it seemed as if the strength they faced was not derived from any quirk at all. The man acknowledged Aizawa, recognizing him as a potential threat if left unchecked. That erasing quirk is quite troublesome, so I'll have to take care of you first. In an instant he was behind Aizawa, launching a punch aimed at his gut. It was nothing personal. Just before the fierce attack connected, All Might intervened, blocking the punch with both hands and gritting his teeth from the impact. He managed to say through clenched teeth that he couldn't allow the attack to proceed. The man would have to get through him first. Very interesting, the man exclaimed as he unleashed a flurry of punches on All Might. It shouldn't be possible for anyone to match my strength, and yet here you are. What is the source of your power? All Might remained silent, focused on defending against the relentless attacks. The man continued, revealing his identity as Dexter, a weightlifter, while he pummeled the hero. I don't care, All Might replied, narrowly avoiding a right hook. He questioned whether Dexter usually talked this much during a fight. Not usually, Dexter admitted, but I can't have any fun when I fight. Normally, it's one punch and then my opponent is down. All Might acknowledged this with a simple understanding. Dexter then decided to refrain from speaking, suggesting that fights should be fought in silence. Meanwhile, Hisashi was struggling against the 3 Sovereign. Every time he attempted to make a move, the intelligent number 7 telepathically instructed Sanda and Lina on how to evade and counter his attacks. Despite Hisashi's nearly impenetrable defense, consisting of 12 different quirks, they were at a stalemate. Frustrated, Sanda shouted about how strong Hisashi was, believing they had the upper hand. Number 7 urged calm, stating it was only a matter of time before they found a weakness in Hisashi's defenses. Hisashi thought to himself that he wasn't overly concerned for his own safety, but if the battle continued, there could be civilian casualties. He worried about the others' ability to win their fights. If only he could switch their matchups, they might gain an advantage. He tried to shout a command for the group to regroup and rethink their strategy, but Sanda attacked him before he could finish. Sanda smirked, insisting Hisashi needed to keep his focus on them as he unleashed a series of lightning-infused kicks. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, accompanied by a sickening crunch. All Might lay on the ground, unconscious, smoke rising from his body, not the steam of weakness, but the result of a scorching barrage from Dexter. In the blink of an eye, Aizawa was struck directly in the chest by a superpowered punch, causing multiple ribs to cave in and several bones to shatter on impact. He survived only due to a shock-absorbing barrier that Hisashi had acted just before the blow landed. In that split second, Sonda unleashed a powerful electric shock on Hisashi. "Finally got you," Sonda sneered. The three students rushed to help their teachers, calling out in alarm. Hisashi, still reeling from the voltage, roared for them to get away. He urged Izuku to create a portal and escape, insisting he could handle the situation. Izuku began to create a portal, but Lina appeared behind them, whispering as she stroked Kaminari's neck, commenting on his resemblance to his brother. Before Kaminari could react, Lina's eyes glowed a deep red and he slumped unconscious. Sonda shouted in anger, but Lina reassured him that Kaminari was merely asleep, hinting at her ability to do much more. Momo attempted to strike Lina, but Sonda appeared out of nowhere, holding a finger to her neck and threatening her life if she made a move. Dexter then appeared behind Hisashi, placing him in a headlock while he was still dazed from Sonda's attack. The silent number 10 stood in front of them, signaling for Hisashi not to try to escape. Dexter warned that if Hisashi attempted anything, number 10 could unleash devastating power with just a word, recalling a past incident where he had accidentally destroyed an entire small country. Number 10 seemed to disagree with Dexter's statement but remained silent, merely nodding. Number 7 smirked, declaring that all that remained was to deal with Izuku, who was left alone and without assistance. She noted that there was little chance for the others to escape the grasp of her colleagues. Izuku, however, countered that it also meant the others were occupied holding down his friends. He lunged forward with a surge of power, but the woman easily evaded his attack, swatting him to the ground with a single motion. She taunted him, suggesting he thought she would be easy to defeat simply because of her intelligence. She revealed that their queen had blessed them with superhuman speed and strength in addition to their quirks. Izuku, filled with rage, shouted in defense of his father and attempted to kick her. She dodged effortlessly, smirking as she remarked on his lack of capability. Hisashi called out to Izuku, urging him to flee. He insisted that the situation was hopeless and that Izuku should focus on surviving. If at least he could escape, there might still be a chance against the sovereign. Hisashi's final words were a heartfelt message for Izuku to tell his mother that he loved her. Izuku gritted his teeth in frustration, determined that there had to be a way out. He couldn't just run, he was a hero, and it was his duty to put his life on the line to save others. But doubt crept in. What if this was the only way for the greater good? He felt torn and uncertain. Then, a new voice echoed in his mind, one he had never heard before. It was deep and layered, almost demonic, yet strangely familiar and comforting. The voice offered assistance, asking if he wanted help. Izuku Midoriya was not weak. There were very few individuals in the world capable of defeating him in a fight, and he was aware of it. He was not arrogant, but he had confidence in his abilities. This confidence meant he rarely felt fear for his own life. His fear only surfaced when it came to the safety of his loved ones. However, at that moment, he could find no other explanation for the pounding of his heart, the sweat forming on his forehead, or the barely visible tears in his dark green eyes. His body trembled uncontrollably. Izuku was afraid, terrified. Despite his efforts, he could not bring himself to speak. It took all his willpower just to remember to breathe. Before him stood a nightmare, a being of boundless power. The only word that came to his mind to describe it was demon. The entity was entirely black, with glowing yellow eyes and towering at least 3 meters tall. Its body proportions were equally imposing. Instead of a mouth, there was a dark void where one should have been, and it radiated an ominous dark purple aura that flickered like a flame. What frightened Izuku most was the piercing sensation it gave him, as if it knew all his secrets. He understood immediately that this being knew more about him than anyone else, even more than he knew about himself. He felt exposed, vulnerable, and painfully weak. The demon casually remarked that it had been waiting for this moment for 2 years, expressing disappointment that Izuku was not speaking up. Izuku tried to respond, but his mouth was so dry that no words came out. The demon sighed and raised its hands in a gesture meant to appear non-threatening. It assured Izuku that he did not need to be afraid, claiming it could not harm him even if it tried. Gathering his strength, Izuku finally managed to ask who the demon was, his voice shaky. The demon explained that it was a manifestation of Izuku's quirks, formed because his power was too great for his body to handle. It served as a limiter, created to protect him. Izuku inquired about its origin, and the demon revealed that it was a limit placed on his eye quirk by his own subconscious. This limit was necessary to prevent the full power of his original quirk, known as the Blessing of God, from overwhelming him and potentially causing catastrophic destruction. Izuku was incredulous, unable to believe the claim that his power could have resulted in such devastation. The demon clarified that the limit took the form of his space quirk, which suppressed the Blessing of God for a time. As Izuku processed this information, he learned that the introduction of the quirk One for All had given sentience to the limiter. The demon could not explain why this happened, but it emphasized the importance of preparing for the changes his quirks were undergoing. Izuku nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. The demon informed him that One for All was a stockpiling quirk capable of multiplying the power of existing quirks over time. However, to protect his body from exploding due to the overwhelming power, the demon had erased the other quirks that had previously existed within him. Despite this, One for All had still managed to amplify the strength of his original quirk, making it difficult for the limiter to contain the Blessing of God. The demon warned Izuku that if he did not train to handle his original quirk, he would be consumed by it, leading to disastrous consequences. Izuku felt a surge of determination and asked how he could train to manage his original quirk. The demon explained that the issue lay in the mental capacity of his body, which needed to be strengthened. Realizing he was in his own mind, Izuku understood that he could train mentally just as he did physically. The demon encouraged him to engage in workouts and sparring within this mental space to grow stronger. Izuku grinned, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. He was ready to train, but he also worried about his friends who were in danger outside. The demon reassured him, encouraging him to focus on his training. No matter how much time passes in this realm, time will remain frozen in the outside world. Izuku understood that he had all the time he needed. He pondered the situation, wondering if he would simply continue training until his mental self became powerful enough to handle the Blessing of God. The demon confirmed this, stating that it would train him until it recognized that he was strong enough to let go of his limits and harness the power in the outside world. Izuku's interest peaked at the mention of losing his limits. He expressed concern, asking if the disappearance of those limits would mean the demon would vanish as well. The demon's mouth curled into a small smile, though Izuku did not notice. It reassured him, saying that it should not exist in the first place and that they would address that issue when the time came. Despite his lingering doubts, Izuku decided to move forward. He questioned how he was supposed to train without an opponent. In response, the demon grinned and transformed into a human shape, devoid of hair or facial features. It playfully acknowledged Izuku, ready for the challenge. Izuku returned the smile, eager to begin their training. The demon raised its fists, declaring that it was born ready. Training in his mind was an experience Izuku had never anticipated. The differences from any training he had undergone before were striking, and it took him some time to adjust. Firstly, he couldn't use his quirk, as the demon explained that doing so would activate his quirk in the physical world, pulling him back to reality. Secondly, he didn't tire or face the risk of death. While he could feel pain and get hurt, any injuries would heal instantly without lasting effects. For instance, the demon had once accidentally severed his head, a sensation more painful than Izuku had imagined. Yet, his head simply reattached itself without a trace. He also didn't require sleep, food, or water, which was a significant advantage. However, the demon was the most challenging opponent Izuku had ever faced. It wasn't about strength, it was about difficulty. The demon anticipated his every move and could see through all the tricks Izuku attempted to employ. Izuku panted, out of breath from the intense training, and wondered how the demon could do this. The demon explained that it was literally part of his mind, making it impossible to deceive himself. The goal was not to defeat the demon but to strengthen himself to wield his quirk without any drawbacks. Despite understanding this, Izuku was perplexed by the demon's superior speed and strength. The demon clarified that it had spent its entire existence in this mental space, giving it a natural advantage. To master the blessing of God, Izuku needed to be strong enough to defeat the demon effortlessly. Determined, Izuku charged at the demon with a kick aimed at its chest. The demon easily deflected the kick and countered with a swift chop to Izuku's head, sending him to the ground. The demon helped him up, encouraging him not to worry. Izuku gritted his teeth, grateful for the support. His training continued relentlessly, with no sense of time, only the drive to improve. While others might have given up under such intense conditions, Izuku persevered, knowing what was at stake. 300 years passed in this mental realm, though for Izuku, it felt like an extended training session without any impact on his memories. He executed a backflip over the demon and landed a kick to its stomach, sending the demon flying backward. In retaliation, the demon struck his shoulder, bringing him down again. Izuku quickly recovered and closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of punches at incredible speed. The demon blocked some but took several hits that landed with significant force. After landing, the demon raised its hands in a gesture of surrender, acknowledging Izuku's progress. Izuku felt a surge of pride, attributing his success to the demon's guidance. The demon playfully insisted that Izuku not call it sensei, finding it embarrassing. The demon then confirmed that Izuku was now strong enough to use his original quirk effectively. Izuku expressed excitement but also concern about returning to the outside world after becoming so accustomed to this place. The demon reassured him that no time had passed outside and that he was ready to face the enemies waiting for him. To return, Izuku needed to call himself back to the physical realm, but first, he had to remove the limiter on his quirk by defeating the demon. The demon urged him to focus on his goal of saving others, emphasizing the responsibility that came with being a hero. Izuku hesitated, not wanting to harm the demon, but the demon insisted it was willing to sacrifice itself for Izuku's growth. After confirming the plan, Izuku prepared to unleash his true power. The demon reminded him that he might feel a bit nauseous upon returning, but it would pass. It warned that he would no longer have his space quirk and that the blessing of God was a powerful ability with unknown limits. With a final embrace, Izuku expressed his gratitude, promising never to forget the demon's support. As he raised his fist to deliver the final blow, Izuku felt ready. He closed his eyes and struck the demon with all his might, feeling a surge of power coursing through him. He whispered an apology as he turned away, acknowledging the bond they shared. With determination, he raised his hand to the sky, declaring his readiness to face whatever awaited him in the physical realm. Upon returning, Izuku collapsed as pain surged through his body. He screamed in agony, feeling overwhelmed by the intensity of the experience. His friends rushed to his side, concerned about his sudden collapse. One of them speculated that he might have been weaker than expected, while another called out for him to get up. Slowly, the pain began to subside, and Izuku fought to regain his composure. The woman, who had been so confident just moments before, began to back away slowly. She murmured to herself, puzzled by her inability to read him. Sweat started to bead on her forehead as she recalled that this had only happened with 3 others: Hisashi Midoriya, the second, and the queen. Hisashi, feeling anxious, looked at Izuku and asked what was happening. Izuku slowly began to rise, letting out a sigh as he stretched his muscles. It had taken him some time to adjust. Sensing the imminent threat, Dexter released Hisashi and launched a punch straight at Izuku's head from close range. Under normal circumstances, the blow would have landed, and Izuku would have been severely hurt. But Izuku was no longer just ordinary. Without lifting his gaze, Izuku effortlessly blocked the punch with one hand while yawning. He smiled and remarked that he was simply stretching, asking if Dexter could give him a break as smoke began to rise from the hand that had stopped the attack. Without changing his expression, he lifted Dexter as if he were weightless and tossed him aside, sending him crashing through several cars and a building. A grin spread across Izuku's face as he cracked his knuckles, ready to begin. Chapter End. Third-person POV. Immediately, Sanda leaped into action and aimed his finger right at Izuku's back, electricity crackling at his fingertips. He believed that no matter how strong Izuku was, one zap from him would finish the fight. Suddenly, an invisible force slammed Sanda to the ground, knocking the breath from his lungs. Izuku smirked, impressed by the display of gravity manipulation. Dexter reappeared, aiming a kick at Izuku's blind spot. He thought his only choice was to block the attack at such high speed. Izuku raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in Dexter's direction. He remarked that a long time ago, such an attack would have been dangerous, but he was no longer the same person. Dexter's kick halted just an inch from Izuku's face, and he began to rise into the air, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Izuku explained that while he was physically similar, mentally he had gained centuries of experience. He jerked his hand towards the sky, sending Dexter shooting upward at incredible speed. With Dexter distracted, Izuku turned his attention to the others. Lina smirked, commenting on Izuku's transformation. She began to take off her fur coat, her eyes glowing with mischief, suggesting they have some fun. Izuku smiled back, declaring that her tricks no longer worked on him, as he had become immune to psychological attacks. He vanished and reappeared behind her, adding that he was already taken. With a swift movement, he karate chopped her in the neck, knocking her out instantly. He noted that one was down and 4 remained. Suddenly, a crackling of electricity filled the air, followed by a bright flash that temporarily blinded everyone except Izuku. He reveled in the chaos, teasing that gravity couldn't contain pure lightning as he zipped around, leaving streaks of electricity in his wake. Izuku then reached out, seemingly grabbing at air, but he had caught Sanda, who had flashed right into his grip. Sanda was astonished and struggled against Izuku's hold. He unleashed a powerful electrical surge, creating an intense light and the smell of burning rubber. The surge overloaded the city's power grid, causing a massive blackout and shutting down all electronic devices in the vicinity. Sanda dropped to the ground, panting, claiming that it was his strongest attack, capable of powering the city for half a day. He believed he had eliminated everyone within 5 blocks, but thought it was worth it. As the smoke cleared, Izuku stood unharmed, stretching his body. He expressed relief that he had managed to redirect the power into himself, acknowledging the potential disaster that could have occurred. Sanda, in disbelief, gasped about how Izuku was still alive, insisting it was impossible. Izuku explained that he hadn't absorbed all of it but had done enough to keep everyone alive. He examined his shaking hand, noting the rapid beating of his heart and the overwhelming energy coursing through him. Sanda attempted to grab Izuku but collapsed from exhaustion, muttering about Izuku being a monster. Izuku turned to the glass-wearing number 7 and the silent no. The woman whispered in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how anyone could survive such an electrical shock. She instructed number 10 to unleash their strongest attack, regardless of the consequences, and called for a portal. Silentium turned to Izuku and shouted as a massive shockwave erupted between them. Izuku stood firm, taking a deep breath and crossing his arms, commenting that he had always wanted to try a full-body massage. The attack connected, pushing him back slightly but causing no damage to the buildings behind him. Izuku thanked Silentium for relieving his sore muscles, while Silentium expressed disbelief that such an attack could be withstood. Izuku raised a hand, declaring he had enough and that they were coming with him. Just then, a black portal opened beside the villains, and the woman sighed in relief. As they rushed toward the portal, Izuku appeared between them and the exit. He swiftly incapacitated both villains, knocking them out before attempting to enter the portal himself. However, he fell to one knee, coughing up blood, realizing that using so much power at once was unwise. Shakily, he gathered the bodies of the 4 villains, along with the unconscious Kaminari, Aizawa, and All Might. He waved his hand over their faces and immediately, their bodies began to repair themselves, allowing them to rise groggily. Izuku was met with a chorus of confusion as they questioned how he accomplished everything. He took a deep breath, preparing to explain, but suddenly fell to the ground, clutching his head. Izuku felt as if his head was splitting in two as he rolled around in pain. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and a portal opened above him. Momo, stepping back from the mysterious doorway, asked if it was one of Izuku's portals. He responded in disbelief, realizing the pain was beginning to fade. The portal shimmered, and a girl who appeared to be 17, with dark green eyes and long pitch-black hair, stepped out, landing beside Izuku. She greeted him with enthusiasm, jumping with joy as if she were in a candy store. Momo, still in shock, demanded to know who the girl was and where she had come from. The girl giggled and hugged Izuku, who was too stunned to react. "I don't have a name because I wasn't given one. Can you make me a blanket or something? There aren't any clothes where I came from." Momo quickly draped a large green blanket over the girl, who thanked her with a smile. Hisashi, eyeing the situation with suspicion, asked the girl about her relationship with Izuku. She cheerfully replied that Izuku was like her father, causing Izuku to nearly faint while the others reacted in shock. Just then, Dexter landed from the sky, creating a crater, and groaned as he fell unconscious. Hisashi, All Might, Aizawa, and Momo surrounded Izuku, their expressions dark and fists clenched. Hisashi demanded an explanation, while All Might inquired about what Izuku had been up to. Aizawa growled, his bandages rising ominously, and Momo, with a curious glint in her eye, asked about the girl's mother while subconsciously creating various devices. Izuku, backing away in fear, stammered that he was just as surprised as they were and had no idea who the girl was. Momo approached him, her contraption making an ominous sound, accusing him of being irresponsible for not remembering his daughter. The girl intervened, shouting for them not to hurt her father, which caused Momo to drop her device, blushing and looking dazed. Momo exclaimed in disbelief, while Aizawa cracked his knuckles, expressing his disappointment. Now on the ground, Momo and Izuku scrambled backward until they hit a wall. Momo quietly accepted her fate, prompting Izuku to cry out in desperation for them to remain calm. Kaminari interjected, suggesting they hear the girl out before taking any action. Momo and Izuku expressed their gratitude to Kaminari, bowing deeply in appreciation. Hisashi, All Might, and Aizawa exchanged glances and agreed to listen, crossing their arms in expectation. The girl smiled and introduced herself properly, revealing that she had trained with Izuku for 300 years and was surprised he didn't remember her. Izuku paled as he realized who she was, recalling the demon from his mind. The girl explained that after Izuku left, a strange light appeared, and she followed it, ending up in their world. Momo and the others were confused by the mention of 300 years and the demon. Taking a deep breath, Izuku explained how he had heard a voice and trained in his mindscape to use his original quirk. He revealed that the demon was a construct of his mind, serving as a limit for his power and the source of his space quirk. He concluded that he had to defeat the demon to gain control of his full quirk, and now, somehow, the demon had returned as a girl. The girl grinned, explaining that she chose this form because it resembled her two favorite people. Hisashi noted the resemblance, but questioned why she looked like Momo. The girl cheerfully replied that it was because Izuku loved her very much, which caused both Izuku and Momo to blush and look away, a small smile forming on Momo's lips. All Might exclaimed how romantic it was, while Aizawa thoughtfully acknowledged the situation. Izuku then realized they needed to give the girl a name and turned to Momo for suggestions, prompting her to respond in surprise. "She is technically your daughter too." Momo blushed and then gazed at the girl who was bouncing with excitement at the prospect of receiving a name. She asked if the girl was a dark demon in her mindscape, suggesting the name Kuroki, meaning black demon. The girl jumped up and down, tackling Momo and Izuku in a massive bear hug, expressing her love for the name and pleading for it. Izuku grinned and ruffled her hair, agreeing that there was no reason not to grant her request. From that moment on, her name would be Kuroki. Tentatively, she asked if her name would be Kuroki Midoriya, and they both confirmed it with a nod, expressing their approval. Hisashi was shaking with joy at the thought of having a granddaughter, asking if he could be her grandpa. She cried out in delight, hugging Hisashi as well. She then declared that the three of them could be her uncles, pointing at All Might, Aizawa, and Kaminari. Both Kaminari and All Might gave a thumbs up happily, while Aizawa accidentally smiled. Suddenly, Dexter groaned as he began to get up, expressing his anger at their fun. He launched himself toward Momo, ready to strike. Before he could reach her, Kuroki snapped her fingers, and a portal opened in front of the muscular villain, causing him to fall through without a chance to react. The portal closed immediately after he entered. With a menacing expression, Kuroki warned that she would not allow anyone to hurt her family. Izuku stared at her in surprise, realizing she had that quirk. Kuroki explained that the quirk was originally hers, and she had the ability to use it at will. When Izuku asked where she had sent Dexter, she revealed it was her pocket dimension, the same place he had visited a month ago. Izuku was astonished, recalling how he had only managed to enter it after overexerting his powers. Kuroki clarified that he had been borrowing her quirk, which was why he lacked full control. He had tapped into her power during that moment of strain. Izuku nodded, acknowledging that it made sense, even if he didn't fully understand. Kuroki proudly stated that the villains couldn't escape from her pocket dimension, making it the perfect prison. As they spoke, they noticed people gathering around them. Aizawa suggested they leave for a more private space, and everyone agreed. Izuku raised his hand, lifting the unconscious bodies of the sovereign into the air while Kuroki created a portal to Yue. They walked through and found themselves in the empty 2A dorm main hall. Momo quickly handed Kuroki some clothes, urging her to change out of the blanket before the others arrived. Kuroki changed just in time for the 2A students to enter from their training lesson with Cementos. The students were surprised to see them there and began asking questions about Kuroki and the floating bodies. Aizawa quickly silenced them, informing them that a top-secret event had occurred and they could not disclose more information. He instructed them to return to their activities without asking further questions. The students complied, leaving for their rooms. The three teachers took the wrapped bodies and headed to one of the UA conference rooms to discuss what to do with the sovereign. Meanwhile, Momo, Izuku, and Kaminari were instructed to stay in the dorms with Kuroki. Hisashi advised them to share the truth about Kuroki but to omit details about the mission, as they would decide her future later. The three students nodded and turned to their classmates, who were clearly eavesdropping. Momo sighed and called them out, promising to explain what they could without revealing too much. Izuku introduced Kuroki, stating that she was Kuroki Midoriya and that it was a long story. Kuroki cheerfully declared that she was their daughter, causing the entire class to fall over in shock. As the students reacted with disbelief, Izuku quickly intervened to prevent misunderstandings. He addressed Mineta, questioning why he had mentioned a troll face, and Mineta explained his reasoning. Izuku decided to ignore that moment and urged everyone to calm down, ready to explain the situation. Bakugo shouted for an explanation, but Uraraka silenced him. Izuku sighed, scanning the eager faces around him, preparing to share their story. While the class got acquainted with Kuroki, Izuku slipped away to a nearby training field to test his new powers. He pondered the implications of Kuroki's words about his quirk, wondering if it meant he would become a godlike being. As he stretched, he recalled the name of his new ability, Blessing of God. Izuku began channeling one for all through his body, eager to see if there were any changes. To his surprise, he found he could use 100% of the power effortlessly. After training for so long to reach just 65%, he was amazed at the leap he had made. However, he questioned if that was all there was to it. As he focused, his eyes suddenly glowed brightly, and he felt himself lift off the ground. Power surged within him, overwhelming and exhilarating, until he felt as if he might burst from the intensity. Just as quickly as it had come, the power dissipated, leaving him breathless on the ground. Once he calmed down, he instinctively understood how to harness his abilities. He stood up, took a deep breath, and shouted with determination. The same power surged within him again, and he concentrated on controlling it. As he clenched and unclenched his fist, he assessed the changes in his body. Physically, he felt fine, relieved he hadn't grown any extra limbs. He pointed his fist at a nearby rock, visualizing it lifting into the air and being thrown aside. To his astonishment, the rock levitated before crashing into a tree, demolishing it and several others in its path. He marveled at how much stronger his telekinesis had become, realizing it would take time to adjust to this new level of power. Throughout the day and into the night, he experimented with his newfound abilities. He discovered that his telekinesis, gravity manipulation, energy absorption and release, and kinetic absorption and release all related to physics. He resolved to investigate these powers further later on. In addition to his new quirks, Izuku noticed that his physique, already at the peak of human capability, had reached an entirely new level. He could run for hours without tiring and felt invigorated despite his extensive training. His mind felt sharper, as if he had shed layers of restraint, allowing him to be more perceptive and in control. He contemplated how formidable he had become, believing that no one could defeat him in a fight. Yet, a sense of something missing lingered in his mind. Just then, he noticed a movement in the trees out of the corner of his eye. He called out, demanding to know who was there as he assumed a defensive stance. Normally, he would have sensed anyone approaching, but this presence had managed to get close without detection, indicating a potential threat. After a moment, Hisashi emerged from the trees, looking impressed. He explained that his quirk allowed him to remain undetectable, and only one person had ever been able to sense him when he used it. He was curious how Izuku had managed to do so. Izuku sighed in relief and sat down on the grass, preparing to share his story. Hisashi joined him, asking if it was related to Izuku's true quirk. Izuku confirmed that it was, and as he recounted his experiences, Hisashi listened intently. He concluded by mentioning his new powers, enhanced physique, and the fact that he now had a daughter. Hisashi, however, expressed concern about the unknowns surrounding Izuku's situation and shared a theory he had developed. He revealed that after leaving Izuku and his mother, he fell into a depression and sought answers about his true purpose. His journey led him to an old myth he encountered on a distant island near Europe, where he discovered a painting depicting a battle between two twin brothers. He opened his palm to the sky and murmured a phrase, causing sparks to form an image of a man with a tail and 4 arms, each wielding a sword, facing another man radiating a strange light. Below them, smaller figures appeared to be engaged in combat. Hisashi acknowledged that it might not make sense to Izuku, but he urged him to listen closely to the story that accompanied the painting. According to the myth, the twin brothers had fought since the beginning of time, and their conflict had only paused due to a massive injury that forced them to retreat to their domains, continuing their war through their followers. The one with 4 arms was named Esoterikos. He had the ability to bestow powers upon a large number of followers, who fought for him for centuries. In contrast, the glowing one was called Exosterikos. He granted powers to a much smaller group of followers, but those he chose were significantly more powerful than Esoterikos' underlings. The two sides were evenly matched, and their battles echoed throughout the cosmos. Eventually, both factions dwindled, leaving the two brothers alone without anyone to fight for them. They journeyed across the universe in search of another civilization to influence until Exosterikos discovered Earth. He successfully established followers there for several hundred years without Esoterikos' knowledge. However, disaster struck. Humans proved to be far greedier and more corrupt than he had anticipated, leading to a civil war among his followers. Helpless due to the laws of nature, he could only watch as they fought among themselves until only a few remained. This civil war caught Esoterikos' attention, prompting him to rapidly expand his influence by granting powers to people at random, quickly surpassing his brother's forces. In his haste, he overlooked the crucial step of ensuring loyalty among his followers, resulting in a world filled with superpowered individuals who had no understanding of the origins of their abilities. These individuals reproduced, passing their powers on to their descendants. Thus, the origin of all quirks was born. There was a long pause as Izuku absorbed this information. He questioned the validity of the tale, expressing doubt about its truth. Hisashi acknowledged that while it seemed far-fetched, there was some truth to it. The civilization in question referred to themselves as the remnants of Exosterikos' underlings. Izuku remained skeptical, suggesting they might simply be disillusioned. Hisashi agreed to an extent but pointed out that those individuals shared a commonality: they all possessed the same quirk, known as divine providence. Izuku's curiosity piqued as he processed this revelation. Hisashi explained that it should be impossible for multiple people to have identical quirks. He had attempted to investigate by stealing a quirk from one of them but encountered an inexplicable barrier. This anomaly intrigued him, especially since the powers granted by their quirk were strikingly similar to Izuku's own abilities: gravity manipulation, telekinesis, and even the capacity to phase through solid objects. Izuku's mind raced as he tried to comprehend the implications. He pondered the existence of a peculiar civilization filled with superpowered individuals lacking quirks, whose abilities mirrored his own. Hisashi admitted uncertainty about what this meant, explaining that he had been met with repetitive chants from them, echoing the phrase, "blessing of God." Izuku felt a chill at the mention of the same name as his quirk. Hisashi nodded gravely, adding that it was eerily similar to the title of the leader of the sovereigns, known as the Queen, the only person who had ever instilled fear in him. The Queen, self-proclaimed as Exosteriko's chosen one, was a regal and powerful figure, intolerant of nonsense that hindered the organization's success but accepting of it if the results were favorable. Her motivations remained a mystery. The chapter was one of the most enjoyable experiences for the author to write. The author expressed gratitude to everyone who had been patiently waiting for a new chapter. They acknowledged the challenges faced in recent months, particularly during their senior year, which left little time for writing. Initially, the author believed they could balance school and writing effortlessly, but the reality proved to be more difficult. After struggling through the first semester, they resolved to focus on their studies and put recreational activities on hold until they could regain their footing. Thankfully, things had improved, and the author recognized the importance of keeping everyone informed about their situation. As the chapter continued, the author hoped everyone was doing well and expressed eagerness for the end of the quarantine. They shared a light-hearted question about Minecraft, mentioning that they had not played in over 6 months but had recently returned to it now that they had more free time. The author also expressed feeling behind on the Dream SMP, wishing they could catch up with the latest developments. With that, the chapter concluded, leaving readers eager for more.